The Angel and the Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Angel and the Star. A sermon preached at St. Stephen's, Christmas 1907, by Ralph Connor. The day's work was done in Bethlehem. The sound of hammer and of loom, the cries of hawkers and of traders, the noises of the bustling crowds that thronged the tortuous streets were still. With the sunset, rest had come to the workers, not to all. In the little house of the chief shepherd in charge of the sacrificial flocks, there was a stir, for he was about to depart for his nightly watch on the plains below the city. Of the royal line of David, he bore in his face and carried in his mien the marks of his noble blood. His wife, also of this royal line, waited upon her lord at his evening meal, pausing now and then to hush the feeble wail of the babe she carried with her to and fro. Upon her husband's face a heavy shadow lay, for his heart was hot and his spirit bitter within him. Long before, his independent carriage and proud spirit had drawn the persecuting wrath of Herod, for no one of noble blood was safe from the fierce suspicions and savage jealousy of that Idumean usurper. His only safety had been in submission bitter to his soul, and ever and again the servile courtiers of that monstrous, blood-reeking tyrant found much pleasure and some profit in harrying still further the humbled man. By the cloud upon his face, the gentle wife knew that some fresh outrage had been done that day, and with wise and loving words she strove to lure his mind to the serene heights of faith and hope. She talked of the gathering of their tribe for the Roman taxing into their ancient royal city, and of the glories of their past. The shadow only deepened upon her husband's face. Well she knew his thought. "Jehovah reigneth," she quoted. "Verily, the signs of his kingdom are few," he replied bitterly. "He shall judge his people with righteousness," again she quoted. "Righteousness!" he cried. "There is none in this land any more. The wicked walk on every side, when vilest men are exalted." "Hush," she said, gently closing the door. "Righteousness!" he exclaimed bitterly again. "Not so loud, I entreat thee. The Roman guard hath just gone by." "The Roman? I fear him not. He is just at heart. The Roman lion fears not the strong, and seizes what he desires. But these jackals of Herod plunder and harry the weak and broken of the flock. Today they made fresh demands, and, remembering thee, I smote them not, but paid my toll, while they taunted me. Where is thy God? Lord Jehovah, how long? Wilt thou be angry forever? How long wilt thou hear the bitter cry of thy people? Pour out thine indignation upon them. Let thy burning anger take hold upon them. Let their habitation be desolate. Let them be blotted out of the book of the living." His voice rose and fell in the terrible chant of the Hebrew poet king of old. "Why didst thou cease?" she chided gently. "Doth not the words follow? For Jehovah heareth the poor. God will save Jerusalem, and will build the cities of Zion. And again, he shall judge the poor, he shall save the children of the needy, and shall break in pieces the oppressor." "Will he, indeed, break Herod and his might in pieces, with great Rome behind him?" he asked, rising to take his staff and cloak, for the nights were chill. "Yea, verily, for the mouth of Jehovah hath spoken it. The angel of the covenant is mighty," she replied. "Angel?" he questioned. "Priest Ezra says there are none, and I confess I never saw any." A quick anger flashed in her face. "It is written, Thou shalt not speak evil of thy rulers, but the Sadducee I believe not. Did not the angel speak with Abraham our father, and with Jacob at Bethel, and with Moses the man of God at the bush, and with Gideon, and with the holy prophets?" "That is all far away from us today," he replied gloomily. "But Jehovah is near us," she answered quickly. "Nay, do not yield to unbelief. See," holding up her babe, "he seems stronger, he smiles at thee. Jehovah keep him safe." "For what?" he asked bitterly, but he laid down the staff and took the babe. Reverently lifting his eyes, he invoked blessing. "Jehovah grant thee peace," and gave him to his mother. But the babe, to his father's joy, clung fast, till with gentle force the mother took it from his arms. "Come to thy mother, child. Thy father must go to his sheep to ward off the fierce beasts and the fierce robbers. And indeed, I often fear for thee, my husband, till I cannot sleep." "What?" said her husband, his gloomy mood passing. "What of thy faith now? What of thy God?"
"Ah, yes, thou hast well said. He shall give his angels charge over thee. I will not fear."
"Angels again."
"Yes, he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways. And so to his angels I confide thee."
"In one angel at least, nay, in two," kissing his babe again, "I confide."
"Go, haste. I shall watch thee down the hill, and his angels guard thee safe."
She watched till he turned from the street into the path that led far out onto the sloping hills lying dim and distant, then turned with a sigh to her little home, her sick babe in her arms.
"Surely the day of the Lord cannot long be delayed," she said to herself.
Meantime her husband, striding down the highway that led out into the country, saw before him a group of travellers, with their beasts, noisily bargaining and chaffering for a lodging. In vain they pled; in vain, being refused, they poured maledictions upon the keeper of the inn. "What would ye, my brethren?" he protested. "Can I make what is not? My house is filled from roof to floor. The courtyard only is left, and the stable." "Thy courtyard! But it is better than the street," they grumbled and poured in. Two had stood apart from the rude crowd, a man and a woman, the man in sore distress. "Brother," he entreated, drawing near the innkeeper, "in the name of Jehovah, in the name of our father David, I beseech thee, hear me and grant us some quiet spot, not for myself, but for the woman, who is as you see." The shepherd, noting the woman's face, turned quickly away, paused, arrested by its sweet dignity, touched with anxiety and fear of her coming anguish. "Man, have I not said—" shouted the distracted innkeeper, but catching sight of that gentle face, he stopped abruptly. "There is no place for wife and child of my own to lay their head. But," glancing again at that pathetic figure of dignity and coming sorrow, "there is," once more he hesitated, "the stable, and fresh fodder, at least it is quiet." Quickly the woman turned to her husband and whispered a word, and bending her head with unspeakable grace, murmured, "The Lord give thee peace. The God of our father David bless thee," and moved toward the stable, followed by her husband. The innkeeper stood silent, with bared and bent head, while she passed, awed by the dignity of that gentle face, and touched by her need. "Now may the God of Abraham and Sarah grant thee mercy," he murmured, looking after them. "Who are they?" asked the shepherd reverently, for he too had uncovered his head as they passed. "Nay," answered the innkeeper testily. "Dost think I know every traveller from the north country? But I must go and make what comfort I can for them." Long after, the shepherd lay with his fellow watchers on the hillside, the vision of that face with its gentle dignity and its foreshadow of pain kept coming to him. He would have gone home to his wife for her help, but he dared not leave his place. But the thought of the woman haunted him, the music of her voice in blessing still sounded in his ears. "Jehovah give thee peace." Was there anything in it? Again his old harassing doubts and his bitter thoughts came hard upon him,
forbidding the sleep that had fallen upon his fellow watchers, while through his heart echoed the ancient taunt, "Where is thy God?" How then of the Roman oppression, the degradation of the ancient throne of David in the pagan Herod, the barrenness of the Pharisaic legalism, the worldly skepticism of the Sadducee? Darker and stiller grew the night. He could hear the breathing of the sheep near him, the lonely cry of the jackal from the canyon. Gradually, under the tranquil silence of the night, his troubled heart grew quiet. The song of his great ancestor, himself a shepherd, came to him. "Jehovah is my shepherd, I shall not want," and "He shall give his angels charge." He thought of his wife's faith. The angels might well enough be about her. The face of the woman in the street so near her sorrow came to him. In that face he found the same suggestion of the presence and peace of Jehovah. Through the great past of his people his mind traveled. The great men of his race were great only as they held to Jehovah. Yes, and even in the darkest days there had been those who had dared to believe in Jehovah and to wait for him. He thought of Jacob at Bethlehem, Moses in the desert far south yonder with his flocks, of David hunted by his enemy and again by his own son, of Israel in Babylonian exile. Yet Jehovah had never quite forsaken, but in the darkest hour the angel of the covenant had comforted them. Jehovah had redeemed his people. Might it not be again? Never had darker days fallen for the people of God. Their land under a foreign yoke, their people torn by religious dissensions, their religious leaders fiercely fighting each other for place and power, or consumed with lust for gold. He bowed his face between his knees and cried out into the night, "O Lord, how long? Wilt thou be angry forever? Hast thou forgotten to be gracious?" As if in answer, a great calm fell upon him. A sudden faith subdued his soul into stillness. "I will remember the years of the Most High. I will remember thy wonders of old." Jehovah seemed very near. He rose and stood with his face wrapped in his mantle. His very soul seemed to be listening for the footfalls of God. All nature seemed to be aware of that great presence. About him he fancied he could hear the breathing of the hills, the heartbeat of the night, the music of the stars. Music? Hark! He threw back his mantle and lifted up his face to the stars. His soul was bathed in a flood of ineffable joy. What was it? Music seemed to be raining from the stars in an exquisite faintness of melody. From beyond the stars, so far and fine it seemed. He listened, his soul and being tense in a quivering agony to hear. Yes, there again, and fuller came the sounds, still from beyond the stars. But the very stars seemed nearer. The heavens above had bent closer to the hills, as if to take them into their embrace. Again and yet again, and ever clearer, that falling shower of song filled the air about him, and nearer came the stars irradiating the night. The sleeping watchers woke, startled, rose, stood voiceless and terror-stricken. And now from the parted curtains of heaven a light began to glow brighter than the stars, making a shining pathway to earth, and spreading over all the sky, till it filled the night with glory. And down this quivering pathway myriads of shining ones streamed till they filled the earth and the spaces between earth and sky, and still they thronged in the far vanishing spaces of the opened sky. Ravishing music smote in soft waves upon the ears of the shepherd gazing into this cloud of glory, filling his soul with a joy fearful and unspeakable. From every side seemed to come those wondrous harmonies, not from the heavenly choirs alone, but from the earth, the trees, the hills, yes, from the very blades of grass. Suddenly, out from the throbbing music, a voice broke clear and strong. "Fear not," it said, and the shepherd's heart grew quiet. I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For to you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord." At that word there burst from heaven a mighty chorus: "Glory to God in the highest, on earth peace, good will to men." Over and over again pealed forth the mighty chorus in antiphonal refrain. Earth from its central depths, from its hills and valleys, from its rocks and trees, answering heaven's celestial choirs. Prone upon their faces fell the shepherd and his comrades, faint with ecstasy of delight. When they awoke, they said one to the other, "What is this?" And one said, "Is it a vision?" "It is a dream," answered another. "It is but a dream." Then spoke the chief shepherd, "Nay, verily, it is no dream, but Jehovah hath visited his people. Let us now go even unto Bethlehem, and see this thing that is come to pass, which the Lord hath made known unto us." Already the day was dawning. Through the break in the eastern hills a silver light could be seen gleaming upon the sea of judgment far away, upon the northern Judean hills a faint flush from the rising sun, and over city and plain the new glory of a dawning day. But all unheeding, the shepherd hastened homeward in a trance of ecstatic joy and wonder. The great tidings still sounded in his soul. The Messiah, Israel's Messiah, had come at length, after so many ages and generations of passionate yearning and prayer. God had visited his people. And, oh, wonder of wonders, as a babe! A babe! He thought of his own feeble babe with new tenderness and new reverence, and of the mother that gave him birth. And in a manger for the Messiah! Why not in a palace? Ah, what palace? Not the gorgeous palace where the monstrous Herod luxuriated in his hideous infamies. After all, a stable was best. He needed no trappings of royalty that earth could give. He brought his glory with him. A babe, and in a manger. Again he hastened his steps towards his own door. As he drew near, a sound from within smote his heart with the chill of the grave. It was the wail for the dead. Like the stab of a sword, the contrast pierced his heart. Yonder, joy, peace, life. Here, grief, agony, death. He paused, turned, and looked back upon the plain behind where the vision had fallen. Once more he saw the open heaven, and could hear the ravishing song, "Peace, good will to men." He was strangely comforted. Earth, its sorrows and its joys seemed small to him who had been gazing into heaven's glory and listening to heaven's music and welcoming heaven's King. He passed into his home. At his coming, the wailing only took a shriller note. With outstretched arms, his wife came to him, dreading his agony, fearing for his faith, praying for his submission. With a single word he silenced the mourners. "Peace, he is come." Amazed, they gazed upon him. Fearful, his wife drew near. Had madness seized him? "Fear not, but rejoice, the Messiah is come," he said, his face filled with a wondering exultation and joy. "Death hath no longer power over life. From heaven the Prince of Life is come, and with Jehovah are the living forevermore." And, standing there, to their astonished ears he told the wondrous story. A babe, a manger! Speechless, afraid, and unbelieving, the mourners stole from the house, leaving the two with their dead alone. Timidly she touched his arm as he stood wrapped in silence. "Tell me, my lord, can it be true? How can it be?" "True, dear one? Yea, verily, but how I know not. What we heard and saw, that I have told you, and yonder in the stable lies the babe." The babe, alive in its mother's arms! Her arms were empty. Quickly her husband gathered her to his heart. Dear one, I cannot weep today because of the great joy that has come. And even though death has touched our babe, death's victory is gone. They live whom God hath loved. A babe's hand hath opened to me the gates of life. Listen, dear heart." And once more he told the story of the angel's visit, of the glory and the song, while she wondered till her pain grew less, though tears still fell upon the little sleeping face. "And in the stable we found the babe and the mother, and in sore need." A wise word it was. "Ah!" Her woman's heart awoke. "May we go to her?" she asked. "Come," he said. "Wait for me," she said softly. From a closet in the wall she took the little garments she had made with tender hopes but a few months ago, her tears falling fast the while, and wrapping them up with some woman's robing, she went forth. "Guard the house," said her husband to the lingering and pitying mourners, "but wail not for the dead today." And so through the still silent streets they went. At the stable door they found a man. "May she enter? She has lost her babe." Quickly the kind face, radiant with light and love, shadowed for an instant, but cleared again. "Jehovah give thee peace," he said. "Weep no more, for he has come. Enter." An hour passed while the shepherd waited, reverent as at the court of the most holy place. Then came forth his wife and put her hand in his. "Is it well?" he asked simply. "It is well," she replied. And he needed no more, for Jehovah's peace lay like a light upon her face. And so they passed back to their home with the angel's song chanting itself through their hearts, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men." For where the Christ comes, death hath no more dominion forever. The Star. The city of Jerusalem was troubled, was deeply troubled. Through its crowded streets had run a rumor that had kindled to flame the national messianic hopes. A distinguished embassy from a far east land had come 2 nights ago upon a strange quest. They had come seeking a king. At first men had laughed, but the grave majesty of the strangers, and the costly trappings of their caravan, had changed the laughter to serious attention, and before the first night had gone, the streets and markets, the bazaars and wine shops were thrilling with the news. From the street to the palace the rumor had run, and Herod himself, at first scornful, had deigned to summon the travellers to his presence. Today, at early dawn, a strange thing had happened. The great council had been called by the king. That Idumean usurper, uncertain of his throne, hated by his people, despised by the noble families as an upstart, loathed by the priests as an apostate, trembled at every breath of messianic enthusiasm, at every suggestion of a rival. He had shown his fear by summoning the great council. This whole day they had been in session. Jerusalem was well nigh mad with anxiety. The appearance of a messianic leader, the sounding of one clear messianic cry through these streets, and Jerusalem would run with blood. No wonder Jerusalem was troubled. What would the next hour bring? In tense fear they waited. What would come forth from that fortress palace? Night was falling when from the gorgeous palace gates came forth the embassy from the east, travel-worn but stately, and following them the council. In a moment from lip to lip ran the word that nothing need be feared, and all Jerusalem, the light-hearted, gay, fiercely religious, cosmopolitan city, relaxed itself in scornful laughter at its recent panic. What fools they had been! A few foolish astrologers had seen a star in the east and had guessed a king was to be born. What accursed folly was this? But what could you expect of these Gentile dogs and worshippers of idols? And now they were gone seeking their king in Bethlehem. In Bethlehem, as if a king could there be born, and Jerusalem and its wise and learned scribes be unaware. And Jerusalem turned to its bargaining and sacrificing, its praying and its wine drinking, much relieved. Meantime, that strange caravan had reached the terraced hills of Bethlehem. No need of guide, for once free of the city, steadily burned before them a wondrous star. Bethlehem was puzzled. Whence came these strange men, and who was that majestic figure in command? The rabble gathered about them. At the inn they paused. Their leader of kingly carriage and of patriarchal mien gave command. The beasts were unburdened, and from the load one hamper was selected and brought near. The innkeeper, with obsequious hospitality, offered shelter and refreshment, but the little company drew together and talked. "How shall we make approach?" said one. "Who will bring us to him?" "Can we find one to present us to the king?" asked their leader of the innkeeper in the Hebrew tongue. "The king?" said the innkeeper. "What king?" "The King of the Jews." "Nay," laughed the innkeeper scornfully. "He lives not in so humble a place as Bethlehem, though yonder is a palace he has built. In Jerusalem you will find the King of the Jews, not here." "Nay, friend," the leader answered with grave dignity. "He is here, born, and yonder is his star." "His star?" cried the innkeeper. "Now Jehovah defend us, thou art mad. Whence art ye?" "From the rising sun. Many weeks have we travelled seeking this king, for we saw the rising of his star in the east long months ago." "His star? Are ye then of those who follow such accursed vanities and worship the abominations of the heathen? If so, there is no place for ye in my inn." "Nay, we worship God," reverently replied the stranger with unruffled calm, "and would fain to do homage to his messenger, the King of the Jews, whose star we have followed from Jerusalem to this place." "King of the Jews?" impatiently replied the innkeeper. "Here, shepherd!" he called to the chief shepherd of the sacrificial flock, who was passing to his nightly watch. "Thou art skilled in these matters. What means this folly of the stars?" The shepherd turned to the man of the east and gravely saluted him. "Jehovah give thee peace. What wouldst thou?" "We come seeking the King of the Jews, for in a land far from this we saw, many months ago, the rising of his star, and we have come to do him homage. But no man can we find who can give us guiding to his presence, not even Herod." "Herod!" exclaimed the shepherd scornfully. "Sought ye a king from that usurper?" "Hush!" said the innkeeper, glancing about upon the crowd. "Thou art mad to speak thus in the street." "But," continued the man of the east, "his counsel directed us to Bethlehem, saying it was there the king was to be born." "Born?" said the shepherd quickly. "Yea, and as we left the city his star appeared again, and lo, there it stands over that house before us, but we have none to bring us fittingly to him." The shepherd stood silent as in a great maze, looking at the luminous star that hung low over the house. "Truly this is wonderful," he said slowly, "for in that house abides a babe with its mother, at whose birth strange things came to pass. But how came ye to hear?" "Yonder is his star," calmly said the man from the east. "His star? What has he to do with stars?" "Ay, verily, and so said I," interrupted the innkeeper. "These be cursed and unclean worshippers of the host of heaven." "Nay, friend, we worship God, and seek his anointed, the King of the Jews. Knowest thou this mother and this babe?" he said to the shepherd. "I know the babe and the mother. Come." And he led them to the house where the young child was, and departed to his nightly watch, deeply musing. An hour later the fretful voice of the innkeeper roused him. "Hither, shepherd, and relieve me of this mad star-gazer, for he would take no rest, nor give me any, till I had brought him to thee." "Be at peace, friend," said the man of the East, placing a piece of gold in his hand. "Now go." The tone and gesture of command struck the innkeeper dumb, and, murmuring a word of thanks, he hastily retired, leaving the two upon the starlit hillside together. "Listen, my brother," said the man from the East, "for I would speak with thee, and I cannot rest till I know what my heart craves." He paused, and then said abruptly, "Tell me of the babe, of its birth." The shepherd hesitated. "Why should I tell thee? Thou art not of Israel, for in my heart I believe this babe is Israel's Messiah. Thou hast no part in him." "I will answer thee," replied the man from the East. "For 2 reasons shouldst thou tell me. Need I remind thee of thy law concerning the stranger within thy gates?" The shepherd made a quick gesture of assent. "And if this babe be indeed thy Messiah, need I remind thee of thy sacred writings which I have long studied? In him shall the Gentiles trust. And again, they that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him. If he be thy Messiah, then tonight is this scripture fulfilled." The shepherd pondered. "Surely thou art no worshipper of false gods." "Nay, I worship God," simply interposed the man of the East. "And more," continued the shepherd, as if to himself, "the song said, goodwill to men." "Tell me," entreated the stranger, his proud face softened by pain to humility, "for my heart is heavy from long years of agony." But the age-long Jewish hate and jealous scorn of the Gentile held the shepherd silent. To speak of Israel's Messiah to this alien and worshipper of stars, to him seemed sacrilege. "Let me tell thee my story," said the man of the East. "Perhaps then thy hard heart shall melt." And to the shuddering ears of the shepherd he told a tale of sin and lust and blood and treachery so terrible that it seemed to defile the very night. "Then when I had drunk the dregs, my heart within me woke and cried for vengeance till I grew mad with desperate remorse. In vain I offered sacrifices upon the altars of the gods. In vain I poured forth treasure at the bidding of their priests. Deeply I studied, many lands I travelled seeking peace, but ever that cry of vengeance night and day echoed through the spaces of my soul, till life became one long agony. The mysteries of our religion I mastered, the wisdom of the heavens I searched, but found no help. At length to the wisest and best of the priesthood of our land I went, an old man who lived remote from the world's fevers and ambitions, its joys and griefs. I told him my story. Swift was his answer. What thou lovest best, offer that to God, and thou shalt find peace. Like a sword in my bones was that word, for I had but one son, a beautiful youth. I turned away from him with my sin and my agony upon me. Then I remembered thy Abraham, and, for the sin of my soul, I offered the fruit of my body. Ah, my son, my son! From that high altar I came down cursing the gods of my people, and determined that I should seek no longer peace in life, but death. That night, as I swept the heavens in my study of the mysteries, my eye caught the rising of a star of wondrous light and beauty, as if from heaven a voice cried, "Follow where I lead," and hope sprang up in my heart. I knew that a king was somewhere to be born who might have help for me. But where? All books I studied in the light of my knowledge of the stars, till in thy sacred books I read thus of thy coming king.
The Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. And again, from the rising of the sun even unto the going down of the same, my name shall be great among the Gentiles, and in every place incense shall be offered unto my name, and a peace offering, for my name shall be great among the heathen, saith Jehovah of hosts. I obeyed the leading of the star, and following, we have found him, and now we have done our homage and offered our gifts. But still my heart's anguish is unappeased. The king has come truly, whose kingdom shall rule over all kingdoms. But what of my sin? The shepherd was deeply moved at the marvelous and terrible story. Said she naught of thy sin? He asked. Nay, we spoke little. In a king's presence we are silent. But if thou hast aught to tell, send me not back unhelped, for my sin is more than I can bear. The agony in his face touched the shepherd's heart. He forgot his Jewish prejudice. Listen, he said, and told the story of the angels and the song. With eager face the stranger listened, deeply anxious, deeply perplexed. When the tale was done, there was long silence. Then the man of the East spoke. Good will to men, a Saviour, good, but angels, I know not of them. Nor I of stars. A light broke upon the swarthy face of the man of the East. Oh, he cried aloud, but thee an angel and me a star led to the king. Praised be God. He took the shepherd's hand. The Lord thy God bless thee, he said. In God there is hope. I shall try to be content. Jehovah give thee peace, replied the shepherd. Then they parted. Stay, said the shepherd. The stranger turned. Spoke the mother the name of the babe? Yea, it is Jeshua. Knowest thou how it was given? Nay. An angel said he should save his people from their sins. The dark-faced man drew near. Tell me again, he entreated with trembling lips. What said the angel? Thou shalt call his name Jeshua, for he shall save his people from their sins. Then broke the stranger's proud reserve. The fountain of his tears was broken up. He turned toward the star, and, prostrating himself, he worshipped. Then with reverent grace he kissed the shepherd, weeping, and went his way. Is it peace? Spake the shepherd after him. It is peace, came back from the starlit darkness, and gazing at the star, the shepherd wondered and bowed his head and worshipped. End of The Angel and the Star.
The Burglar's Christmas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devorah Allen. The Burglar's Christmas by Willa Cather. Two very shabby-looking young men stood at the corner of Prairie Avenue and 80th Street, looking despondently at the carriages that whirled by. It was Christmas Eve, and the streets were full of vehicles, florists' wagons, grocers' carts, and carriages. The streets were in that half-liquid, half-congealed condition peculiar to the streets of Chicago at that season of the year. The swift wheels that spun by sometimes threw the slush of mud and snow over the two young men who were talking on the corner. "Well," remarked the elder of the two, "I guess we are at our rope's end sure enough. How do you feel?" "Pretty shaky. The wind's sharp tonight. If I'd had anything to eat, I mightn't mind it so much. There's simply no show. I'm sick of the whole business. Looks like there's nothing for it but the lake." "Oh, nonsense. I thought you had more grit. Got anything left you can hawk?" "Nothing but my beard, and I'm afraid they wouldn't find it worth a pawn ticket," said the younger man ruefully, rubbing the week's growth of stubble on his face. "Got any folks anywhere? Now's your time to strike 'em if you have." Never mind if I have, they're out of the question. Well, you'll be out of it before many hours if you don't make a move of some sort. A man's got to eat. See here, I'm going down to Longton's saloon. I used to play the banjo in there with a couple of coons, and I'll bone him for some of his free lunch stuff. You'd better come along, perhaps they'll fill an order for 2. How far down is it? Well, it's clear downtown, of course, way down on Michigan Avenue. Thanks, I guess I'll loaf around here. I don't feel equal to the walk, and the cars are crowded. His features drew themselves into what might have been a smile under happier circumstances. No, you never did like streetcars, you're too aristocratic. See here, Crawford, I don't like leaving you here. You ain't good company for yourself tonight. Crawford? Oh, yes, that's the last one. There've been so many I forget them. Have you got a real name anyway? Oh, yes, but it's one of the ones I've forgotten. Don't you worry about me. You go along and get your free lunch. I think I had a row in Longton's place once. I'd better not show myself there again. As he spoke, the young man nodded and turned slowly up the avenue. He was miserable enough to want to be quite alone. Even the crowd that jostled by him annoyed him. He wanted to think about himself. He had avoided this final reckoning with himself for a year now. He had laughed it off and drunk it off. But now, when all those artificial devices which are employed to turn our thoughts into other channels and shield us from ourselves had failed him, it must come. Hunger is a powerful incentive to introspection. It is a tragic hour, that hour when we are finally driven to reckon with ourselves, when every avenue of mental distraction has been cut off, and our own life and all its ineffaceable failures closes about us, like the walls of that old torture chamber of the Inquisition. Tonight, as this man stood stranded in the streets of the city, his hour came. It was not the first time he had been hungry and desperate and alone, but always before there had been some outlook, some chance ahead, some pleasure yet untasted that seemed worth the effort, some face that he fancied was, or would be, dear. But it was not so tonight. The unyielding conviction was upon him that he had failed in everything, had outlived everything. It had been near him for a long time, that pale spectre. He had caught its shadow at the bottom of his glass many a time, at the head of his bed when he was sleepless at night, in the twilight shadows when some great sunset broke upon him. It had made life hateful to him when he awoke in the morning before now, but now it settled slowly over him like night, the endless northern nights that bid the sun a long farewell. It rose up before him like granite. From this brilliant city with its glad bustle of Yuletide, he was shut off as completely as though he were a creature of another species. His days seemed numbered and done, sealed over like the little coral cells at the bottom of the sea. Involuntarily he drew that cold air through his lungs slowly, as though he were tasting it for the last time. Yet he was but 24, this man. He looked even younger. And he had a father some place down east who had been very proud of him once. Well, he had taken his life into his own hands, and this was what he had made of it. That was all there was to be said. He could remember the hopeful things they used to say about him at college in the old days, before he had cut away and begun to live by his wits, and he found courage to smile at them now. They had read him wrongly. He knew now that he never had the essentials of success, only the superficial agility that is often mistaken for it. He was tow without the tinder, and he had burnt himself out at other people's fires. He had helped other people to make it win, but he had never touched an enterprise that had not failed eventually. Or, if it survived his connection with it, it left him behind. His last venture had been with some 10-cent specialty company, a little lower than all the others that had gone to pieces in Buffalo, and he had worked his way to Chicago by boat. When the boat made up its crew for the outward voyage, he was dispensed with as usual. He was used to that. The reason for it? Oh, there are so many reasons for failure. His was a very common one. As he stood there in the wet under the street light, he drew up his reckoning with the world, and decided that it had treated him as well as he deserved. He had overdrawn his account once too often. There had been a day when he thought otherwise, when he had said he was unjustly handled, that his failure was merely the lack of proper adjustment between himself and other men, that some day he would be recognized, and it would all come right. But he knew better than that now, and he was still man enough to bear no grudge against anyone, man or woman. Tonight was his birthday, too. There seemed something particularly amusing in that. He turned up a limp little coat collar to try to keep a little of the wet chill from his throat, and instinctively began to remember all the birthday parties he used to have. He was so cold and empty that his mind seemed unable to grapple with any serious question. He kept thinking about gingerbread and frosted cakes like a child. He could remember the splendid birthday parties his mother used to give him, when all the other little boys in the block came in their Sunday clothes and creaking shoes, with their ears still red from their mother's towel, and the pink and white birthday cake, and the stuffed olives, and all the dishes of which he had been particularly fond, and how he would eat, and then go to bed and dream of Santa Claus. And in the morning he would awaken and eat again, until by night the family doctor arrived with his castor oil, and poor William used to dolefully say that it was altogether too much to have your birthday and Christmas all at once. He could remember, too, the royal birthday suppers he had given at college, and the stag dinners and the toasts and the music, and the good fellows who had wished him happiness and really meant what they said. And since then there were other birthday suppers that he could not remember so clearly. The memory of them was heavy and flat, like cigarette smoke that has been shut in a room all night, like champagne that has been a day opened, a song that has been too often sung, an acute sensation that has been overstrained. They seemed tawdry and garish, discordant to him now. He rather wished he could forget them altogether. Whichever way his mind now turned, there was one thought that it could not escape, and that was the idea of food. He caught the scent of a cigar suddenly, and felt a sharp pain in the pit of his abdomen and a sudden moisture in his mouth. His cold hands clenched angrily, and for a moment he felt that bitter hatred of wealth, of ease, of everything that is well-fed and well-housed that is common to starving men. At any rate, he had a right to eat. He had demanded great things from the world once, fame and wealth and admiration. Now it was simply bread, and he would have it. He looked about him quickly, and felt the blood begin to stir in his veins. In all his straits, he had never stolen anything. His tastes were above it. But tonight, there would be no tomorrow. He was amused at the way in which the idea excited him. Was it possible there was yet one more experience that would distract him, one thing that had power to excite his jaded interest? Good. He had failed at everything else. Now he would see what his chances would be as a common thief. It would be amusing to watch the beautiful consistency of his destiny work itself out even in that role. It would be interesting to add another study to his gallery of futile attempts, and then label them all: the failure as a journalist, the failure as a lecturer, the failure as a businessman, the failure as a thief, and so on, like the titles under the pictures of the Dance of Death. It was time that Childe Roland came to the Dark Tower. A girl hastened by him with her arms full of packages. She walked quickly and nervously, keeping well within the shadow, as if she were not accustomed to carrying bundles, and did not care to meet any of her friends. As she crossed the muddy street, she made an effort to lift her skirt a little, and as she did so, one of the packages slipped unnoticed from beneath her arm. He caught it up and overtook her. "Excuse me, but I think you dropped something." She started. "Oh, yes, thank you. I would rather have lost anything than that." The young man turned angrily upon himself. The package must have contained something of value. Why had he not kept it? Was this the sort of thief he would make? He ground his teeth together. There is nothing more maddening than to have morally consented to crime, and then lack the nerve force to carry it out. A carriage drove up to the house before which he stood. Several richly dressed women alighted and went in. It was a new house, and must have been built since he was in Chicago last. The front door was open, and he could see down the hallway and up the staircase. The servant had left the door and gone with the guests. The first floor was brilliantly lighted, but the windows upstairs were dark. It looked very easy, just to slip upstairs to the darkened chambers, where the jewels and trinkets of the fashionable occupants were kept. Still burning with impatience against himself, he entered quickly. Instinctively he removed his mud-stained hat as he passed quickly and quietly up the staircase. It struck him as being a rather superfluous courtesy in a burglar, but he had done it before he had thought. His way was clear enough. He met no one on the stairway or in the upper hall. The gas was lit in the upper hall. He passed the first chamber door through sheer cowardice. The second he entered quickly, thinking of something else lest his courage should fail him, and closed the door behind him. The light from the hall shone into the room through the transom. The apartment was furnished richly enough to justify his expectations. He went at once to the dressing-case. A number of rings and small trinkets lay in a silver tray. These he put hastily in his pocket. He opened the upper drawer and found, as he expected, several leather cases. In the first he opened was a lady's watch. In the second, a pair of old-fashioned bracelets. He seemed to dimly remember having seen bracelets like them before somewhere. The third case was heavier. The spring was much worn, and it opened easily. It held a cup of some kind. He held it up to the light, and then his strained nerves gave way, and he uttered a sharp exclamation. It was the silver mug he used to drink from when he was a little boy. The door opened, and a woman stood in the doorway facing him. She was a tall woman with white hair and evening dress. The light from the hall streamed in upon him, but she was not afraid. She stood looking at him a moment. Then she threw out her hand and went quickly toward him. "Willie! Willie! Is it you?" He struggled to loose her arms from him, to keep her lips from his cheek. "Mother, you must not! You do not understand! Oh, my God! This is worst of all!" Hunger, weakness, cold, shame, all came back to him and shook his self-control completely. Physically, he was too weak to stand a shock like this. Why could it not have been an ordinary discovery, arrest, the station house, and all the rest of it? Anything but this. A hard, dry sob broke from him. Again he strove to disengage himself. "Who is it says I shall not kiss my son? Oh, my boy, we have waited so long for this. You have been so long in coming, even I almost gave you up." Her lips upon his cheek burnt him like fire. He put his hand to his throat and spoke thickly and incoherently. "You do not understand. I did not know you were here. I came here to rob. It is the first time, I swear it. But I am a common thief. My pockets are full of your jewels now. Can't you hear me? I am a common thief." "Hush, my boy. Those are ugly words. How could you rob your own house? How could you take what is your own? They are all yours, my son, as wholly yours as my great love. And you can't doubt that, Will, do you?" That soft voice, the warmth and fragrance of her person stole through his chill, empty veins like a gentle stimulant. He felt as though all his strength were leaving him, and even consciousness. He held fast to her, and bowed his head on her strong shoulder, and groaned aloud. "Oh, mother, life is hard, hard." She said nothing, but held him closer. And oh, the strength of those white arms that held him! Oh, the assurance of safety in that warm bosom that rose and fell under his cheek. For a moment they stood so, silently. Then they heard a heavy step upon the stair. She led him to a chair and went out and closed the door. At the top of the staircase she met a tall, broad-shouldered man with iron-grey hair and a face alert and stern. Her eyes were shining and her cheeks on fire. Her whole face was one expression of intense determination. "James, it is William in there. Come home. You must keep him at any cost. If he goes this time, I go with him. Oh, James, be easy with him. He has suffered so." She broke from a command to an entreaty, and laid her hand on his shoulder. He looked questioningly at her a moment, then went in the room and quietly shut the door. She stood leaning against the wall, clasping her temples with her hands, and listening to the low, indistinct sound of the voices within. Her own lips moved silently. She waited a long time, scarcely breathing. At last the door opened, and her husband came out. He stopped to say in a shaken voice, "You go to him now. He will stay. I will go to my room. I will see him again in the morning." She put her arm about his neck. "Oh, James, I thank you. I thank you. This is the night he came, so long ago, you remember? I gave him to you then, and now you give him back to me." "Don't, Helen," he muttered. "He is my son. I have never forgotten that. I failed with him. I don't like to fail. It cuts my pride. Take him and make a man of him." He passed on down the hall. She flew into the room where the young man sat with his head bowed upon his knee. She dropped upon her knees beside him. Ah, it was so good to him to feel those arms again. "He is so glad, Willie, so glad. He may not show it, but he is as happy as I. He never was demonstrative with either of us, you know." "Oh, my God, he was good enough," groaned the man. "I told him everything, and he was good enough. I don't see how either of you can look at me, speak to me, touch me." He shivered under her clasp again, as when she had first touched him, and tried weakly to throw her off. But she whispered softly, "This is my right, my son." Presently, when he was calmer, she rose. "Now come with me into the library, and I will have your dinner brought there." As they went downstairs, she remarked apologetically, "I will not call Ellen tonight. She has a number of guests to attend to. She is a big girl now, you know, and came out last winter. Besides, I want you all to myself tonight." When the dinner came, and it came very soon, he fell upon it savagely. As he ate, she told him all that had transpired during the years of his absence, and how his father's business had brought them there. "I was glad when we came. I thought you would drift west. I seemed a good deal nearer to you here." There was a gentle, unobtrusive sadness in her tone that was too soft for a reproach. "Have you everything you want? It is a comfort to see you eat." He smiled grimly. "It is certainly a comfort to me. I have not indulged in this frivolous habit for some 35 hours. She caught his hand and pressed it sharply, uttering a quick remonstrance. "Don't say that. I know, but I can't hear you say it. It's too terrible. My boy, food has choked me many a time when I have thought of the possibility of that. Now take the old lounging chair by the fire, and if you are too tired to talk, we will just sit and rest together." He sank into the depths of the big leather chair with the lions' heads on the arms, where he had sat so often in the days when his feet did not touch the floor, and he was half afraid of the grim monsters cut in the polished wood. That chair seemed to speak to him of things long forgotten. It was like the touch of an old familiar friend. He felt a sudden yearning tenderness for the happy little boy who had sat there and dreamed of the big world so long ago. Alas, he had been dead many a summer, that little boy. He sat looking up at the magnificent woman beside him. He had almost forgotten how handsome she was, how lustrous and sad were the eyes that were set under that serene brow, how impetuous and wayward the mouth even now, how superb the white throat and shoulders. Ah, the wit and grace and fineness of this woman. He remembered how proud he had been of her as a boy when she came to see him at school. Then in the deep red coals of the grate he saw the faces of other women who had come since then into his vexed, disordered life. Laughing faces, with eyes artificially bright, eyes without depth or meaning, features without the stamp of high sensibilities. And he had left this face for such as those. He sighed restlessly and laid his hand on hers. There seemed refuge and protection in the touch of her, as in the old days when he was afraid of the dark. He had been in the dark so long now, his confidence was so thoroughly shaken, and he was bitterly afraid of the night and of himself. "Ah, mother, you make other things seem so false. You must feel that I owe you an explanation, but I can't make any, even to myself. But we make poor exchanges in life. I can't make out the riddle of it all. Yet there are things I ought to tell you before I accept your confidence like this. I'd rather you wouldn't, Will. Listen, between you and me there can be no secrets. We are more alike than other people. Dear boy, I know all about it. I am a woman, and circumstances were different with me, but we are of one blood. I have lived all your life before you. You have never had an impulse that I have not known. You have never touched a brink that my feet have not trod. This is your birthday night. 24 years ago I foresaw all this. I was a young woman then, and I had hot battles of my own, and I felt your likeness to me. You were not like other babies. From the hour you were born, you were restless and discontented, as I had been before you. You used to brace your strong little limbs against mine and try to throw me off, as you did tonight. Tonight you have come back to me, just as you always did after you ran away to swim in the river that was forbidden you, the river you loved because it was forbidden. You are tired and sleepy, just as you used to be then, only a little older and a little paler and a little more foolish. I never asked you where you had been then, nor will I now. You have come back to me. That's all in all to me. I know your every possibility and limitation, as a composer knows his instrument. He found no answer that was worthy to give to talk like this. He had not found life easy since he had lived by his wits. He had come to know poverty at close quarters. He had known what it was to be gay with an empty pocket, to wear violets in his buttonhole when he had not breakfasted, and all the hateful shams of the poverty of idleness. He had been a reporter on a big metropolitan daily, where men grind out their brains on paper until they have not one idea left, and still grind on. He had worked in a real estate office, where ignorant men were swindled. He had sung in a comic opera chorus, and played Harris in an Uncle Tom's Cabin company, and edited a socialist weekly. He had been dogged by debt and hunger and grinding poverty, until to sit here by a warm fire without concern as to how it would be paid for seemed unnatural. He looked up at her questioningly. I wonder if you know how much you pardon. Oh, my poor boy, much or little, what does it matter? Have you wandered so far and paid such a bitter price for knowledge, and not yet learned that love has nothing to do with pardon or forgiveness, that it only loves and loves and loves? They have not taught you well, the women of your world. She leaned over and kissed him, as no woman had kissed him since he left her. He drew a long sigh of rich content. The old life, with all its bitterness and useless antagonism and flimsy sophistries, its brief delights that were always tinged with fear and distrust and unfaith, that whole miserable, futile, swindled world of Bohemia, seemed immeasurably distant and far away, like a dream that is over and done. And as the chimes rang joyfully outside, and sleep pressed heavily upon his eyelids, he wondered dimly if the author of this sad little riddle of ours were not able to solve it after all, and if the potter would not finally mete out all his comprehensive justice, such as none but he could have, to his things of clay, which are made in his own patterns, weak or strong, for his own ends. And if some day we will not awaken and find that all evil is a dream, a mental distortion that will pass when the dawn shall break. End of The Burglar's Christmas.
The Candle in the Forest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Candle in the Forest by Temple Bailey. The small girl's mother was saying, "The onions will be silver, and the carrots will be gold." "And the potatoes will be ivory," said the small girl, and they laughed together.
The small girl's mother had a big white bowl in her lap, and she was cutting up vegetables. The onions were the hardest, because one cried a little over them. "But our tears will be pearls," said the small girl's mother, and they laughed at that, and dried their eyes, and found the carrots much easier, and the potatoes the easiest of all. Then the next-door neighbor came in and said, "What are you doing?" "We are making a beefsteak pie for our Christmas dinner," said the small girl's mother. "And the onions are silver, and the carrots gold, and the potatoes ivory," said the small girl. "I am sure I don't know what you are talking about," said the next-door neighbor. "We are going to have turkey for Christmas, and oysters, and cranberries, and celery." The small girl laughed and clapped her hands. "But we are going to have a Christmas pie, and the onions are silver, and the carrots gold." "You said that once," said the next-door neighbor, "and I should think you'd know they weren't anything of the kind." "But they are," said the small girl, all shining eyes and rosy cheeks. "Run along, darling," said the small girl's mother, "and find poor Pussy Purrup. He's out in the cold, and you can put on your red sweater and red cap." So the small girl hopped away like a happy robin, and the next-door neighbor said, "She is old enough to know that onions aren't silver." "But they are," said the small girl's mother, "and the carrots are gold, and the potatoes are—" The next-door neighbor's face was flaming. "If you say that again, I'll scream. It sounds silly to me." "But it isn't in the least silly," said the small girl's mother, and her eyes were as blue as sapphires, and as clear as the sea. "It is sensible. When people are poor, they have to make the most of little things. And we'll have only a pound of steak in our pie, but the onions will be silver." The lips of the next-door neighbor were folded in a thin line. "If you had acted like a sensible creature, I shouldn't have asked you for the rent." The small girl's mother was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I am sorry. It ought to be sensible to make the best of things." "Well," said the next-door neighbor, sitting down in a chair with a very stiff back, "a beefsteak pie is a beefsteak pie, and I wouldn't teach a child to call it anything else." "I haven't taught her to call it anything else. I was only trying to make her feel that it was something fine and splendid for Christmas Day. So I said that the onions were silver—" "Don't say that again," snapped the next-door neighbor. "And I want the rent as soon as possible." With that, she flung up her head and marched out of the front door, and it slammed behind her and made wild echoes in the little house. And the small girl's mother stood there alone in the middle of the floor, and her eyes were like the sea in a storm. But presently the door opened, and the small girl, looking like a red-breast robin, hopped in, and after her came a great black cat with his tail in the air, and he said, "Purrup," which gave him his name. And the small girl said, out of the things she had been thinking, "Mother, why don't we have turkey?" The clear look came back into the eyes of the small girl's mother, and she said, "Because we are content." And the small girl said, "What is content?" And her mother said, "It is making the best of what God gives us. And our best for Christmas Day, my darling, is a beefsteak pie." So she kissed the small girl, and they finished peeling the vegetables, and then they put them with the pound of steak to simmer on the back of the stove. After that, the small girl had her supper of bread and milk, and Pussy Purrup had milk in a saucer on the hearth, and the small girl climbed up in her mother's lap and said, "Tell me a story." But the small girl's mother said, "Won't it be nicer to talk about Christmas presents?" And the small girl sat up and said, "Let's." And the mother said, "Let's tell each other what we'd rather have in the whole wide world." "Oh, let's," said the small girl. "And I'll tell you first that I want a doll, and I want it to have a pink dress, and I want it to have eyes that open and shut, and I want it to have shoes and stockings, and I want it to have curly hair." She had to stop because she didn't have any breath left in her body, and when she got her breath back, she said, "Now what do you want, Mother, more than anything else in the whole wide world?" "Well," said her mother, "I want a chocolate mouse." "Oh," said the small girl scornfully, "I shouldn't think you'd want that." "Why not?" "Because a chocolate mouse— why, a chocolate mouse isn't anything." "Oh, yes, it is," said the small girl's mother. "A chocolate mouse is Dickory Dock and Pussycat, Pussycat, where have you been? And it's Three Blind Mice. And it's A Frog He Would a Wooing Go. And it's—" The small girl's eyes were dancing. "Oh, tell me about it." And her mother said, Well, the mouse as dickory-dock ran up the clock, and the mouse in Pussy-cat was frightened under a chair, and the mice in Three Blind Mice ran after the farmer's wife, and the mouse in A Frog He Would A-Wooing Go went down the throat of the crow. And the small girl said, "Could a chocolate mouse do all that?" "Well," said the small girl's mother, "we could put him on the clock, and under a chair, and cut his tail off with a carving knife, and at the very last we could eat him up like a crow." The small girl shivered deliciously. "And he wouldn't be a real mouse?" "No, just a chocolate one, with cream inside." "Do you think I'll get one for Christmas?" "I'm not sure." "Would he be nicer than a doll?" The small girl's mother hesitated, then told the truth. "My darling, Mother saved up the money for a doll, but the next-door neighbor wants the rent." "Hasn't Daddy any more money?" "Poor Daddy has been sick so long." "But he's well now." "I know, but he has to pay money for doctors, and money for medicine, and money for your red sweater, and money for milk for Pussy Purrup, and money for our beefsteak pie." "The boy next door says we're poor, Mother." "We are rich, my darling. We have love, and each other, and Pussy Purrup." "His mother won't let him have a cat," said the small girl, with her mind still on the boy next door. "But he's going to have a radio." "Would you rather have a radio than Pussy Purrup?" The small girl gave a crow of derision. "I'd rather have Pussy Purrup than anything else in the whole wide world." At that, the great cat, who had been sitting on the hearth with his paws tucked under him and his eyes like moons, stretched out his satin shining length and jumped up on the arm of the chair beside the small girl and her mother, and began to sing a song that was like a mill-wheel away off. He purred so long and so loud that at last the small girl grew drowsy. "Tell me some more about the chocolate mouse," she said, and nodded and slept. The small girl's mother carried her into another room, put her to bed, and came back to the kitchen, and it was full of shadows. But she did not let herself sit among them. She wrapped herself in a great cape and went out into the cold dusk, with a sweep of wind, heavy clouds overhead, and a band of dull orange showing back of the trees where the sun had burned down. She went straight from her little house to the big house of the next-door neighbor, and rang the bell at the back entrance. A maid led her into the kitchen, and there was the next-door neighbor, and the 2 women who worked for her, and a daughter-in-law who had come to spend Christmas. The great range was glowing, and things were simmering, and things were stewing, and things were steaming, and things were baking, and things were boiling, and things were broiling, and there was the fragrance of 1,000 delicious dishes in the air. And the next-door neighbor said, "We are trying to get as much done as possible tonight. We are having 12 people for Christmas dinner tomorrow." And the daughter-in-law, who was all dressed up and had an apron tied about her, said in a sharp voice, "I can't see why you don't let your maids work for you." And the next-door neighbor said, "I have always worked. There is no excuse for laziness." And the daughter-in-law said, "I'm not lazy, if that's what you mean, and we'll never have any dinner if I have to cook it." And away she went out of the kitchen with tears of rage in her eyes. And the next-door neighbor said, "If she hadn't gone when she did, I should have told her to go." And there was rage in her eyes, but no tears. She took her hands out of the pan of breadcrumbs and sage, which she was mixing for the stuffing, and said to the small girl's mother, "Did you come to pay the rent?" The small girl's mother handed her the money, and the next-door neighbor went upstairs to write a receipt. Nobody asked the small girl's mother to sit down, so she stood in the middle of the floor and sniffed the entrancing fragrances, and looked at the mountain of food which would have served her small family for a month. While she waited, the boy next door came in, and he said, "Are you the small girl's mother?" "Yes." "Are you going to have a tree?" "Yes." "Do you want to see mine?" "It would be wonderful." So he led her down a long passage to a great room, and there was a tree which touched the ceiling, and on the very top branches and on all the other branches were myriads of little lights which shone like stars, and there were gold balls and silver ones, and gold bells and silver ones, and red and blue and green balls, and red and blue and green bells, and under the tree and on it were toys for boys and toys for girls, and one of the toys was a doll in a pink dress. At that the heart of the small girl's mother tightened, and she was glad she wasn't a thief, or she would have snatched at the pink doll when the boy wasn't looking, and hidden it under her cape, and run away with it. The boy next door was saying, "It's the finest tree anybody has around here, but Dad and Mother don't know that I've seen it." "Oh, don't they?" said the small girl's mother. "No," said the boy next door with a wide grin, "and it's fun to fool 'em." "Is it?" said the small girl's mother. "Now, do you know, I should think the very nicest thing in the whole wide world would be not to have seen the tree?" The boy next door stared and said, "Why?" "Because," said the small girl's mother, "the nicest thing in the world would be to have somebody tie a handkerchief around your eyes as tight, and then to have somebody take your hand and lead you in and out and in and out and in and out until you didn't know where you were, and then to have them untie the handkerchief, and there would be the tree, all shining and splendid." She stopped, but her singing voice seemed to echo and re-echo in the great room. The boy's staring eyes had a new look in them. "Did anybody ever tie a handkerchief over your eyes?" "Oh, yes." "And lead you in and out and in and out?" "Yes." "Well, nobody does things like that in our house. They think it's silly." The small girl's mother laughed, and her laugh tinkled like a bell. "Do you think it is silly?" He was eager. "No, I don't." She held out her hand to him. "Will you come and see our tree?" "Tonight?" "No, tomorrow morning, early. Before breakfast." She nodded. "Gee, I'd like it." So that was a bargain, with a quick squeeze of their hands on it, and the small girl's mother went back to the kitchen, and the next door neighbor came down with the receipt, and the small girl's mother went out of the back door and found that the orange band which had burned on the horizon was gone, and that there was just the wind and the sighing of the trees. 2 men passed her on the brick walk which led to the house, and one of the men was saying, "If you'd only be fair to me, father." And the other man said, "All you want of me is money." "You taught me that, father." "Blame it on me." "You are to blame. You and mother. Did you ever show me the finer things?" Their angry voices seemed to beat against the noise of the wind and the sighing trees, so that the small girl's mother shivered and drew her cape around her and ran on as fast as she could to her little house. There were all the shadows to meet her, but she did not sit among them. She made coffee and a dish of milk toast, and set the toast in the oven to keep hot, and then she stood at the window watching. At last she saw through the darkness what looked like a star low down, and she knew that the star was a lantern, and she ran and opened the door wide. And her young husband set the lantern down on the threshold, and took her in his arms and said, "The sight of you is more than food and drink." When he said that, she knew he had had a hard day, but her heart leaped because she knew that what he had said of her was true. Then they went into the house together, and she set the food before him, and that he might forget his hard day, she told him of her own. And when she came to the part about the next-door neighbor and the rent, she said, "I am telling you this because it has a happy ending." And he put his hands over hers and said, "Everything with you has a happy ending." "Well, this is a happy ending," said the small girl's mother, with all the sapphires in her eyes emphasizing it. "Because when I went over to pay the rent, I was feeling how poor we were, and wishing that I had a pink doll for baby, and books for you, and a magic carpet to carry us away from work and worry. And then I went into the kitchen of the big house, and there was everything delicious and delectable. And then I went into the parlor and saw the tree with everything hanging on it that was glittering and gorgeous. And then I came home." Her breath was quick and her lips smiling. "I came home, and I was glad I lived in my little house." "What made you glad, dearest?" "Oh, love is here, and hate is there, and a boy's deceit, and a man's injustice. They were saying sharp things to each other, and their dinner will be a stalled ox, and in my little house is the faith of a child in the goodness of God, and the bravery of a man who fought for his country." She was in his arms now, and the blessing of a woman who has never known defeat. His voice broke on the words. In that moment it seemed as if the wind stopped blowing, and as if the trees stopped sighing, and as if there was the sound of a heavenly host singing. The small girl's mother and the small girl's father sat up very late that night. They popped a great bowlful of crisp, snowy corn and made it into balls. They boiled sugar and molasses and cracked nuts and made candy of them. They cut funny little Christmas fairies out of paper and painted their jackets bright red, with round silver buttons of the tinfoil that came on a cream cheese. And then they put the balls and the candy and the painted fairies and a long red candle in a big basket and set it away. And the small girl's mother brought out the chocolate mouse. "We will put this on the clock," she said, "where her eyes will rest on it the first thing in the morning." So they put it there, and it seemed as natural as life, so that Pussy Purrup positively licked his chops and sat in front of the clock as if to keep his eye on the chocolate mouse. And the small girl's mother said she was lovely about giving up the doll, and she will love the tree. "We'll have to get up very early," said the small girl's father, "and you'll have to run ahead and light the candle." Well, they got up before dawn the next morning, and so did the boy next door. He was there on the step, waiting, blowing his hands and beating them quite like the poor little boys in A Christmas Story who haven't any mittens. But he wasn't a poor little boy, and he had so many pairs of fur-trimmed gloves that he didn't know what to do with them. But he had left the house in such a hurry that he had forgotten to put them on. So there he stood on the front step of the little house, blowing on his hands and beating them. And it was dark, with a sort of pale shine in the heavens, which didn't seem to come from the stars or to herald the dawn. It was just a mystical silver glow that set the boy's heart to beating. He had never been out alone like this. He had always stayed in his warm bed until somebody called him, and then he had waited until they called again, and then he had dressed and gone down to breakfast, where his father scolded because he was late, and his mother scolded because he ate too fast. But this day had begun with adventure, and for the first time under that silver sky he felt the thrill of it. Then suddenly someone came around the corner, someone tall and thin, with a cap on his head and an empty basket in his hands. "Hello," he said. "A Merry Christmas." It was a small girl's father, and he put the key in the lock and went in, and turned on a light, and there was the table set for 4. And the small girl's father said, "You see, we have set a place for you. We must eat something before we go out." And the boy said, "Are we going out? I came to see the tree." "We are going out to see the tree." Before the boy next door could ask any questions, the small girl's mother appeared with her finger on her lips and said, "Shh." And then she began to recite in a hushed voice, "Hickory dickory dock." Then there was a little cry and the sound of dancing feet, and the small girl in a red dressing gown came flying in. "Oh, mother, mother, the mouse is on the clock! The mouse is on the clock!" Well, it seemed to the boy next door that he had never seen anything so exciting as the things that followed. The chocolate mouse went up the clock and under the chair, and would have had its tail cut off except that the small girl begged to save it. "I want to keep it as it is, mother." And playing this game as if it were the most important thing in the whole wide world were the small girl's mother and the small girl's father, all laughing and flushed and chanting the quaint old words to the quaint old music. The boy next door held his breath for fear he would wake up from this entrancing dream and find himself in his own big house, alone in his puffy bed, or eating breakfast with his stodgy parents who had never played with him in his life. He found himself laughing too, and flushed and happy, and trying to sing in his funny boy's voice. "Hey-oh," says Anthony Rowley. The small girl absolutely refused to eat the mouse. "He's my darling Christmas mouse, mother." So her mother said, "Well, I'll put him on the clock again, where Pussy Purrup can't get him while we are out." "Oh, are we going out?" said the small girl, round-eyed. "Yes." "Where are we going?" "To find Christmas." That was all the small girl's mother would tell. So they had breakfast, and everything tasted perfectly delicious to the boy next door. But first they bowed their heads, and the small girl's father said, "Dear Christ child, on this Christmas morning bless these children, and help us all to keep our hearts young and full of love for thee." The boy next door, when he lifted his head, had a funny feeling, as if he wanted to cry, and yet it was a lovely feeling, all warm and comfortable. For breakfast they each had a great baked apple, and great slices of sweet bread and butter, and great glasses of milk, and as soon as they had finished, away they went, out of the door and down into the wood back of the house. And when they were deep in the wood, the small girl's father took out of his pocket a little flute and began to play, and he played thin piping tunes that went flitting around among the trees, and the small girl hummed the tunes, and her mother hummed the tunes until it sounded like singing bees, and their feet fairly danced, and the boy found himself humming and dancing with them. Then suddenly the piping ceased, and a hush fell over the wood. It was so still that they could almost hear each other breathe, so still that when a light flamed suddenly in that open space, it burned without a flicker. The light came from a red candle that was set in the top of a small living tree. It was the only light on the tree, but it showed the snowy balls and the small red fairies whose coats had silver buttons. "It's our tree, my darling," he heard the small girl's mother saying. Suddenly it seemed to the boy that his heart would burst in his breast. He wanted someone to speak to him like that. The small girl sat high on her father's shoulder, and her father held her mother's hand. It was like a chain of gold, their holding hands like that and loving each other. The boy reached out and touched the woman's hand. She looked down at him and drew him close. He felt warmed and comforted. The red candle burning there in the darkness was like some sacred fire of friendship. He wished that it would never go out, that he might stand there watching it, with his small cold hand in the clasp of the small girl's mother. It was late when the boy next door got back to his own big house, but he had not been missed. Everybody was up, and everybody was angry. The daughter-in-law had declared the night before that she would not stay another day beneath that roof, and off she had gone with her young husband and her little girl, who was to have had the pink doll on the tree. "And good riddance," said the next-door neighbor. But she ate no breakfast, and she went out to the kitchen and worked with her maids to get the dinner ready, and there were covers laid for 9 instead of 12. And the next-door neighbor kept saying, "Good riddance, good riddance," and not once did she say, "A Merry Christmas." But the boy next door held something in his heart that was warm and glowing like the candle in the forest, and so he came to his mother and said, "May I have the pink doll?" She spoke frowningly. "What does a boy want of a doll?" "I'd like to give it to the little girl next door." "Do you think I buy dolls to give away in charity?" "Well, they gave me a Christmas present." "What did they give you?" He opened his hand and showed a little flute tied with gay red ribbon. He lifted it to his lips and blew on it, a thin piping tune. "Oh, that!" said his mother scornfully. "Why, that's nothing but a reed from the pond." But the boy knew it was more than that. It was a magic pipe that made you dance, and made your heart warm and happy. So he said again, "I'd like to give her the doll," and he reached out his little hand and touched his mother's, and his eyes were wistful. His mother's own eyes softened. She had lost one son that day, and she said, "Oh, well, do as you please," and went back to the kitchen. The boy next door ran into the great room and took the doll from the tree and wrapped her in paper and flew out of the door and down the brick walk and straight into the little house. When the door was opened, he saw that his friends were just sitting down to dinner, and there was the beefsteak pie all brown and piping hot, with a wreath of holly, and the small girl was saying, "And the onions were silver, and the carrots were gold." The boy next door went up to the small girl and said, "I've brought you a present." With his eyes all lighted up, he took off the paper in which it was wrapped, and there was the doll, in rosy frills, with eyes that opened and shut, and shoes and stockings, and curly hair that was bobbed and beautiful. And the small girl, in a whirlwind of happiness, said, "Is it really my doll?" And the boy next door felt very shy and happy, and he said, yes. And the small girl's mother said it was a beautiful thing to do, and she bent and kissed him. Again that bursting feeling came into the boy's heart, and he lifted his face to hers and said, "May I come sometimes and be your boy?" And she said, "Yes." And when at last he went away, she stood in the door and watched him, such a little lad, who knew so little of loving. And because she knew so much of love, her eyes filled to overflowing. But presently she wiped the tears away and went back to the table. And she smiled at the small girl and at the small girl's father. "And the potatoes were ivory," she said. "Oh, who would ask for turkey when they can have a pie like this?" End of The Candle in the Forest.
Celebrating Christmas on the Meuse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. Celebrating Christmas on the Meuse by Captain Clifton Lyle. Christmas Day, 1918, was for many Americans their first experience of that season in a foreign land, thousands of miles from home, among people of different race, language, and sympathy. When we realize that over 2 million of our young men were in France at the time, it seems appropriate, on the approach of another Christmas, to recall that day, a day we shall remember as long as we live, our different Christmas. At that time, active hostilities were over, of course, but many combat divisions still held their lines just where the fighting had ceased on November 11th. The following account tells how the men of my organization, the 158th Infantry Brigade, made the most of circumstances and celebrated the Christmas with a spirit of cheer and goodwill that overcame all obstacles, even rising above the curse of Meuse rains, the amazing mud and slime of French battlefields. A marvelous tree. The day began early for me in a surprising fashion, to say the least, for upon waking up about dawn, I saw beside my chicken wire bunk a Christmas tree. A real, true Christmas tree, such as might well have been found in millions of American homes, but quite the last thing one would look for on a ruined battle area north of Verdun. The little tree stood about 2 feet high, and was a marvel of ingenuity in its trimmings. One of the men had made the whole thing, spending hours of his time upon it, keeping it a secret until he had found a chance to put it beside my bunk on Christmas Eve as I slept. The tree had been set in a sort of base made from a 1-pounder projectile of the whiz-bang variety, which stood in turn on a cleverly carved stand. I believe the wood for the latter came from a cigar box, cut and whittled into shape, then carefully fitted together and polished brilliantly in some mysterious manner. The whole thing, tree, base, and all, rested upon a moss-covered board, around the edge of which ran a tiny rustic fence of wild rose branches entwined with ivy. By way of tinsel, the tree had been hung with little silver balls made from the tinfoil that comes round chocolate bars. Strands of burnished wire, thin as silk threads and shining like gold, puzzled me for a long time, until I found they had been salvaged from the inside of a mechanism of broken field telephones captured in battle from the Germans. Little beads hung here and there along the branches. They were those found in long wooden handles of German grenades. Red pods and berries from the wild rose bushes glowed in the jolliest way among the green needles of the spruce. Surely there never was before or since a Christmas tree quite like it, or a finer array of trimmings. During the whole day it occupied the place of honor at the mess, shining away as merrily as any tree at home. That little Christmas tree, beside my bunk at Reville, meant more to me than any fancy tree I'd ever seen. It sounded the note for the day. Christmas was to be Christmas still, all the mud and rain in France to the contrary. A Christmas landscape in northern France. A fine grey mist covered the plain, a sort of ground fog that rose from the flooded ditches, and swirling here and there in the breeze of dawn, half concealed the lowlands of L'Etang. To the east, high out of the fog, I could see the three hills that dominate the landscape, Côte du Château, Côte d'Orgna, and the Côte de Morimont. A light cap of snow rested on their summits, catching the first rays of the sun, until the ridge shone and sparkled like winter beacons above the shadows. Not a house could be seen. The great plain of Wavre might well have been a wilderness, so effectually had the curtains of fog been draped about it. As the sun rose higher over the distant heights of the Moselle, the mist began to grow thin, disclosing more and more of the valley. A church tower was the first sign to appear, the gilded cock of its weather vane standing proudly above the cross. Inevitable Coq Gaulois, a sure token of France. Another steeple followed, Damvillers, Reville, Étrees, Pavilliers. I counted them one after another as they came into view, all that was left of what had once been the churches in each little red-tiled village. Here and there great rents showed in the solid masonry of their towers, while gaping voids between the buttresses of their walls allowed one to look on the havoc within, upon shattered choirs and broken chancels, a shapeless cluster of stone and glass, the shards of what once had been priceless beauty. As the last shreds of mist drifted down the lowlands towards Ibercy and far distant Saint-Mihiel, the full horror of the picture struck home. Not merely the torn and shattered churches, the piles of broken stone and roof tiles that told of one-time hamlets, not merely these had suffered, but the very surface of the ground itself was ripped and wounded beyond all resemblance of its former self. Great shell holes filled with stagnant water, some of them 20 feet across, yawned by the dozen where a few weeks before had been pleasant meadows. Countless smaller holes, the mark of exploding 75s, had pocked the cattle pastures until they resembled the waves of a choppy sea. The waste and wreckage of war. Everywhere about me lay the waste and wreckage of war, piles of ammunition left by the retreating Hun, each shell in its basket of wickerwork, boxes of hand grenades partly opened, unexploded duds still half buried in the ground as they had landed during the days of battle, discarded gas masks, helmets cleverly camouflaged for snipers, rifles, haversacks, even rubber boots lay here and there, rotting in the water-soaked holes. Upturned trees sprawled where they had been hurled by the high explosives, while a few great stumps still reared their splintered bodies above the level of the ruin about them. Across the plain, running roughly north and south, just east of the little river of L'Etang, a thin line of tiny holes, scraped out by entrenching tool and mess kit lid, marked the farthest advance of our troops when the firing had ceased on Armistice Day. A more lonely wilderness of ravage, horror, and destruction could not well be imagined than that laid bare before me in the growing light, as the mist swirled upward to meet the dawn of Christmas Day on the topmost peak of Morimont. Down the road that runs from Damvillers to Pavilliers, close by the Hôpital aux Greffes, once a German evacuation point for wounded from Verdun, I clattered along through the mist, mounted orderly beside me, our horses splashing fetlock deep in mud and water. We had left brigade before sunrise, bound for the church at Pavilliers, where the men of the 3rd Battalion were holding an early carol service. A sentry's greeting. A sentry by the roadside came to present arms, the snap of his rifle sling striking briskly on the keen morning air. A shout of Merry Christmas, "The same to you, sir," and we had parted. But the day had been marked as different for both of us. It was Christmas, after all, in spite of 3,000 miles of sea between us and home, in spite of the ruined battlefield of mud about us and the graves of our comrades, many hundreds of them, lying here and there along the woodlands of the Meuse, from the ordered rows on Hill 378 to the great circle of crosses that rings the heights of Montfaucon across the river, a silent token of its storming. More men appeared as I rode along, walking in little clusters towards Pavillers. Some, I saw, were wearing sprigs of holly or mistletoe stuck jauntily in the sides of their oversea caps. Shouts of Merry Christmas could be heard, as others came up from the makeshift quarters along the way. One group swung by me in the jolliest possible fashion, singing the good old carols with a will. They had got up before dawn and marched round their huts in the mud, singing the Christmas waits, Silent Night, Little Town of Bethlehem, Good King Wenceslas, and the rest. Everywhere was the mud, inches of it covering the road, while through it slopped the men in khaki with evergreens in their caps and songs of good cheer on their lips, bent upon keeping the spirit of Christmas as bright as it ever had shone at home. Carols at the village church. By 6:30, the village church was filled. Row upon row of men crowded the nave, their quaint leather jerkins glowing in the candlelight that shone down upon them from the chancel. High in the eastern wall, a great hole opened in the masonry, marking the savage burst of a shell. I could see where it had been partially filled with holly boughs. The men had gathered great quantities of the green for that purpose on Christmas Eve. Small bits of stained glass, all that was left of once beautiful windows, clung here and there to the twisted bands of lead that latticed the carved stonework of the arches. These windows in chancel, nave, and choir had been the glory of the church once, the offering of praise and devotion from the hand of some patient workman artist, who had fitted them together centuries ago, bit by bit, each glorious patch of color in its own appointed place, held there by the metal strips, the whole completed picture in its lace-like frame of chiseled stone and sharply pointed arch. Now they were gone, all their glory reduced to a few bright stars of vivid color that caught the morning glow and pierced the twilight of the nave with spears of light. The little church was gay with greens. All Christmas Eve the men of the battalion had been at work, some cutting the holly and dragging it in from the woodlands, others wading out into the waters of the marsh and climbing great poplars after mistletoe that grew in clusters high among the branches. Ivy had been gathered in long ropes and twined about the pillars of the nave. The altar, chancel, choir, and transepts all were fresh and gay with green. The very walls were hung with it, so that I had to look twice to see the shell-scarred plaster beneath or the tattered stations of the cross in their frames. An unforgettable scene. Cedar, spruce, holly, ivy, mistletoe, everywhere the Christmas greens, everywhere a clean, fresh breath of out-of-doors, until the old and broken church must have thought itself young again, must have stirred to feel within its walls a spirit of reverence that had already softened the scars of war, hiding them under the holly wreaths and garlands. The service was short and simple, just the singing of a few old carols, then the celebration of the Holy Communion. The fact that the form used followed that of the Episcopal Church made no difference whatever to the men of various denominations in the nave. It was curious to note how the broadening strain of battle, the common hardships and sacrifice, had done away with all feeling of sect. Later in the day other services were held at Revel and the villages round about, but in spite of more elaborate singing and the attendance of the regimental bands, the impressive effect of the carol service at dawn was lacking. The scene in that ruined church at Pavillers was one never to be forgotten, as the growing light sparkled through the remnants of old glass upon the crowded uniforms half hidden along the shadowy vaults of the aisles. It was a picture from the Middle Ages, accentuated by the white vestments of the clergyman standing high in the tapered chancel. Friend foe. Close by the church door, as we were leaving, I saw the men gathered round a granite boulder, a sort of rough monument. Evidently it had been placed there in the graveyard by the enemy during the period they had held the plain of Wavre. The inscription was carved boldly across the face of the rock in German. It read, "Whether it be friend or foe, in death alike united. To those who fell in defense of their fatherland, 1914. By curious coincidence, that monument of fellowship and forgiveness between foes, a rare enough thing in this war of bitter feeling and national hatred, stood in the very churchyard where for the first time in many months our men had a chance to attend divine service. Taken in connection with the ending of the war so few weeks before and the Christmas carols of peace and goodwill we had just sung, it went a great way toward showing us that some of the Huns, at least, had been men who could respect the dead and appreciate the sacrifices of patriotism regardless of country. A stadium of mud. By noon, the cheering effect of sunshine had long since departed, and Christmas Day returned to the usual drizzle of northern France. Had it been possible to produce more mud, or deeper mud, or sloppier mud, the Meuse Valley would undoubtedly have done so, but the limit had been reached some weeks before. The fields were utterly impassable. Where the ground had not been carved into huge shell craters full of water, it was just brown and yellow clay of a consistency that stuck to our hobnails and would not let go. This was bad enough, but it kept on increasing about our shoes so alarmingly at each step that we had to carry a stick and pry off great hunks of it every minute, or come to a standstill through lack of power to move our feet. The roads, what 4 years of war, lack of care, and the shell fire of a modern battle had left of them, were somewhat better. They were muddy, all right, but only to the depth of 2 or 3 inches, and the mud was of the soft and slushy variety, resting on more or less solid underpinnings. That was a great help, for we could slop along comfortably enough without being pulled to a halt. It is no exaggeration to say that we Americans had not known what mud could be like until we found it at its worst in the lowlands of the Meuse and Wavre. The plans for Christmas Day called for field sports in the afternoon. That seemed to be as near an approach to a real home Christmas as we could come under the circumstances. The prospects certainly were far from encouraging, but be it ever said to the credit of the American doughboy, he rose triumphant over all obstacles. The first problem was where to hold the sports. Very clearly we could not use the fields, for no one can run where he cannot walk, nor jump where he can scarcely crawl. In the end, we had to fall back upon the road. The 100-yard dash, the 220, the running broad jump, the high jump, potato race, sack race, 3-legged race, signal relay, Yorkshire wrestling, every last man in the outfit went in for something. Winners, led by the sergeant major, strove through the mud and rain against the dashers, captained by the first sergeant of brigade. The deeper the mud, the higher ran the rivalry. The harder struggled the men, until the shell-torn hollow, with its little ruin of Roville, echoed to the strangest cheers it had ever heard. The brigadier himself came down from his shack on the hillside, plowing through the mud and crawling round shell holes until he had reached a vantage point on the bank above the road. Here the man who had taken Grand Pré, and thus broken the keystone of German resistance in the Meuse-Argonne offensive, stood all afternoon in mist and driving rain, shouting encouragement to the racing men with the same spirit that had led him but a few weeks before to take a first-line battalion forward in person when it seemed impossible for anyone to advance. A mystery to the countryside French. As sports grew keener, our cheering and noise grew louder, the hip-hip hurrahs and 3x3s attracting the attention of what few French refugees and poilus were in the neighborhood. They stood for a while along the roadside, vainly trying to make out what it could all be about. It was too much for them, however. Clearly carol singing at dawn, then mad racing and leaping and tugging on a rope in the mud was beyond their ken. With significant shrugs and shaking of heads, they went away. They had put us down as mad, quite mad, but then all American soldiers seemed so to them, and it did not make much matter to us. We left them to their own celebration of the day with vin rouge, stewed rabbit, and snails. The games went on with even louder shouts and hip-hip hurrahs in the good old Anglo-Saxon way. Muddy fields make for fun. The best fun of all were the sack race and three-legged race, for they were run off in the fields, where the mud and slime and ponds that had been shell craters only added to the comedy. Such slipping and sliding and falling in the mire could not well be imagined. It seemed as though all the rain and soggy discomforts of the previous weeks had been but a preliminary setting of the stage, a preparing of the ground for the afternoon's fun. We could forgive the country of the Meuse a lot, even the mud somewhat, while we watched the comical antics of doughboys in gunny sacks, hopping, wobbling, sprawling head first over the course. It was a real course, too, in the way of hazards. Each contestant's friends and backers cheered him on his way with fervent cries and entreaties, one Irishman urging his favourite to "Lep to it like a man, for the love of God and County Mayo." The last two events in the games were a pie-eating contest and a tug-of-war. Sassaman from Missouri competed with Helm from Pennsylvania, and the man from Missouri won. Arms locked behind backs, both men knelt in the mud, the pies resting on the ground before them. At the word to begin, they bent over, and the race was on. It was an excellent and very practical demonstration of the value of chewing. Fletcher would have appreciated it keenly. Missouri's son went to work in slow and deadly earnest, chewing each hunk well and swallowing it before bobbing for another, while Pennsylvania's representative attempted to win by a spurt. That bolt was fatal to success, for before long he had bitten off more than he could chew in a very literal sense of the words. The tug-of-war and Yorkshire wrestling over, and the signal relay run far up the hillside and back, we left the muddy stretch of road and climbed to the little level where we had been billeted in shacks and dugouts vacated by the Germans during our advance in the last days of the war. We had begun long before to plan this Christmas, and its crowning feature was to be the dinner. Making a mess hall. There were two requisites for that, something to eat and a place to eat it in. Uncle Sam, all the home newspapers to the contrary, could not be counted on to furnish us much of either. Experience had taught us a lot, and, well, Corn Willie in the rain seemed but a poor substitute for the turkey and plum pudding of the old days. Consequently, we had begun work a fortnight before on our mess hall. There was, as a starter, a shack that combined the leaky roof partially knocked in by a shell with one end wall and glassless window. There were, beside, sufficient uprights to hold the sagging roof in place. That was all. The building had been started by the Germans but never completed. It looked hopeless, and very nearly was so. We built the mess hall nevertheless, thanks to the magic of salvage, the modern army substitute for Aladdin's lamp. The roof presented the most serious problem, as it never stopped raining on it and never could be expected to. We solved it finally by tearing away the badly splintered boards, replacing them by others salvaged from a nearby German dump, and covering the whole affair with a huge piece of water-soaked carpet that had once graced the village parlor. We battened it down with salvage nails and rope, for all the world like troop-ship hatches in a heavy sea. Strangely enough, it turned the weather in a way contrary to what we had dared expect. The walls were easy. Lumber was plentiful at the captured dump, and a 4-line team furnished transportation. Last of all came the question of windows, and that was a puzzler, for a pane of unbroken glass was rarer than hen's teeth in all that shell-crushed plain. The men were patient, however, and contrived to locate a sufficient quantity, searching for days throughout the shelters and dugouts that burrowed deep into the hillsides. Our carpenter was, by all odds, the hardest-working person at brigade, for while the other men were gathering material, he was always kept busy trying to hold up his end of the job, and he succeeded. On Christmas Eve, the last board had been nailed on the walls, and the last bench completed. We really had a mess hall that was worthy of the name. All afternoon we had lugged in the greens and hung them everywhere, until the rafters and unpainted walls were hidden under an amazing curtain of spruce boughs, pines, cedars, holly, mistletoe, and ivy. The old verse was literally true. Lo, Christmas Day is here at last. Let everyone be jolly. The posts are all with ivy dressed, and all the walls with holly. Rickety German trench stoves, about 2 feet high, stood in each corner. When they did not smoke too much, they kept the place comfortably warm, only threatening to burn us up at times, greens and all. Tara, the pride of the mess hall. Tara, the pride of the mess, stood in a cleared place at one end, apart from the long tables and benches we had built out from the walls. Tara was a piano, a war-scarred veteran. Tara by name, because having lost his entire front casing in action, he looked more like a harp than anything else, and, thanks to weakness in the legs, had to be leaned against the wall for support. Tara had fallen upon evil days before coming into our hands. Originally French, 4 years of German pounding had left their mark upon his keys. Then had come the Allied shelling, and Tara, with front board shot to splinters, had stood for many weeks, while the constant drizzle of the Meuse had soaked down upon him through the roofless jumble of stone that had been a house. The effect was that Tara's keys were mute, wedged solidly together, in fact, that is, until the trench stoves had got in their work. We had carried Tara with infinite trouble to the driest of our dugouts, the one where moisture only dripped from the roof at one end. Here we had surrounded him with trench stoves, all stoked to the limit and going full tilt, with a man specially detailed to keep up the fires. The keys, one at a time, had responded to this heroic treatment, until now, on Christmas Day, Tara had once more found his soul. Sending a truck across France. The problem of food had seemed overwhelming at first. We might well have been in some mountain fastness for all the free communication there was with the outside world. Such roads as there were presented more the appearance of quarries than anything else. Railways could not be considered. Our quartermaster depot had trouble enough in getting the very necessities of life out to us, let alone Christmas luxuries. Finally, we cut the Gordian knot by attempting the impossible and sending our little Ford truck all the way across France, from the ruined hills of Verdun on past Saint-Manuel and the little shell-torn forest of the Argonne, then east to the great Route Nationale and Paris. The brigade fund, helped out by a donation from the officers, had been put to good use, and few if any troops of the AEF, still standing by their arms on the old battle line, had a finer dinner than that we saw spread out before us as we entered the mess hall after our Christmas games. The men sat down on both sides of the rough boards that served as tables. When all had found a place, the general himself entered the room. He spoke but a few words, yet no man present, officer or private, will ever forget the scene. It was a soldier's greeting to soldiers. Just the man who had led in battle, wishing those of us who had served under him the best of luck and a Merry Christmas. He told us to remember the day, to keep it fresh in our minds as one Christmas that had been different. He closed with a word about our dead, those who had died, many hundreds of them, our own friends, not because their sacrifice had been necessary at all, but through lack of proper training and preparation in the years before. Every man who had faced death in battle knew that the general spoke the simple truth. A Christmas dinner surpassing all dreams. In contrast to our usual bully beef and potatoes, this Christmas dinner far surpassed anything that we had dreamed of. Turkey, yes, real American turkey, was there. Mashed potatoes, tomatoes, stewed corn, celery, apple pie. It would have been a credit to the best chef in New York, yet every bit of it had been fetched at unbelievable trouble all the way from Paris, then cooked in an open shed, where the rain dripped down through the holes in the roof upon the small field range that smoked and sputtered in the mud below. Cigars and cigarettes had reached us from the Y, together with a fine supply of candy. No one can appreciate just what that Christmas dinner really meant to us unless he realizes what had gone before. It sounds like the usual dinner at home, but one must remember that our surroundings were very far from usual. Aside from any of the fighting, any of the horrors of Montfaucon, Nanty-le-Roi, Vaudonville, Hill 378, and the rest, this Christmas dinner was the very first meal my men had been able to eat in 4 months, with a place to sit down together and a roof over them. Since September they had stood in line, day after day, under constant rain, waiting for each meal, usually well soaked and muddy. When their kits were filled, they had still stood, of necessity, in the rain, or found what uncomfortable shelter they could beneath some leaking shack or dugout pent. Now, on Christmas Day, we were in a warm room, sitting at tables, and a real feast laid out before us. There was no thought of a mess line. The cooks and kitchen police, though it meant far more work for them, would not hear of that. Volunteers hurried in with food, hot off the field range, and served it to us at the tables. In the spirit of the old song. It was really an old-fashioned feast, taking the late afternoon and a good part of the evening before coming to an end. Then it was that Terra came into play, finding his long-lost soul, as though it had never fled beneath the scourge of shrapnel and HE and endless rain. The more we hammered away at him, the looser grew his keys, until at last only a few notes stuck together at a time. Harry Lauder, Where the River Shannon Flows, even Rosie O'Grady. All the old songs of home and Christmas were sung over and over again. An occasional clog or jig, got up offhand, added to the fun. The players took turns, but Terra held out to the last, his blackened keys clicking and clacking away at a great rate, while all his mysterious insides jumped and jiggled about, exposed to public view in a scandalous way. Like everything else, Christmas came to an end at last. The mess hall was deserted, and Terra left leaning against the wall once more, as mute as his famous namesake. The trench stoves burned a while, then smoked themselves out. In the morning we had work before us, lots of it. Sudden orders had come in for a march to distant billets. 2 days after Christmas we made packs, and early in the morning marched away. The mess hall had been used just once. C'est la guerre. That was the last we ever saw of Reville, but the picture of our Christmas Day there in the rain and mud of that shell-torn hollow is one that will never fade. It proved, for one thing, that it takes a lot to down the doughboy. It takes more than war and hardship and a longing for home, since in the face of all these, from the little tree at dawn and the carols, on to the last cracked note from Terra, we had held our sports and made our feast with the best of them. As the old song says, keeping our Christmas merry still. End of celebrating Christmas on the Meuse.
The Cherry Tree Carol. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cherry Tree Carol by Unknown. As Joseph was a-walking, he heard an angel sing, "This night shall be the birth time of Christ the heavenly King. He neither shall be born in housen nor in hall, nor in the place of paradise, but in an ox's stall. He neither shall be clothed in purple nor in pall, but in the fair white linen that usen babies all. He neither shall be rocked in silver nor in gold, but in a wooden manger that resteth on the mold. As Joseph was a-walking, there did an angel sing, and Mary's child at midnight was born to be our King. Then be ye glad, good people, this night of all the year, and light ye up your candles, for his star it shineth clear. Old English. End of the Cherry Tree Carol.
Christmas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas by Leonard Larkin. Has anybody in these days seen such a thing as a wassail bowl? Nobody that I have questioned owns one, and if anybody did, I don't believe he'd know what to put into it. I inquire for wassail at the stores, regularly every Christmas, without the smallest success. I don't know where I first got the idea that wassail was a liquid, but it seems I was quite wrong. The young man on the wine and spirit floor didn't seem to have heard of it, and suggested the ironmongery department. The assistant in the ironmongery department was quite polite to me, but very indignant at the ignorance of the wine and spirit man, who, he protested, might have known that it was the greengrocery side that I wanted. The greengrocery young man told me that many people laboured under the vulgar error that wassail was a kind of tomato, but, as a matter of fact, it was a newly introduced sort of cheese. This information seemed to surprise the shopman at the cheese counter, who wouldn't be quite sure, but had an idea that the article I required was a waterproof blacking strongly recommended by the boot and shoe department. The young man in the boot and shoe department smiled scornfully, and assured me that as a matter of simple fact, wassail was the registered title of an improved double perambulator on a new principle. But, realizing that the perambulator would bring me to the ironmongery department once more, I flung my arms round the liftman's neck and implored to be carried out into the fresh air of the open street, where I might cool my brow against a friendly lamp-post. It is a bitter reflection that the plague of Christmas box hunters, though it may punish the guilty, will, nevertheless, fall equally on the righteous as on the unrighteous. Why should I fork out to the butcher's boy because his master has been charging me for English beef and giving me American at 14 ounces to the pound for a whole 12-month? Purely in gratitude for that pestiferous tune he whistles under my study window every morning, or merely because his dog fights all the neighbouring cats in my area? And who is the water company's turncock that he should blackmail me? The water company's turncock, that uniformed compromise between a railway porter and a parish beadle, who leans against one kitchen poker while he strolls leisurely round another. I don't want him to turn off my alleged constant supply in the hot weather. I would rather he left it alone. And now in the cold weather, grrr, must I pay for being reminded of cold water? I find it difficult to believe that once on a time nobody asked me for Christmas boxes, but some people, not many though, actually presented them to me. That was when I was a small boy and lived in a place where Christmas was kept in a very old-fashioned way. There was no actual wassail bowl. That is a thing I never expect to see. But we did have a Christmas log, which we might have called a Yule log if we had thought of it. It was a tough bit of timber, lighted each year by aid of the charred remains of the last. This custom of keeping the half-burned fag of the Christmas log till next year was very general in our part of the country, for it was well known to preserve the house from fire in the interval. But nowadays, such is the growth of luxury and extravagance that people substitute expensive insurance premiums for the economical expedient I remember. But to be effectual, the log must be preserved for the whole year. In the only house in our neighbourhood that was burned down in my time, the log was utterly destroyed in the fire, and so only lasted 4 months, which proves the rule to the mind of any reasonable person. The snapdragon was another of our mysterious rites which seems to be neglected now. Perhaps it is considered a sinful waste of a liquid which might so much more worthily be used for other purposes. Cleaning brass candlesticks, I think, was the use once recommended by a friend. But, reason or not, in these degenerate and effeminate days our hardy forefathers' fine old love of burnt fingers seems to have languished sadly. Even flapdragon is extinct, I believe, though that offered the sterner joy of burnt noses. Do you understand the rules of the fine old national sport of flapdragon? It was not a pursuit in favour with the wealthy and the great, and I doubt if ever a duke experienced the fierce delights of the sport. It was practised, in fact, among those lesser noblemen who were in the habit of drinking beer out of gallon cans, and were not always particular what else the can contained, so long as the beer was there. In the game of flapdragon the can contained, beside, or rather in the middle of, the beer, an upright candlestick with a piece of candle in it, a light, and anybody was at liberty to drink as much of the beer as he could. When the can was tilted a little way, the candle threw out a sort of hint, as it were, in the shape of a blob of hot grease, but the ardent sportsman never hesitated for a trifle like that, and, in fact, some sorts of candle were thought rather to improve the flavour of the beer. At least, when the grease fell into it direct, and not first by way of the sportsman's eye. In any case, the candle, tilted a little farther, followed up the hint bodily, and there was a sudden crisis in the proceedings, and a great complication of spilt beer, flaming candle and whiskers, scorched countenance, and hasty remarks. And so the dragon was successfully flapped to everybody's satisfaction. The waits still promote a healthy wakefulness, just as they did in my young days, but they charge for their supply of insomnia in a lump at the end of the contract now, instead of getting nightly instalments on the old plan. They have developed a distrustful habit of keeping well out in the middle of the road, so that the lavish old medieval largesse, distributed from a water jug, is going altogether out of fashion. But still, even in these basely utilitarian days, I have known a trombone to be suddenly overcome by choking emotion on the unexpected contribution of a bootjack to the fund. The carol singers, however, still take their pay in instalments, and as many instalments as they can get. I am speaking, of course, of the boys who sing on my front steps just when I take my after-dinner nap. There is nothing old-fashioned about these boys, nothing at all except the carol. In the old times the pretence was kept up that the payment was made for the singing instead of for the leaving off. But with the march of civilization and the advance of democracy, all these pedantic old forms are being swept away. It is a business-like age, and the carol singers, correspondingly business-like, leave off in the middle of a verse when the coppers, pennies I mean, not policemen, arrive, and scuttle off to catch another customer without delay. Silence being paid for, the article is delivered instantly, and no time is wasted in pretending that the money is paid for something else. Snow, too. Snow was another Christmas institution we seem to see more of in my younger days. We see it now, of course, but somehow it seems to dodge Christmas, and we have to imitate it with Epsom salts stuck on a Christmas card with gum. We get it sometimes, though, as I can remember a little while back. But stay, I think it was in 1886, and that is 16 years ago. If I don't look out I shall be letting out my age itself. I remember this particular Christmas day because I got most gloriously and seasonably snowed up on my way to a friend's in the country. My train was outrageously late, so that I missed connection at a junction, and was finally turned out into a pitiless white world at a roadside station 5 miles short of where my friend must have been waiting for hours in his dog-cart. There were no more trains, there was no inn, no vehicle, no dinner, nothing. nothing but a staring station master and a porter, who had most obviously, and offensively, had dinner at midday, my portmanteau, my rug, an umbrella, a stick, and a barrel of oysters. This last was intended as a little present for my host. The snow was actually feet deep. It dragged down miles of telegraph line and posts that night, and I had a barrel of oysters. I think the very bitterest and most hideous piece of irony I ever saw or heard of in my life was that barrel of oysters. On a freezing blizzard of a night like that, what possible item of human aliment could offer such agonizing mockery to a hungry derelict like me as a barrel of oysters? If only there had been nothing at all, I shouldn't have felt it quite so keenly. Life might have been sustained for a certain period on leather rug straps and the soap in my shaving box. Such things have been heard of in other Arctic explorations. But there, I won't talk of it any more. Think of it, dream of it, desolate man, as the poet didn't say. A barrel of oysters. You see, that all comes of talking about snow. I never hear snow mentioned without recalling that Christmas night and that diabolical barrel of oysters on the desolate, snow-laden platform of that desert railway station. But surely the anecdote is comforting to such of you as are sitting by a nice large fire with the Strand magazine and a pipe, and perhaps a glass of wassail mixture to clean the brass candlesticks with. I think if anything in this world could make a man grateful for his Christmas dinner, it would be to remember me on that swirling night with my icy, dripping barrel of oysters. Have you ever tried Christmas furmity? Probably not, nor have I. What is more, I feel as though I could rub along without it still. But in case anybody may be more venturesome than I, here is an old recipe which I have just been reading. Take fresh wheat and bray it in a mortar that the hulls be all gone off, and seethe it till it burst, and take it up and let it cool, and take clean fresh broth and sweet milk of almonds, or sweet milk of kine, and temper it all. And take the yolks of eggs, boil it a little, and set it down and mess it forth. Mess it forth is admirable, with fat venison or fresh mutton. There you are. You may temper it and mess it forth, and keep your own temper if you mess it more than you intend. But the venison or mutton may be left out. Personally, I should prefer leaving out the other things too, for the furmity may be regarded as complete without it. In that case you must add plenty of sugar. Yes, sugar is what it says in the book. Having done all this, you may do what you like with the result. I should think it would be rather a good idea to pitch it out of the window. Plum porridge seems to have been a more important thing even than furmity. It was, in fact, the original of the plum pudding that would ensure so many bilious attacks on the 25th of this month. If you would like to go back to the earlier fashion, plum porridge would seem to be easy enough to make. You take the raw materials of the present style of plum pudding, pitch them into the soup, and there you are. You can add anything else you fancy, from any part of the larder you please, I should judge, going by the different old recipes I have seen. A little salad, perhaps, a few sardines, half a pound of cheese, a pint of mustard, and a gallon of treacle might improve it, and anyway, couldn't make it much worse. If you think it wasteful to make pig's wash with it, or fire it at Christmas box hunters from an upper window, you may distribute it among the deserving poor. But in that case it will be well to avoid the neighbourhood of the deserving poor for some time afterwards. Perhaps, on the whole, however, you will prefer to keep your soup and your pudding on separate plates, in the feeble fashion of this later age. You will possibly be very nearly as ill after all, which is probably the main object. Our robuster great-grandfathers seem to have experienced some difficulty in summoning up a bilious attack worthy of so great an occasion, and, like the determined old heroes they were, they took heroic measures, and no doubt their desperate valour was crowned with success and sick headache. Pheasants drenched in ambergrease, we read, was another of the desperate expedients they tried, and I hope I shall never hear another phrase so provocative of deadly discomfort in the stomach. Ambergrease itself is terrible, with its horrid suggestions of the cleaning of an old briar pipe, and when I go for comfort to the dictionary, I find that ambergrease is a morbid secretion of the spermaceti whale. A morbid secretion of the spermaceti whale! Good heavens! After that, give me my houseless snowstorm, my rug straps, and my freezing barrel of oysters. There is one fine old British sport, by the way, first practised by Cromwell's soldiers 250 years ago, that is still regularly revived in many parishes at Christmas, though in a far feebler way than that practised by the Ironsides, who were not particular, either, as to what time of the year they indulged in the game. In those hearty days the implements were matchlocks, hammers, axes, picks, spades, brickbats, and clinkers, and ancient churches were the scenes of the diversion. Many a headless effigy, smashed carving, or vanished window gives witness to the weight of the merry pick or the deadly accuracy of the festive brickbat wielded by those pleasantly pious old saints. Nowadays the scene is still the church, but the feebler implements, except the hammers, are tin tacks, screws, staples, holly, and evergreen, and the noble sport is followed by curates and enthusiastic ladies. The up-to-date name for it is decorating the church, and notwithstanding the lack of picks and brickbats, it is surprising what a deal of ironsiding a healthy curate can get through in an hour with a box of nails and a hammer, flitting merrily from pulpit to rood screen and from altar rail to high-backed pew, sometimes by exception hitting an iron nail, more usually a thumb-nail, but in the majority of wax taking it out of oak panelling and carving an ancient plaster. One rule of the game is that the curate, being a curate, and, moreover, being in church, must not make any remark when his thumb gets it, but may relieve his feelings by an extra wild swipe at the consecrated fane. And a kind lady with a flaming wall text and a gallon of tin tacks can Cromwellize admirably, too, getting more twisted tacks into a square foot of old panelling than the inexperienced would believe it to be capable of holding. After Christmas there is a sort of return match, in which the curate and the ladies wield pincers, pliers, and tongs, much innocent rivalry being exhibited as to who can snatch out the nail with the most timber attached to it. The experienced find that the best results are obtained at this stage by the combined use of hammer and pincers, the hammer to knock the nail sideways first, and so ensure a handsome output of splinters at the final extraction. Thus healthy sport and respect for the antique are combined with a proper display of greengrocery on the occasion of the church's chief service of the year, while the curate and the young ladies are given an opportunity of leaving their marks for the admiration of posterity by the side of those of Jedediah Snuffletext and his comrades. And the sexton will say to visitors, "That there's where Cromwell's soldiers knocked the top off the font, and this here's where the curate drove a staple into a wooden angel's chest, and them chips and splinters is where the squire's niece put in a 4-inch screw with a good hard whang of the vestry poker, and there's a dispute about that there wooden figure on the tomb with half its head split off. Some says Puritans, and some says the last rector's sister with a big lump of holly and a bill-hook. I have heard of some poor-spirited rectors who are out of sympathy with this time-honoured sport, and who tyrannically insist that Christmas decorations must be tied up carefully with string. But there are not very many of them, let us hope, and even they have no legal right to search a lady's pocket for tin tacks. End of Christmas. Read by Garth Burton.
Christmas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. Christmas by Arthur Cleveland Cox, written in 1830. Hark, through the skies the glad anthem is ringing. The glory effulgent of heaven is shown. Angels of light, the loud chorus, are singing. Jehovah's dear Son, the Messiah, to own. Lo, the rude shepherds their flocks while attending, and wearied of watching, are startled with fright. For see, a bright angel in clouds is descending. All darkness gives place to a heavenly light. And hearken the message, good tidings I bring. The Savior long promised in Judah is born. O hasten to greet him and worship your King. Ere burst o'er the mountains the beams of the morn. And sudden, all heaven with melody fired, in rapt adoration the chorus prolong, and cherub and seraph with rapture inspired, the glad Alleluia attune in their song. The God in the highest all glory be given, and peace be to men of good will upon earth. For down his Redeemer is stooping from heaven. Rejoice, all ye lands, 'tis the morn of his birth. End of Christmas.
Christmas Bells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kylie6Q. Christmas Bells by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. I heard the bells on Christmas Day their old familiar carols play, and wild and sweet the words repeat of peace on earth, goodwill to men. And thought how, as the day had come, the belfries of all Christendom had rolled along the unbroken song of peace on earth, goodwill to men, till ringing, singing on its way, the world revolved from night to day. A voice, a chime, a chant sublime of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Then from each black accursed mouth the cannon thundered in the south, and with the sound the carols drowned of peace on earth, goodwill to men. It was as if earthquake rent the hearthstones of a continent, and made forlorn the households born of peace on earth, goodwill to men. And in despair I bowed my head. There is no peace on earth, I said, for hate is strong and mocks the song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Then pealed the bells more loud and deep. God is not dead, nor doth he sleep. The wrong shall fail, the right prevail, with peace on earth, goodwill to men. End of Christmas Bells.
A Christmas Dream. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Luchsinger. A Christmas Dream by Louisa May Alcott. A Christmas Dream and How It Came True. "I'm so tired of Christmas, I wish there never would be another one," exclaimed a discontented-looking little girl as she sat idly watching her mother arrange a pile of gifts 2 days before they were to be given. "Why, Effie, what a dreadful thing to say! You are as bad as old Scrooge, and I'm afraid something will happen to you as it did to him if you don't care for dear Christmas," answered Mamma, almost dropping the silver horn she was filling with delicious candies. "Who was Scrooge? What happened to him?" asked Effie, with a glimmer of interest in her listless face as she picked out the sourest lemon drop she could find, for nothing sweet suited her just then. "He was one of Dickens' best people, and you can read the charming story some day. He hated Christmas until a strange dream showed him how dear and beautiful it was, and made a better man of him." "I shall read it, for I like dreams, and I have a great many curious ones myself, but they don't keep me from being tired of Christmas," said Effie, poking discontentedly among the sweeties for something worth eating. "Why are you tired of what should be the happiest time of the year?" asked Mamma anxiously. "Perhaps I shouldn't be if I had something new, but it is always the same, and there isn't any more surprise about it. I always find heaps of goodies in my stocking. Don't like some of them and soon get tired of those I do like. We always have a great dinner and I eat too much and feel ill the next day. Then there is a Christmas tree somewhere with a doll on top or a stupid old Santa Claus and children dancing and screaming over bonbons and toys that break and shiny things that are of no use. Really, Mama, I've had so many Christmases all alike that I don't think I can bear another one. And Effie laid herself flat on the sofa as if the mere idea was too much for her. Her mother laughed at her despair, but was sorry to see her little girl so discontented when she had everything to make her happy and had known but 10 Christmas days. "Suppose we don't give you any presents at all. How would that suit you?" asked Mamma, anxious to please her spoiled child. "I should like one large and splendid one, and one dear little one, to remember some very nice person by," said Effie, who was a fanciful little body full of odd whims and notions, which her friends loved to gratify regardless of time, trouble, or money. For she was the last of 3 little girls and very dear to all her family. "Well, my darling, I will see what I can do to please you, and not say a word until all is ready. If I could only get a new idea to start with." And Mamma went on tying up her pretty bundles with a thoughtful face, while Effie strolled to the window to watch the rain that kept her indoors and made her dismal. "Seems to me poor children have better times than rich ones. I can't go out, and there is a girl about my age splashing along without any maid to fuss about rubbers and cloaks and umbrellas and colds. I wish I was a beggar girl." "Would you like to be hungry, cold, and ragged, to beg all day and sleep on an ash heap at night?" asked Mamma, wondering what would come next. "Cinderella did, and had a nice time in the end. This girl out here has a basket of scraps on her arm and a big old shawl all around her, and doesn't seem to care a bit, though the water runs out of the toes of her boots. She goes paddling along, laughing at the rain and eating a cold potato as if it tasted nicer than the chicken and ice cream I had for dinner. Yes, I do think poor children are happier than rich ones." "So do I sometimes. At the orphan asylum today I saw 24 merry little souls who have no parents, no home, and no hope of Christmas beyond a stick of candy or a cake. I wish you had been there to see how happy they were, playing with the old toys some richer children had sent them." "You may give them all of mine. I'm so tired of them I never want to see them again," said Effie, turning from the window to the pretty baby house full of everything a child's heart could desire. "I will, and let you begin again with something you will not tire of, if I can only find it." And Mamma knit her brows trying to discover some grand surprise for this child who didn't care for Christmas. Nothing more was said then, and wandering off to the library, Effie found A Christmas Carol, and curling herself up in the sofa corner, read it all before tea. Some of it she did not understand, but she laughed and cried over many parts of the charming story, and felt better without knowing why. All the evening she thought of poor Tiny Tim, Mrs. Cratchit with the pudding, and the stout old gentleman who danced so gaily that his legs twinkled in the air. Presently bedtime arrived. "Come now, and toast your feet," said Effie's nurse, "while I do your pretty hair and tell stories." "I'll have a fairy tale tonight, a very interesting one," commanded Effie, as she put on her blue silk wrapper and little fur-lined slippers to sit before the fire and have her long curls brushed. So Nursey told her best tales, and when at last the child lay down under her lace curtains, her head was full of a curious jumble of Christmas elves, poor children, snowstorms, sugar plums, and surprises. So it is no wonder that she dreamed all night, and this was the dream which she never quite forgot. She found herself sitting on a stone in the middle of a great field, all alone. The snow was falling fast, a bitter wind whistled by, and night was coming on. She felt hungry, cold, and tired, and did not know where to go nor what to do. "I wanted to be a beggar girl, and now I am one. But I don't like it, and wish somebody would come and take care of me. I don't know who I am, and I think I must be lost, thought Effie, with the curious interest one takes in one's self in dreams. But the more she thought about it, the more bewildered she felt. Faster fell the snow, colder blew the wind, darker grew the night, and poor Effie made up her mind that she was quite forgotten and left to freeze alone. The tears were chilled on her cheeks, her feet felt like icicles, and her heart died within her. So hungry, frightened, and forlorn was she. Laying her head on her knees, she gave herself up for lost, and sat there with the great flakes fast turning her to a little white mound, when suddenly the sound of music reached her, and starting up, she looked and listened with all her eyes and ears. Far away a dim light shone, and a voice was heard singing. She tried to run toward the welcome glimmer, but could not stir, and stood like a small statue of expectation while the light drew nearer and the sweet words of the song grew clearer. From our happy home through the world we roam 1 week in all the year, making winter spring with the joy we bring, for Christmastide is here. Now the eastern star shines from afar to light the poorest home. Hearts warmer grow, gifts freely flow, for Christmastide has come. Now gay trees rise before young eyes, abloom with tempting cheer. Blithe voices sing and blithe bells ring, for Christmastide is here. O happy chime, O blessed time, that draws us all so near. Welcome, dear day, all creatures say, for Christmastide is here. A child's voice sang, a child's hand carried a little candle, and in the circle of soft light it shed, Effie saw a pretty child coming to her through the night and snow. A rosy, smiling creature, wrapped in white fur, with a wreath of green and scarlet holly on its shining hair, the magic candle in one hand, and the other outstretched as if to shower gifts and warmly press all other hands. Effie forgot to speak as this bright vision came nearer, leaving no trace of footsteps in the snow, only lighting the way with its little candle and filling the air with the music of its song. "Dear child, you were lost, and I have come to find you," said the stranger, taking Effie's cold hands in his with a smile like sunshine, while every hollyberry glowed like a little fire. "Do you know me?" asked Effie, feeling no fear, but a great gladness at his coming. "I know all children, and go to find them, for this is my holiday, and I gather them from all parts of the world to be merry with me once a year." "Are you an angel?" asked Effie, looking for the wings. "No, I am a Christmas spirit, and live with my mates in a pleasant place, getting ready for our holiday, when we are let out to roam about the world, helping make this a happy time for all who will let us in. Will you come and see how we work?" "I will go anywhere with you. Don't leave me again," cried Effie gladly. "First, I will make you comfortable. That is what we love to do. You are cold, and you shall be warm. Hungry, and I will feed you. Sorrowful, and I will make you gay." With a wave of his candle, all three miracles were wrought. For the snowflakes turned to a white fur cloak and hood on Effie's head and shoulders. A bowl of hot soup came sailing to her lips, and vanished when she had eagerly drunk the last drop. And suddenly the dismal field changed to a new world so full of wonders that all her troubles were forgotten in a minute. Bells were ringing so merrily that it was hard to keep from dancing. Green garlands hung on the walls, and every tree was a Christmas tree full of toys and blazing with candles that never went out. In one place, many little spirits sewed like mad on warm clothes, turning off work faster than any sewing machine ever invented, and great piles were made ready to be sent to poor people. Other busy creatures packed money into purses and wrote checks which they sent flying away on the wind. A lovely kind of snowstorm to fall into a world below full of poverty. Older and graver spirits were looking over piles of little books, in which the records of the past year were kept, telling how different people had spent it and what sort of gifts they deserved. Some got peace, some disappointment, some remorse and sorrow, some great joy and hope. The rich had generous thoughts sent them, the poor gratitude and contentment. Children had more love and duty to parents, and parents renewed patience, wisdom, and satisfaction for and in their children. No one was forgotten. "Please tell me what splendid place this is," asked Effie, as soon as she could collect her wits after the first look at all these astonishing things. "This is the Christmas world, and here we work all the year round, never tired of getting ready for the happy day. See, these are the saints just setting off, for some have far to go, and the children must not be disappointed." As he spoke, the spirit pointed to 4 gates, out of which 4 great sleighs were just driving, laden with toys, while a jolly old Santa Claus sat in the middle of each, drawing on his mittens and tucking up his wraps for a long, cold drive. "Why, I thought there was only one Santa Claus, and even he was a humbug," cried Effie, astonished at the sight. "Never give up your faith in the sweet old stones, even after you come to see that they are only the pleasant shadow of a lovely truth." Just then the sleighs went off with a great jingling of bells and pattering of reindeer hoofs, while all the spirits gave a cheer that was heard in the lower world, where people said, "Hear the stars sing." "I never will say there isn't any Santa Claus again. Now show me more. You will like to see this place, I think, and may learn something here, perhaps." The spirit smiled as he led the way to a little door, through which Effie peeped into a world of dolls. Baby houses were in full blast, with dolls of all sorts going on like live people. Waxen ladies sat in their parlors elegantly dressed, black dolls cooked in the kitchens, nurses walked out with the bits of dollies, and the streets were full of tin soldiers marching, wooden horses prancing, express wagons rumbling, and little men hurrying to and fro. Shops were there, and tiny people buying legs of mutton, pounds of tea, mites of clothes, and everything dolls use or wear or want. But presently she saw that in some ways the dolls improved upon the manners and customs of human beings, and she watched eagerly to learn why they did these things. A fine Paris doll driving in her carriage took up a black worsted Dinah, who was hobbling along with a basket of clean clothes, and carried her to her journey's end, as if it were the proper thing to do. Another interesting China lady took off her comfortable red cloak and put it round a poor wooden creature done up in a paper shift, and so badly painted that its face would have sent some babies into fits. "Seems to me I once knew a rich girl who didn't give her things to poor girls. I wish I could remember who she was, and tell her to be as kind as that china doll," said Effie, much touched at the sweet way the pretty creature wrapped up the poor fright, and then ran off in her little gray gown to buy a shiny fowl stuck on a wooden platter for her invalid mother's dinner. We recall these things to people's minds by dreams. I think the girl you speak of won't forget this one. And the spirit smiled as if he enjoyed some joke which she did not see. A little bell rang as she looked, and away scampered the children into the red and green schoolhouse with the roof that lifted up, so one could see how nicely they sat at their desks with mites of books or drew on the inch-square blackboards with crumbs of chalk. They know their lessons very well, and are as still as mice. We make a great racket at our school, and get bad marks every day. I shall tell the girls they had better mind what they do, or their dolls will be better scholars than they are," said Effie, much impressed, as she peeped in and saw no rod in the hand of the little mistress, who looked up and shook her head at the intruder as if begging her to go away before the order of the school was disturbed. Effie retired at once, but could not resist one look in at the window of a fine mansion, where the family were at dinner. The children behaved so well at table, and never grumbled a bit when their mamma said they could not have any more fruit. "Now show me something else," she said, as they came again to the low door that led out of doll land. "You have seen how we prepare for Christmas. Let me show you where we love best to send our good and happy gifts, answered the spirit, giving her his hand again. I know, I've seen ever so many, began Effie, thinking of her own Christmases. No, you have never seen what I will show you. Come away and remember what you see tonight. Like a flash, that bright world vanished, and Effie found herself in a part of the city she had never seen before. It was far away from the gayer places, where every store was brilliant with lights and full of pretty things, and every house wore a festival air, while people hurried to and fro with merry greetings. It was down among the dingy streets where the poor lived, and where there was no making ready for Christmas. Hungry women looked in at the shabby shops, longing to buy meat and bread, but empty pockets forbade. Tipsy men drank up their wages in the bar rooms, and in many cold, dark chambers little children huddled under the thin blankets, trying to forget their misery in sleep. No nice dinners filled the air with savory smells. No gay trees dropped toys and bonbons into eager hands. No little stockings hung in rows beside the chimney-piece ready to be filled. No happy sounds of music, gay voices, and dancing feet were heard, and there were no signs of Christmas anywhere. "Don't they have any in this place?" asked Effie, shivering, as she held fast the spirit's hand, following where he led her. "We come to bring it. Let me show you our best workers." And the spirit pointed to some sweet-faced men and women who came stealing into the poorhouses, working such beautiful miracles that Effie could only stand and watch. Some slipped money into the empty pockets and sent the happy mothers to buy all the comforts they needed. Others led the drunken men out of temptation and took them home to find safer pleasures there. Fires were kindled on cold hearths, tables spread as if by magic, and warm clothes wrapped round shivering limbs. Flowers suddenly bloomed in the chambers of the sick. Old people found themselves remembered, sad hearts were consoled by a tender word, and wicked ones softened by the story of him who forgave all sin. But the sweetest work was for the children, and Effie held her breath to watch these human fairies hang up and fill the little stockings without which a child's Christmas is not perfect, putting in things that once she would have thought very humble presents, but which now seemed beautiful and precious because these poor babies had nothing. "That is so beautiful! I wish I could make merry Christmases as these good people do, and be loved and thanked as they are," said Effie softly, as she watched the busy men and women do their work and steal away without thinking of any reward but their own satisfaction. "You can if you will. I have shown you the way. Try it and see how happy your own holiday will be hereafter." As he spoke, the spirit seemed to put his arms about her and vanished with a kiss. "Oh, stay and show me more," cried Effie, trying to hold him fast. "Darling, wake up and tell me why you are smiling in your sleep," said a voice in her ear, and opening her eyes, there was Mamma bending over her and morning sunshine streaming into the room. "Are they all gone? Did you hear the bells? Wasn't it splendid?" she asked, rubbing her eyes and looking about her for the pretty child who was so real and sweet. "You have been dreaming at a great rate, talking in your sleep, laughing and clapping your hands as if you were cheering someone. Tell me what was so splendid," said Mamma, smoothing the tumbled hair and lifting up the sleepy head. Then, while she was being dressed, Effie told her dream, and Nursey thought it very wonderful. But Mamma smiled to see how curiously things the child had thought, read, heard, and seen through the day were mixed up in her sleep. "The spirit said I could work lovely miracles if I tried, but I don't know how to begin, for I have no magic candle to make feasts appear and light up groves of Christmas trees as he did," said Effie sorrowfully. "Yes, you have. We will do it. We will do it." And clapping her hands, Mamma suddenly began to dance all over the room as if she had lost her wits. "How? How? You must tell me, Mamma," cried Effie, dancing after her and ready to believe anything possible when she remembered the adventures of the past night. "I've got it! I've got it! The new idea! A splendid one if I can only carry it out. and Mama waltzed the little girl round till her curls flew wildly in the air, while Nursey laughed as if she would die. Tell me, shrieked Effie. No, it is a surprise, a grand surprise for Christmas Day, sung Mama, evidently charmed with her happy thought. Now, come to breakfast, for we must work like bees if we want to play spirits tomorrow. You and Nursey will go out shopping and get heaps of things, while I arrange matters behind the scenes. They were running downstairs as Mama spoke, and Effie called out breathlessly, It won't be a surprise, for I know you are going to ask some poor children here and have a tree or something. It won't be like my dream, for they had ever so many trees and more children than we can find anywhere. There will be no tree, no party, no dinner in this house at all, and no presents for you. Won't that be a surprise? And Mama laughed at Effie's bewildered face. Do it. I shall like it, I think, and I won't ask any questions, so it'll all burst upon me when the time comes, she said, and she ate her breakfast thoughtfully, for this really would be a new sort of Christmas. All that morning, Effie trotted after Nursey in and out of shops, buying dozens of barking dogs, woolly lambs, and squeaking birds, tiny tea sets, gay picture books, mittens and hoods, dolls and candy. Parcel after parcel was sent home, but when Effie returned she saw no trace of them, though she peeped everywhere. Nursey chuckled but wouldn't give a hint, and went out again in the afternoon with a long list of more things to buy, while Effie wandered forlornly about the house, missing the usual merry stir that went before the Christmas dinner and the evening fun. As for Mama, she was quite invisible all day, and came in at night so tired that she could only lie on the sofa to rest, smiling as if some very pleasant thought made her happy in spite of weariness. Is the surprise going on all right? Asked Effie anxiously, for it seemed an immense time to wait till another evening came. Beautifully, better than I expected, for several of my good friends are helping, or I couldn't have done it as I wish. I know you will like it, dear, and long remember this new way of making Christmas merry. Mama gave her a very tender kiss, and Effie went to bed. The next day was a very strange one, for when she woke there was no stocking to examine, no pile of gifts under her napkin, no one said Merry Christmas to her, and the dinner was just as usual to her. Mama vanished again, and Nursey kept wiping her eyes and saying, The dear things, it's the prettiest idea I ever heard of. No one but your blessed Ma could have done it. Do stop, Nursey, or I shall go crazy because I don't know the secret, cried Effie more than once, and she kept her eye on the clock, for at 7 in the evening the surprise was to come off. The longed-for hour arrived at last, and the child was too excited to ask questions when Nurse put on her cloak and hood, led her to the carriage, and they drove away, leaving their house the one dark and silent one in the row. I feel like the girls in the fairy tales who are led off to strange places and see fine things, said Effie in a whisper as they jingled through the gay streets. Ah, my dearie, it is like a fairy tale, I do assure you, and you will see finer things than most children will tonight. Steady now, and do just as I tell you, and don't say one word whatever, you see, answered Nursey, quite quivering with excitement as she patted a large box in her lap and nodded and laughed with twinkling eyes. They drove into a dark yard, and Effie was led through a back door to a little room where Nurse coolly proceeded to take off not only her cloak and hood, but her dress and shoes also. Effie stared and bit her lips, but kept still until out of the box came a little white fur coat and boots, a wreath of holly leaves and berries, and a candle with a frill of gold paper round it. A long "Oh!" escaped her then, and when she was dressed and saw herself in the glass, she started back, exclaiming, "Why, Nursey, I look like the spirit in my dream." "So you do, and that's the part you were to play, my pretty. Now whist, while I blind your eyes and put you in your place." "Shall I be afraid?" whispered Effie, full of wonder, for as they went out she heard the sound of many voices, the tramp of many feet, and, in spite of the bandage, was sure a great light shone upon her when she stopped. You needn't be. I shall stand close by, and your ma will be there." After the handkerchief was tied about her eyes, Nurse led Effie up some steps and placed her on a high platform where something like leaves touched her head, and the soft snap of lamps seemed to fill the air. Music began as soon as Nurse clapped her hands. The voices outside sounded nearer, and the tramp was evidently coming up the stairs. "Now, my precious, look and see how you and your dear ma have made a Merry Christmas for them that needed it." Off went the bandage, and for a minute Effie really did think she was asleep again, for she actually stood in a grove of Christmas trees, all gay and shining as in her vision. 12 on a side, in 2 rows down the room, stood the little pines, each on its low table, and behind Effie a taller one rose to the roof, hung with wreaths of popcorn, apples, oranges, horns of candy, and cakes of all sorts, from sugary hearts to gingerbread jumbos. On the smaller trees she saw many of her own discarded toys and those Nursey bought, as well as heaps that seemed to have rained down straight from that delightful Christmas country where she felt as if she was again. "How splendid! Who is it for? What is that noise? Where's Mamma?" cried Effie, pale with pleasure and surprise, as she stood looking down the brilliant little street from her high place. Before Nurse could answer, the doors at the lower end flew open, and in marched 24 little blue-gowned orphan girls, singing sweetly until amazement changed the song to cries of joy and wonder as the shining spectacle appeared. While they stood staring with round eyes at the wilderness of pretty things about them, Mamma stepped up beside Effie, and holding her hand fast to give her courage, told the story of the dream in a few simple words, ending in this way. "So my little girl wanted to be a Christmas spirit too, and make this a happy day for those who had not as many pleasures and comforts as she has. She likes surprises, and we planned this for you all. She shall play the good fairy and give each of you something from this tree, after which every one will find her own name on a small tree and can go to enjoy it in her own way. March by, my dears, and let us fill your hands." Nobody told them to do it, but all their hands were clapped heartily before a single child stirred. Then one by one they came to look up wonderingly at the pretty giver of the feast as she leaned down to offer them great yellow oranges, red apples, bunches of grapes, bonbons, and cakes, till all were gone, and a double row of smiling faces turned toward her as the children filed back to their places in the orderly way that they had been taught. Then each was led to her own tree by the good ladies who had helped Mamma with all their hearts, and the happy hubbub that arose would have satisfied even Santa Claus himself. Shrieks of joy, dances of delight, laughter and tears, for some tender little things could not bear so much pleasure at once, and sobbed with mouths full of candy and hands full of toys. How they ran to show one another the new treasures! How they peeped and tasted, pulled and pinched, until the air was full of queer noises, the floor covered with papers, and the little trees left bare of all but candles. "I don't think heaven can be any gooder than this," sighed one small girl as she looked about her in a blissful maze, holding her full apron with one hand while she luxuriously carried sugar plums to her mouth with the other. "Is that a truly angel up there?" asked another, fascinated by the little white figure with the wreath on its shining hair, who in some mysterious way had been the cause of all this merrymaking. "I wish I dared to go and kiss her for this splendid party," said a lame child, leaning on her crutch as she stood near the steps, wondering how it seemed to sit in a mother's lap, as Effie was doing while she watched the happy scene before her. Effie heard her, and remembering Tiny Tim, ran down and put her arms about the pale child, kissing the wistful face, as she said sweetly, "You may, but Mamma deserves the thanks. She did it all. I only dreamed about it." Lame Katy felt as if a truly angel was embracing her, and could only stammer out her thanks, while the other children ran to see the pretty spirit, and touch her soft dress, until she stood in a crowd of blue gowns, laughing as they held up their gifts for her to see and admire. Mama leaned down and whispered one word to the older girls, and suddenly they all took hands to dance round Effie, singing as they skipped. It was a pretty sight, and the ladies found it hard to break up the happy revel, but it was late for small people, and too much fun is a mistake. So the girls fell into line and marched before Effie and Mama again to say good night with such grateful little faces that the eyes of those who looked grew dim and with tears. Mama kissed every one, and made a hungry childish heart felt as if the touch of those tender lips was their best gift. Effie shook so many small hands that her own tingled, and when Katy came she pressed a small doll into Effie's hand, whispering, "You didn't have a single present, and we had lots. Do keep that, it's the prettiest thing I got." "I will," answered Effie, and held it fast until the last smiling face was gone, the surprise all over, and she safe in her own bed, too tired and happy for anything but sleep. "Mama, it was a beautiful surprise, and I thank you so much. I don't see how you did it, but I like it best of all the Christmases I ever had, and mean to make one every year. I had my splendid big present, and here is the dear little one to keep for love of poor Katy, so even that part of my wish came true." And Effie fell asleep with a happy smile on her lips, her one humble gift still in her hand, and a new love for Christmas in her heart that never changed through a long life spent in doing good. End of A Christmas Dream.
Christmas Eve by Charlotte Druitt Toll, and for LibriVox.org by 5-year-old Munchie. In Christmas Eve, the little stars sparkle and glisten with delight, like strings of glittering diamonds across the darkness of the night. On Christmas Eve, the little stars dance in their places in the sky. Ah, I would go and trip with them if I could only climb as high. On Christmas Eve, the little stars sing merry carols all night long, but oh, I am so far away I cannot even hear their song. On Christmas Eve, the little stars sparkle and dance and sing till dawn, and I am singing too because tomorrow will be Christmas morn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Christmas Eve with Bruin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. Christmas Eve with Bruin by Frances Clare. It was Christmas Eve, long, long ago, and the good folks of Nancy were fast asleep in their beds, dreaming doubtless of the coming festival of the morrow. And very peaceful was the sleep of the citizens of this old French town, for they knew that the gates of their city were closed, and that it was securely guarded against the foe. But outside the fast-shut portals stood one who could not sleep, although he was very weary, and hungry, and footsore, for he had no place wherein to rest. The sleepless one was a little lad, an Italian musician, with a wistful face, and dark, earnest eyes which were full of tears, as indeed they might be, for Carlo Cavarelli had hoped to reach Nancy before its gates were shut. He had hoped to earn a Christmas cake and a night's lodging by his skilful lute-playing and his sweet singing. But alas, he had arrived too late. And as he looked wistfully up to the starry sky, he exclaimed, "Oh, I wish that I could spend tomorrow in heaven, with father and mother and darling Domenica. Oh, how I wish that last Christmas Eve could come again." Ah, no wonder the little wanderer thought sorrowfully of that Christmas Eve, for then he had come down from the mountains with his father, Sebastian, the shepherd, and they twain had played sweet, simple music in the classic streets of Rome. Then he had bought for his little sister, his pretty, dear Domenica, a picture of the manger of Bethlehem.
Now, father, mother, and little sister slept side by side in a cypress-shaded graveyard, for the ruthless fever had wrecked his home, not sparing even one of his loved ones. Therefore it was that he stood, a wanderer and an exile, houseless and homeless, in a foreign land, on the blessed Christmas Eve. At once he recalled the last dying words of his mother. "Carlo," she had said, "my own little Carlo, you are poor, and you will be very lonely. Dangers and difficulties will surround you, but never forget, my beloved, never forget that God is helper of the helpless." Comforted by the remembrance of these words, Carlo knelt down on the frosty ground and prayed that his heavenly Father would help him or take him to those loved ones for whom he grieved. But there came no immediate response to his petition. All was outwardly the same after he had prayed as it had been before. The starry heavens did not open. No burning, fiery chariot appeared as it did to the prophet in the days of old to bear him upward, and yet the lonely lad's prayer was both heard and answered. Before kneeling down to pray, Carlo placed his beloved lute at some little distance from him on the ground, and when he rose from his knees and went to take up his lute again, he perceived the mouth of a large hole or pit, which was surrounded by a low wooden palisading. The wind had risen, and poor thinly clad Carlo, who was very cold, thought that it would be warmer down in the pit than it was on the surface of the earth. So he slung his lute round his neck, climbed over the railing, and slid gently down into the pit. The first thing he did on reaching the bottom was to look round him, in order to see in what kind of lodgings he was going to pass the remainder of his Christmas Eve, and, by the faint silvery light of the moon, he saw a large straw-covered den, or hole, at the far end of which lay some kind of animal, a big dog, seemingly, for it was rough-looking and curled up into the semblance of a huge ball. "What is that, I wonder?" said Carlo to himself. "It looks like a big dog. Could I have fallen into a dog-kennel? What strange folks these citizens of Nancy must be. In Italy we do not shut our dogs out. We keep them inside to guard our homes, but they seem to keep theirs outside. I suppose they think the dogs will keep strangers away. They haven't kept me away, though. I wonder if it's safe to stay here. I hope the creature isn't savage." But it was warm and sheltered there, in the straw, and poor Carlo's limbs were so tired, and his eyeballs ached so for want of rest, that his heavy eyelids drooped over his weary eyes, and he curled himself up in a corner and slept. And lo, in his dreams, all his household treasures were restored to him. He was at home in his mountain village once again. The clear wood fire was burning on the hearth. His mother was baking cakes. His father was telling him beautiful tales. His little sister was playing with her dog. This was Carlo's happy Christmastide dream. And in his sleep the little wanderer smiled. But the happiest dreams must come to an end, as well as the happiest days, and after a time Carlo awoke. And he saw that the big dog was also awake, for it had come from its corner and was sitting up not far from Carlo. "Poor old fellow," said the boy, holding out his hand. But the animal did not in any way respond, nor did it growl as a savage dog might have done. Carlo peered through the dim light and wondered more and more what it could be. Presently it reared itself on its hind legs and looked at Carlo, and, as it did, the little musician saw that the strange animal was a bear. Yes, actually a brown bear, with shaggy coat and small, deep-set, blinking eyes. "Oh, dear!" he cried. "What shall I do? Pray, come and help me." But nobody came, for nobody heard his cries. The citizens of Nancy were fast asleep in their warm, soft beds. They were not thinking of the bear pit, which their town, in common with many others in the Middle Ages, kept outside its gates, and Carlo was left alone with Bruin. Alone with Bruin. And the Preferari were playing in the streets of Rome, as the child and his father had once played in the days which were no more. Alone with Bruin, and in the eternal city many a lad was singing pastorals as Carlos once had sung them, with a clear, unfaltering, lark-like voice. Alone with Bruin, and great fear took possession of the poor boy's mind, for the bear began to approach him, cunningly and stealthily, surely though slowly. In an agony of terror he began to move backwards step by step until he stood close against the wall of the well-like pit, and there was no more space in which to stir. But with great effort he fastened his gaze steadily on Bruin, who, in his turn, kept his evil-looking little eyes fixed on Carlo, as if to say, "You won't run away from me, my lad. I am Ursus, the public bear of Nancy, and I can hug as well as climb poles, and only one of my hugs means death." Great drops of perspiration stood on Carlo's brow, and as he pressed himself against the grey stone wall, he felt with his feet for a piece of bread, or a bone, or something with which he might mollify his foe, or at least gain some respite from the death which seemed to await him. And while he was doing this, Bruin gave a low, deep-chested growl, which made the little musician start as the thunder of cannon could not have done. For to him that growl said, "Die," and his trembling arms hung helplessly by his side, and his head drooped forward on his breast. For although a brave heart beat within that young bosom, the boy could not endure the sight of the animal coming towards him, its forepaws extended in order to draw him into its embrace, that terrible embrace from which he could never hope to be set free except by death. But as, in his despair, he closed his eyes, he thought once more of his mother's words, "God arms the helpless," and as he murmured a prayer, there suddenly flashed across his mind the recollection of having seen a performing bear dance clumsily to the sound of a rough instrument played by its master. His lute! It had often purchased him a meal and a night's lodging. Would it help him now? Once more hope sprung up in his heart, and taking the lute in his trembling fingers, he played, in the darkness of that gloomy place, more sweetly than he had ever done in the fresh air and the bright sunlight, for his whole soul was in his music. Bruin's angry growls ceased, and he gazed with astonishment on the unwelcome intruder who was producing these strange sounds. Presently he came forward again, and once more Carlo's heart beat loud and fast, but at that moment he espied a large piece of cake close to his foot. He took it up and threw it to the farthest end of the den. The bear stopped, looked after the cake, then at Carlo, who had begun to play again. Then Bruin ambled to the other side of the den and sniffed at the cake, but did not eat it. And then, to Carlo's unspeakable delight, it curled itself round and seemed to go to sleep again. Now, the truth was that Mr. Bruin had had a very hearty meal that day, and had been, besides, so plentifully supplied with cakes and bread and honey by the holiday-makers that, I think, he really felt too lazy to do any harm to the poor lad who had so unwittingly come to disturb his slumbers. Though safe for the moment, Carlo felt all danger was not yet over, but that he must watch unceasingly till morning. Just think for a moment what a weary watch was that of the boy musician. Think how he watched for the stars to disappear. Think how he welcomed the daylight, he to whom it had always before come too soon, and now how long it seemed in coming. But when he looked upwards and saw that at last it was light, he found that weakness and terror had made his voice almost inaudible, for although he cried, "Help! Help! Good people, help!" as loud as he could, his voice sounded low and feeble even to himself, and no one heard him, no one came. So once more he took up his lute and played, hoping that its melody might reach farther than his voice could do. As it happened, the captain of the guard, who was strolling round the top of the bear pit, heard the sound, and stopped in amazement to listen. "This is strange," he muttered to himself. "I have heard of many prodigies, but never of a musical bear." And as he spoke, the officer leant over the low palisading, and bent his head downwards to listen. All at once the music ceased, and a plaintive cry for aid arose, and the captain leant still farther forward and peered down into the den. And lo! At the bottom he saw Bruin, and cowering in a corner was a form which seemed to be that of a little lad. Then he hasted away and summoned some of the guard. "Hasten! Gilbert and Ralph!" he cried. "Hasten, my men! A child, if I mistake not, is down in yonder bear pit, and we must try to bring him up alive." So the good-natured soldiers hurried, and in a very short time Carlo was drawn by means of ropes up from the pit, and the good people of Nancy came in crowds to see the boy who had lodged on Christmas Eve with Ursus, the public bear, and whom Ursus, strange to say, had not hurt in any way. And Carlo had a beautiful Christmas day, after all, for the worthy Messire Dumoulin, the mayor of Nancy, took him into his house and made much of him. And the little exile felt no longer a wanderer and a stranger when he sat in the mayor's parlour, by the great stone hearth, on which such an immense souche de Noël, or Yuletide log, blazed cheerily, and he played sweet melodies on his lute, and ate rich sugared dainties which Marie Desmoulins, the mayor's bright-faced little daughter, gave him. And later on, when Christmas Day was over, when Carlo rested his wearied limbs once more on a bed, a soft, white bed, he thought of his midnight watch with Bruin, and also of the kindness which these citizens of Nancy had shown him, and felt far happier than he had ever expected to be. There is little more to tell of Carlo, only this. When the king heard of Carlo's marvellous escape, he sent for him to his court, and the little musician pleased him greatly, and became one of the royal choristers. But his good fortune did not stop there. As years passed, he advanced more and more in life, and when he grew to be a man and became choir-master, he married pretty Marie, the daughter of the kind mayor of Nancy, and he never forgot him to whom he prayed, and who helped him in his extremity. And in time to come he had children of his own, little boys and girls, who never wearied, on wintry nights or summer afternoons, of hearing how their father had spent Christmas Eve with Bruin. End of Christmas Eve with Bruin.
The Christmas Goblins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MamaPhish. The Christmas Goblins by Charles Dickens. In an old abbey town, a long, long while ago, there officiated as sexton and gravedigger in the churchyard one Gabriel Grubb. He was an ill-conditioned, cross-grained, surly fellow who consorted with nobody but himself and an old wicker bottle which fitted into his large, deep waistcoat pocket. A little before twilight one Christmas Eve, Gabriel shouldered his spade, lighted his lantern, and betook himself toward the old churchyard, for he had a grave to finish by next morning, and feeling very low, he thought it might raise his spirits, perhaps, if he went on with his work at once. He strode along until he turned into the dark lane which led to the churchyard, a nice, gloomy, mournful place into which the townspeople did not care to go except in broad daylight. Consequently, he was not a little indignant to hear a young urchin roaring out some jolly song about a Merry Christmas. Gabriel waited until the boy came up, then rapped him over the head with his lantern 5 or 6 times to teach him to modulate his voice. And as the boy hurried away with his hand to his head, Gabriel Grubb chuckled to himself and entered the churchyard, locking the gate behind him. He took off his coat, put down his lantern, and getting into an unfinished grave, worked at it for an hour or so with right good will. But the earth was hardened with the frost, and it was no easy matter to break it up and shovel it out. At any other time, this would have made Gabriel very miserable, but he was so pleased at having stopped the small boy singing that he took little heed of the scanty progress he had made when he had finished work for the night, and looked down into the grave with grim satisfaction, murmuring as he gathered up his things, "Brave lodgings for one, brave lodgings for one, a few feet of cold earth when life is done." "Ho, ho!" he laughed as he set himself down on a flat tombstone, which was a favourite resting place of his, and drew forth his wicker bottle. "A coffin at Christmas! A Christmas box! Ho, ho, ho!" "Ho, ho, ho!" repeated a voice close beside him. "It was the echoes," said he, raising the bottle to his lips again. "It was not," said a deep voice. Gabriel started up and stood rooted to the spot with terror, for his eyes rested on a form that made his blood run cold. Seated on an upright tombstone close to him was a strange, unearthly figure. He was sitting perfectly still, grinning at Gabriel Grubb with such a grin as only a goblin could call up. "What do you here on Christmas Eve?" said the goblin sternly. "I came to dig a grave, sir," stammered Gabriel. "What man wanders among graves on such a night as this?" cried the goblin. "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" screamed a wild chorus of voices that seemed to fill the churchyard. "What have you got in that bottle?" said the goblin. "Hollands, sir," replied the sexton, trembling more than ever, for he had bought it of the smugglers, and he thought his questioner might be in the excise department of the goblins. "Who drinks Hollands alone and in a churchyard on such a night as this?" "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" exclaimed the wild voices again. "And who, then, is our lawful prize?" exclaimed the goblin, raising his voice. The invisible chorus replied, "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" "Well, Gabriel, what do you say to this?" said the goblin, as he grinned a broader grin than before. The sexton gasped for breath. "What do you think of this, Gabriel?" It's very curious, sir. Very curious, sir, and very pretty," replied the sexton, half dead with fright. "But I think I'll go back and finish my work, sir, if you please." "Work!" said the goblin. "What work?" "The grave, sir." "Oh, the grave, eh? Who makes graves at a time when other men are merry, and takes a pleasure in it?" Again the voices replied, "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" "I'm afraid my friends want you, Gabriel," said the goblin. "Under favor, sir," replied the horror-stricken sexton. "I don't think they can. They don't know me, sir. I don't think the gentlemen have ever seen me." "Oh, yes, they have. We know the man who struck the boy in the envious malice of his heart because the boy could be merry and he could not." Here the goblin gave a loud, shrill laugh, which the echoes returned 20-fold. I am afraid I must leave you, sir," said the sexton, making an effort to move. "Leave us?" said the goblin. "Ho, ho, ho!" As the goblin laughed, he suddenly darted toward Gabriel, laid his hand upon his collar, and sank with him through the earth. And when he had time to fetch his breath, he found himself in what appeared to be a large cavern, surrounded on all sides by goblins, ugly and grim. "And now," said the king of the goblins, seated in the center of the room on an elevated seat, his friend of the churchyard, "show the man of misery and gloom a few of the pictures from our great storehouses." As the goblin said this, a cloud rolled gradually away and disclosed a small and scantily furnished but neat apartment. Little children were gathered round a bright fire, clinging to their mother's gown or gambolling around her chair. A frugal meal was spread upon the table, and an elbow chair was placed near the fire. Soon the father entered, and the children ran to meet him. As he sat down to his meal, the mother sat by his side, and all seemed happiness and comfort. "What do you think of that?" said the goblin. Gabriel murmured something about its being very pretty. "Show him some more," said the goblin. Many a time the cloud went and came, and many a lesson it taught to Gabriel Grubb. He saw that men who worked hard and earned their scanty bread were cheerful and happy, and he came to the conclusion it was a very respectable sort of a world after all. No sooner had he formed it than the cloud closed over the last picture seemed to settle on his senses and lull him to repose. One by one the goblins faded from his sight, and as the last one disappeared, he sank to sleep. The day had broken when he awoke and found himself lying on the flat gravestone with the wicker bottle empty by his side. He got on his feet as well as he could, and, brushing the frost off his coat, turned his face toward the town. But he was an altered man. He had learned lessons of gentleness and good nature by his strange adventures in the Goblins' Cavern. End of the Christmas Goblins.
A Christmas Star by Catherine Pyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ccroke. A Christmas Star by Catherine Pyle. "Come now, my dear little stars," said Mother Moon, "and I will tell you the Christmas story." Every morning for a week before Christmas, Mother Moon used to call all the little stars around her and tell them a story. It was always the same story, but the stars never wearied of it. It was the story of the Christmas star, the Star of Bethlehem. When Mother Moon had finished the story, the little stars always said, "And the star is shining still, isn't it, Mother Moon, even if we can't see it?" And Mother Moon would answer, "Yes, my dears, only now it shines for men's hearts instead of their eyes." Then the stars would bid the Mother Moon good night, and put on their little blue nightcaps and go to bed in the sky chamber. For the stars' bedtime is when people down on the earth are beginning to waken and see that it is morning. But that particular morning, when the little stars said good night and went quietly away, one golden star still lingered beside Mother Moon. "What is the matter, my little star?" asked the Mother Moon. "Why don't you go with your little sisters?" "Oh, Mother Moon," said the golden star, "I am so sad. I wish I could shine for someone's heart like that star of wonder that you tell us about." "Why? Aren't you happy up here in the sky country?" asked Mother Moon. "Yes, I have been very happy," said the star. "But tonight it seems just as if I must find some heart to shine for." "Then if that is so," said Mother Moon, "the time has come, my little star, for you to go through the wonder entry." "The wonder entry? What is that?" asked the star. But the Mother Moon made no answer. Rising, she took the little star by the hand and led it to a door that it had never seen before. The Mother Moon opened the door, and there was a long, dark entry. At the far end was shining a little speck of light. "What is this?" asked the star. "It is the wonder entry, and it is through this that you must go to find the heart where you belong," said the Mother Moon. Then the little star was afraid. It longed to go through the entry as it had never longed for anything before, and yet it was afraid and clung to the Mother Moon. But very gently, almost sadly, the Mother Moon drew her hand away. "Go, my child," she said. Then, wandering and trembling, the little star stepped into the wonder entry, and the door of the sky house closed behind it. The next thing the star knew, it was hanging in a toy shop with a whole row of other stars, blue and red and silver. It itself was gold. The shop smelled of evergreen and was full of Christmas shoppers, men and women and children, but of them all the star looked at no one but a little boy standing in front of the counter. For as soon as the star saw the child, it knew that he was the one to whom it belonged. The little boy was standing beside a sweet-faced woman in a long black veil, and he was not looking at anything in particular. The star shook and trembled on the string that held it, because it was afraid lest the child would not see it, or lest, if he did, he would not know it as his star. The lady had a number of toys on the counter before her, and she was saying, "Now I think we have presents for everyone. There's the doll for Lou, and the game for Ned, and the music box for May, and then the rocking horse and the sled." Suddenly, the little boy caught her by the arm. "Oh, Mother," he said. He had seen the star. "Well, what is it, darling?" asked the lady. "Oh, Mother, just see that star up there. I do wish I had it." "Oh, my dear, we have so many things for the Christmas tree," said the mother. "Yes, I know, but I do want the star," said the child. "Very well," said the mother, smiling. "Then we will take that too." So the star was taken down from the place where it hung and wrapped up in a piece of paper, and all the while it thrilled with joy, for now it belonged to the little boy. It was not until the afternoon before Christmas, when the tree was being decorated, that the golden star was unwrapped and taken out from the paper. "Here is something else," said the sweet-faced lady. "We must hang this on the tree. Paul took such a fancy to it that I had to get it for him. He will never be satisfied unless we hang it on too." "Oh, yes," said someone else who was helping to decorate the tree. "We will hang it here on the very top." So the little star hung on the highest branch of the Christmas tree. That evening, all the candles were lighted on the Christmas tree, and there were so many that they fairly dazzled the eyes. And the gold and silver balls, the fairies, and the glass fruits shone and twinkled in the light. And high above them all shone the golden star. At 7 o'clock a bell was rung, and then the folding doors of the room where the Christmas tree stood were thrown open, and a crowd of children came trooping in. They laughed and shouted and pointed and all talked together, and after a while there was music, and presents were taken from the tree and given to the children. How different it all was from the great, wide, still sky house. But the star had never been so happy in all its life, for the little boy was there. He stood apart from the other children, looking up at the star, with his hands clasped behind him, and he did not seem to care for the toys and the games. At last it was all over. The lights were put out, the children went home, and the house grew still. Then the ornaments on the tree began to talk among themselves. "So that is all over," said a silver ball. "It was very gay this evening, the gayest Christmas I remember." "Yes," said a glass bunch of grapes, "the best of it is over. Of course, people will come to look at us for several days yet, but it won't be like this evening." "And then I suppose we'll be laid away for another year," said a paper fairy. "Really, it seems hardly worth while. Such a few days out of the year, and then to be shut up in the dark box again. I almost wish I were a paper doll." The bunch of grapes was wrong in saying that people would come to look at the Christmas tree the next few days, for it stood neglected in the library, and nobody came near it. Everybody in the house went about very quietly, with anxious faces, for the little boy was ill. At last, one evening, a woman came into the room with a servant. The woman wore the cap and apron of a nurse. "That is it," she said, pointing to the golden star. The servant climbed up on some steps and took down the star and put it in the nurse's hand, and she carried it out into the hall and upstairs to a room where the little boy lay. The sweet-faced lady was sitting on the bed, and as the nurse came in, she held out her hand for the star. "Is this what you wanted, my darling?" she asked, bending over the little boy. The child nodded and held out his hands for the star, and as he clasped it, a wonderful, shining smile came over his face. The next morning, the little boy's room was very still and dark. The golden piece of paper that had been the star lay on a table beside the bed, its 5 points very sharp and bright. But it was not the real star, any more than a person's body is the real person. The real star was living and shining now in the little boy's heart, and it had gone out with him into a new and more beautiful sky country than it had ever known before. The sky country where the little child angels live, each one carrying in its heart its own particular star. End of A Christmas Star.
A Christmas Tree and a Wedding This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. A Christmas Tree and a Wedding by Fyodor Dostoevsky. The other day I saw a wedding, but no, I'd better tell you about the Christmas tree. The wedding was nice, I liked it very much, but the other incident was better. I don't know how it was that, looking at that wedding, I thought of that Christmas tree. This was what happened. Just 5 years ago, on New Year's Eve, I was invited to a children's party. The giver of the party was a well-known and businesslike personage, with connections, with a large circle of acquaintances, and a good many schemes on hand, so that it may be supposed that this party was an excuse for getting the parents together and discussing various interesting matters in an innocent, casual way. I was an outsider. I had no interesting matter to contribute, and so I spent the evening rather independently. There was another gentleman present who was, I fancied, of no special rank or family, and who, like me, had simply turned up at this family festivity. He was the first to catch my eye. He was a tall, lanky man, very grave and very correctly dressed. But one could see that he was in no mood for merrymaking and family festivity. Whenever he withdrew into a corner, he left off smiling and knitted his bushy black brows. He had not a single acquaintance in the party except his host. One could see that he was fearfully bored, but that he was valiantly keeping up the part of a man perfectly happy and enjoying himself. I learned afterwards that this was a gentleman from the provinces, who had a critical and perplexing piece of business in Petersburg, who had brought a letter of introduction to our host, for whom our host was, by no means con amore, using his interest, and whom he had invited out of civility to his children's party. He did not play cards, cigars were not offered him, everyone avoided entering into conversation with him, most likely recognizing the bird from its feathers, and so my gentleman was forced to sit the whole evening stroking his whiskers simply to have something to do with his hands. His whiskers were certainly very fine, but he stroked them so zealously that, looking at him, one might have supposed that the whiskers were created first, and the gentleman only attached to them in order to stroke them. In addition to this individual, who assisted in this way at our host's family festivity, he had 5 fat, well-fed boys. I was attracted too by another gentleman, but he was quite of a different sort. He was a personage. He was called Yulian Mastakovich. From the first glance one could see that he was an honored guest, and stood in the same relation to our host as our host stood in relation to the gentleman who was stroking his whiskers. Our host and hostess said no end of polite things to him, waited on him hand and foot, pressed him to drink, flattered him, brought their visitors up to be introduced to him, but did not take him to be introduced to anyone else. I noticed that tears glistened in our host's eyes when he remarked about the party, that he had rarely spent an evening so agreeably. I felt as it were frightened in the presence of such a personage, and so, after admiring the children, I went away into a little parlor, which was quite empty, and sat down in an arbor of flowers which filled up almost half the room. The children were all incredibly sweet, and resolutely refused to model themselves on the grown-ups, regardless of all the admonitions of their governesses and mammas. They stripped the Christmas tree to the last sweetmeat in the twinkling of an eye, and had succeeded in breaking half the playthings before they knew what was destined for which. Particularly charming was a black-eyed, curly-headed boy who kept trying to shoot me with his wooden gun, but my attention was still more attracted by his sister, a girl of 11, quiet, dreamy, pale, with big, prominent, dreamy eyes, exquisite as a little Cupid. The children hurt her feelings in some way, and so she came away from them to the same empty parlor in which I was sitting, and played with her doll in the corner. The visitors respectfully pointed out her father, a wealthy contractor, and someone whispered that 300,000 rubles were already set aside for her dowry. I turned round to glance at the group who were interested in such a circumstance, and my eye fell on Julian Mastakovich, who, with his hands behind his back and his head on one side, was listening with the greatest attention to these gentlemen's idle gossip. Afterwards, I could not help admiring the discrimination of the host and hostess in the distribution of the children's presents. The little girl, who had already a portion of 300,000 rubles, received the costliest doll. Then followed presents diminishing in value in accordance with the rank of the parents of these happy children. Finally, the child of lowest degree, a thin, freckled, red-haired little boy of 10, got nothing but a book of stories about the marvels of nature and tears of devotion, etc., without pictures or even woodcuts. He was the son of a poor widow, the governess of the children of the house, an oppressed and scared little boy. He was dressed in a short jacket of inferior nankin. After receiving his book, he walked round the other toys for a long time. He longed to play with the other children, but did not dare. It was evident that he already felt and understood his position. I love watching children. Their first independent approaches to life are extremely interesting. I noticed that the red-haired boy was so fascinated by the costly toys of the other children, especially by a theater in which he longed to take some part, that he made up his mind to sacrifice his dignity. He smiled and began playing with the other children. He gave away his apple to a fat-faced little boy who had a mass of goodies tied up in a pocket handkerchief already, and even brought himself to carry another boy on his back, simply not to be turned away from the theater. But an insolent youth gave him a heavy thump a minute later. The child did not dare to cry. Then the governess, his mother, made her appearance, and told him not to interfere with the other children's playing. The boy went away to the same room in which was the little girl. She let him join her, and the two set to work very eagerly dressing the expensive doll. I had been sitting more than half an hour in the ivy arbor, listening to the little prattle of the red-haired boy and the beauty with the dowry of 300,000, who was nursing her doll, when Julian Mastakovich suddenly walked into the room. He had taken advantage of the general commotion following a quarrel among the children to step out of the drawing-room. I had noticed him a moment before talking very cordially to the future heiress's papa, whose acquaintance he had just made, of the superiority of one branch of the service over another. Now he stood in hesitation, and seemed to be reckoning something on his fingers. 300, 300, he was whispering. 11, 12, 13, and so on. 16, 5 years. Supposing it is at 4%, 5 times 12 is 60. Yes, to that 60. Well, in 5 years we may assume it will be 400. Yes, but he won't stick to 4%, the rascal. He can get 8 or 10. Well, 500, let us say. 500 at least, that's certain. Well, say a little more for frills. His hesitation was at an end. He blew his nose and was on the point of going out of the room when he suddenly glanced at the little girl and stopped short. He did not see me behind the pots of greenery. It seemed to me that he was greatly excited. Either his calculations had affected his imagination or something else, for he rubbed his hands and could hardly stand still. This excitement reached its utmost limit when he stopped and bent another resolute glance at the future heiress. He was about to move forward, but first looked round. Then, moving on tiptoe, as though he felt guilty, he advanced towards the children. He approached with a little smile, bent down and kissed her on the head. The child, not expecting this attack, uttered a cry of alarm. "What are you doing here, sweet child?" he asked in a whisper, looking round and patting the girl's cheek. "We are playing." "Ah, with him?" Julian Mastakovich looked askance at the boy. "You had better go into the drawing-room, my dear," he said to him. The boy looked at him open-eyed and did not utter a word. Yulian Mastakovich looked round him again, and again bent down to the little girl. "And what is it you've got? A dolly, dear child?" he asked. "Yes, a dolly," answered the child, frowning, and a little shy. "A dolly. And do you know, dear child, what your dolly is made of?" "I don't know," the child answered in a whisper, hanging her head. "It's made of rags, darling. You had better go into the drawing-room to your playmates, boy," said Yulian Mastakovich, looking sternly at the boy. The boy and the girl frowned and clutched at each other. They did not want to be separated. "And do you know why they gave you that doll?" asked Yulian Mastakovich, dropping his voice to a softer and softer tone. "I don't know. Because you have been a sweet and well-behaved child all week." At this point, Yulian Mastakovich, more excited than ever, speaking in most dulcet tones, asked at last, in a hardly audible voice, choked with emotion and impatience, "And will you love me, dear little girl, when I come and see your papa and mamma?" Saying this, Yulian Mastakovich tried once more to kiss the dear little girl. But the red-haired boy, seeing that the little girl was on the point of tears, clutched her hand and began whimpering from sympathy for her. Yulian Mastakovich was angry in earnest. "Go away! Go away from here! Go away!" he said to the boy. "Go into the drawing-room. Go in there to your playmates." "No, he needn't. He needn't. You go away," said the little girl. "Leave him alone. Leave him alone," she said, almost crying. Someone made a sound at the door. Yulian Mastakovich instantly raised his majestic person and took alarm, but the red-haired boy was even more alarmed than Yulian Mastakovich. He abandoned the little girl, and, slinking along by the wall, stole out of the parlor into the dining-room. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yulian Mastakovich, too, went into the dining-room. He was as red as a lobster, and, glancing into the looking-glass, seemed to be ashamed at himself. He was perhaps vexed with himself for his impetuosity and hastiness. Possibly he was at first so much impressed by his calculations, so inspired and fascinated by them, that in spite of his seriousness and dignity, he made up his mind to behave like a boy, and directly approach the object of his attentions, even though she could not be really the object of his attentions for another 5 years at least. I followed the estimable gentleman into the dining-room, and there beheld a strange spectacle. Yulian Mastakovich, flushed with vexation and anger, was frightening the red-haired boy, who, retreating from him, did not know where to run in his terror. "Go away! What are you doing here? Go away, you scamp! Are you after the fruit here, eh? Get along, you naughty boy! Get along, you sniveller, to your playmates!" The panic-stricken boy in his desperation tried creeping under the table. Then his persecutor, in a fury, took out his large batiste handkerchief and began flicking it under the table at the child, who kept perfectly quiet. It must be observed that Yulian Mastakovich was a little inclined to be fat. He was a sleek, red-faced, solidly built man, paunchy, with thick legs, what is called a fine figure of a man, round as a nut. He was perspiring, breathless, and fearfully flushed. At last he was almost rigid. So great was his indignation and perhaps, who knows, his jealousy. I burst into loud laughter. Yulian Mastakovich turned round and, in spite of all his consequence, was overcome with confusion. At that moment from the opposite door our host came in. The boy crept out from under the table and wiped his elbows and his knees. Yulian Mastakovich hastened to put to his nose the handkerchief, which he was holding in his hand by one end. Our host looked at the three of us in some perplexity, but as a man who knew something of life and looked at it from a serious point of view, he at once availed himself of the chance of catching his visitor by himself. "Here, this is the boy," he said, pointing to the red-haired boy, "for whom I had the honor to solicit your influence." "Ah," said Yulian Mastakovich, who had hardly quite recovered himself. "The son of my children's governess," said our host, in a tone of a petitioner. "A poor woman, the widow of an honest civil servant, and therefore, Yulian Mastakovich, if it were possible—" "Oh, no, Yulian Mastakovich made haste to answer. "No, excuse me, Philip Alexeyevich, it's quite impossible. I have made inquiries. There's no vacancy, and if there were, there are 20 applicants who have far more claim than he. I am very sorry, very sorry." "What a pity," said our host. "He is a quiet, well-behaved boy." "A great rascal, as I notice," answered Yulian Mastakovich, with a nervous twist of his lip. "Get along, boy. Why are you standing there? Go to your playmates," he said, addressing the child. At that point he could not contain himself, and glanced at me out of one eye. I, too, could not contain myself, and laughed straight in his face. Yulian Mastakovich turned away at once, and in a voice calculated to reach my ear, asked who was that strange young man. They whispered together and walked out of the room. I saw Yulian Mastakovich afterwards shaking his head incredulously as our host talked to him. After laughing to my heart's content, I returned to the drawing-room. There the great man, surrounded by fathers and mothers of families, including the host and hostess, were saying something very warmly to a lady to whom he had just been introduced. The lady was holding by the hand the little girl, with whom Yulian Mastakovich had had the scene in the parlor a little while before. Now he was launching into praises and raptures over the beauty, the talents, the grace, and the charming manners of the charming child. He was unmistakably making up to the mamma. The mother listened to him almost with tears of delight. The father's lips were smiling. Our host was delighted at the general satisfaction. All the guests, in fact, were sympathetically gratified. Even the children's games were checked that they might not hinder the conversation. The whole atmosphere was saturated with reverence. I heard afterwards the mamma of the interesting child, deeply touched, beg Yulian Mastakovich, in carefully chosen phrases, to do her the special honor of bestowing upon them the precious gift of his acquaintance, and heard with what unaffected delight Yulian Mastakovich accepted the invitation, and how afterwards the guests, dispersing in different directions, moving away with the greatest propriety, poured out to one another the most touching, flattering comments upon the contractor, his wife, his little girl, and above all, upon Yulian Mastakovich. "Is that gentleman married?" I asked, almost aloud, of one of my acquaintances who was standing nearest to Yulian Mastakovich. Yulian Mastakovich flung a searching and vindictive glance at me. "No," answered my acquaintance, chagrined to the bottom of his heart by the awkwardness of which I had intentionally been guilty. I passed lately by a certain church. I was struck by the crowd of people in carriages. I heard people talking of the wedding. It was a cloudy day. It was beginning to sleet. I made my way through the crowd at the door and saw the bridegroom. He was a sleek, well-fed, round, paunchy man, very gorgeously dressed up. He was running fussily about, giving orders. At last the news passed through the crowd that the bride was coming. I squeezed my way through the crowd and saw a marvelous beauty, who could scarcely have reached her first season. But the beauty was pale and melancholy. She looked preoccupied. I even fancied that her eyes were red with recent weeping. The classic severity of every feature of her face gave a certain dignity and seriousness to her beauty. But through that sternness and dignity, through that melancholy, could be seen the look of childish innocence, something indescribably naive, fluid, youthful, which seemed mutely begging for mercy. People were saying that she was only just 16. Glancing attentively at the bridegroom, I suddenly recognized him as Yulian Mastakovich, whom I had not seen for 5 years. I looked at her. My God! I began to squeeze my way as quickly as I could out of the church. I heard people saying in the crowd that the bride was an heiress, that she had a dowry of 500,000 and a trousseau worth ever so much. It was a good stroke of business, though, I thought, as I made my way into the street. End of A Christmas Tree and a Wedding.
The Damsel Donn'd her Kirtle Sheen by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. The Damsel Donn'd her Kirtle Sheen by Sir Walter Scott. The damsel donned her kirtle sheen, the hall was dressed with holly green. Forth to the wood did merry men go, to gather in the mistletoe. Then opened wide the baron's hall, to vassal, tenant, serf, and all. Power laid his rod of rule aside, and ceremony doffed his pride. The heir with roses in his shoes that night might village partner choose. The lord underogating share the vulgar game of post and pair. All hailed with uncontrolled delight, and general voice the happy night, that to the cottage as the crown brought tidings of salvation down. The fire with well-dried logs supplied went roaring up the chimney wide. The huge hall table's oaken face, scrubbed till it shone, the day to grace, bore then upon its massive board no mark to part the squire and lord. Then was brought in the lusty brawn by old blue-coated serving-man. Then the grim boar's head frowned on high, crested with bay and rosemary. Well can the green-garbed ranger tell how, when, and where the monster fell, what dogs before his death he tore, and all the baiting of the boar. The wassail round, in good brown bowls, garnished with ribbons, blithely trolls. There the huge sirloin reeked, hard by plum porridge stood, and Christmas pie. Nor failed old Scotland to produce, at such high tide her savoury goose. Then came the merry maskers in, and carols roared with blithesome din. If unmelodious was the song, it was a hearty note and strong. Who lists may in their mumming see traces of ancient mystery. White shirts supplied the masquerade, and smutted cheeks the visors made. But oh, what maskers richly dight can boast of bosoms half so light? England was merry England when old Christmas brought his sports again. 'Twas Christmas broached the mightiest ale, 'twas Christmas told the merriest tale. A Christmas gambol oft could cheer the poor man's heart through half the year. End of The Damsel Donn'd her Kirtle Sheen.
The Gift of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Gift of Love by Georgine Faulkner. It was a cold night for that part of the world, and the shepherds who were out watching their flocks upon the hillside drew their heavy cloaks about them. They had built a campfire to give them warmth, and as they sat in a group about the bright blaze, they told stories to each other. "You speak of the coming of the king, grandsire," said a young shepherd boy eagerly as he leaned toward an old man who was talking. "Tell us more about the king." "Yes, boy," answered the old man. "I will tell you the tale as my mother told it to me. Long, long ago, there was a shepherd boy named David, who wandered on these very hills near Bethlehem, keeping watch over his father's sheep. David heard the story of the promised king who was to be sent from God to rule over all his people. And David was so happy that he played upon his harp, and as he led the sheep through the green pastures and beside the still waters, he sang of God as the heavenly shepherd. When David grew up to be a man, he became a king, and wore royal robes and a golden crown upon his head, and he ruled over all the people. After David came King Solomon, and no king could rival the grandeur of his palace and court. Since then many kings have ruled over us, but the promised king has not come upon earth, and the songs of David have not yet been fulfilled."
"Oh, how I wish that I might see the king,"
said the boy earnestly. "You are a young boy, and who knows, maybe you will live to see the time when these prophecies come true. But I am old and weary with waiting and working, and I may never live to see the promised king. Yet I know that the word of God will come true, and that he will send his only beloved Son to rule the earth."
As the wind whistled over the hillside, the sheep huddled more closely together. "Our little lambs will suffer with the cold," said the shepherd boy. "No," answered his father. "Look at the way the mother sheep lie closely about them, protecting the lambs with their warm bodies. No, the old sheep may feel the chill wind, but they will not let their babies suffer." "Just look at my little baby lamb," said the boy. "See, it is curled up snugly by its mother. Oh, I do hope that no harm will come to it, for it is the tiniest lamb of the flock, and I love it. Do you know, father, I call it Snow White, for it is like the white snow which we sometimes see on the far distant mountain peaks."
"Come, boy," said the father, "you have rested all day, so you watch the flock and the fire for a time, and I will lie down here by grandsire and take a nap."
The boy lay upon the ground, looking at the campfire smoke curling up toward the sky. Then he looked at the sleeping shepherd stretched out upon the ground, and as his eyes rested on the old man, he remembered the story and said softly, "How I should like to see that king." The cold wind seemed to die down, and the clouds went across the sky like a flock of scurrying sheep, leaving the stars twinkling brightly in the dark blue vault of the heavens. "How beautiful it is, and how still," he said. He looked down again at the group of sleeping shepherds, and then he looked at the sleeping sheep. As he watched, he saw his little lamb stir uneasily. "Poor little baby, poor little Snow White. I believe that it is lonely. I will hold it under my warm coat and protect it while the mother sheep sleeps." And so the boy lifted the baby lamb in his strong arms, and opening his coat, he held it closely in his bosom, while the mother sheep slept peacefully by his side. The boy forgot to watch the fire, and it soon flickered and went out. He felt a strange chill over all the land, and it was so still, so very still, that he wished the men would awaken, or that one of the sheep would bleat, but he felt lonely and afraid, and he knew not why. Suddenly he saw a bright light flashing through the heavens. Was he asleep or dreaming? He sat up and rubbed his eyes. No, the light was coming nearer and nearer, down toward the earth. Then he saw that the sheep were stirring uneasily, and he heard them bleating, for they were frightened from their sleep. The shepherds, too, were awakening. "What is the meaning of this strange light?" said one. "Has a star fallen from the sky?" asked another. "See, this golden cloud of glory resting over us. It's so dazzling bright that I dare not look upon it." The shepherds seized their staffs, and some of them covered their faces with their cloaks, for they were very frightened. The old man went down upon his knees and looked up reverently, while the boy stood motionless, gazing spellbound at the radiant vision. For as they watched, they saw in this cloud of golden glory a beautiful angel who came down to the earth, and stood upon the hillside among them. When they saw this messenger from God, the shepherds trembled with fear, and the angel said, "Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swathing clothes, lying in a manger." And as the angel ceased speaking, suddenly the heavens opened, and there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, who were singing and praising God, saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men." Then the bright light was gone, and the startled shepherds looked up long and earnestly toward the sky.
Truly, it was a message from God, said the shepherd as he bowed his white head. God has sent us this angel to tell us that the promised king has come. But the angel said that the babe was wrapped in swathing clothes and lying in a manger, questioned the boy. Is it not strange for a prince to come to such a lowly palace? Yes, said the old man, it seems strange, but we know that he is truly the gift of love from God, his only son who has been promised to us, for lo, these many years. I thank God that my old eyes have been permitted to see this heavenly vision. Come, we must go in haste to find him. What gift of love shall we carry to the king, grandsire? Whispered the boy. The most precious thing we own, answered the old man, that which we love the best. But we shepherds have no gold nor silver nor sparkling gems fit for a king, said one of the shepherds. What then can we carry to this child? I know, said the boy, as he looked lovingly down upon the little lamb which he was still holding in his strong young arms. We can give this lamb, Snow White. It is the purest and whitest little lamb from our flock. I love it, and it is the best we have to offer, and surely the good Father in heaven knows that we are bringing our gift of love to the king. The boy is right, said the old man. This baby lamb, the purest of the flock, is truly our gift of love. And so the shepherds went in haste down the hillside, the boy holding in his arms the baby lamb. Once it bleated softly, "Meh," as though it called its mother, and the boy seemed to hear the mother sheep on the hillside calling out, "Bah!" as though she were calling her baby. Poor mother sheep, she'll be grieving for her little one, said the boy to himself. But if she could only understand, she would be glad to give her lamb to the king. At last they reached the little town of Bethlehem, and they came to a low stable built upon the hillside, and there they found their king, a tiny babe wrapped in swathing clothes, as the angel had said, and lying in a manger. They saw the cattle standing near, and Joseph watching over the Holy Mother Mary and the Heavenly Child. This was no palace home. There were no royal robes of state, but the shepherds knew that the words of the angel were true, and that this babe was their promised king. The heavenly light was streaming from the face of the Holy Child, and the shepherds covered their faces, for they could not look upon its radiance. Then they fell upon their knees and worshipped the child, and thanked God that the gift of love had been given to all the waiting world. The boy looked on with wondering eyes. Then he held out the little lamb, and the babe smiled into the eyes of the boy, and stretched out his tiny hands as though he would take the lamb. And the boy sank slowly down upon his knees by the babe, and placed at his feet the tiniest lamb from the flock, a gift of love for the Christ child. End of The Gift of Love.
The Gift of the Magi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. $1.87. That was all. And 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted it, $1.87, and the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl. So Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the home is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home. A furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly beggar description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letter box into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity when its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Now, when the income was shrunk to $20, though, they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim, and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended to her cheeks with the powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at the gray cat walking a gray fence in a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him. Something fine and rare and sterling. Something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you have seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now, there were two possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out the window some day to dry, just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed, just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made itself almost a garment for her. And then she did it up again nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket. On went her old brown hat. With a whirl of skirts and with the brilliant sparkles still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped, the sign read, Madame Sophronie, hair goods of all kinds. One flight up Della ran, and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked the Sophronie. "Will you buy my hair?" asked Della. "I buy hair," said Madame. "Take your hat off, and let's have a sight at the looks of it." Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practised hand. "Give it to me quick," said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him, quietness and value. The description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly, on account of the old leather strap that he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons and lighted the gas and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love. Which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes, her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, long, carefully, and critically. "If Jim doesn't kill me," she said to herself, "before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock the coffee was made and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair away down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit of saying a little silent prayer about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, "Please, God, make him think I am still pretty." The door opened, and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat, and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly with that peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling," she cried, "don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful, nice gift I've got for you." "You've cut off your hair?" asked Jim laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact yet, even after the hardest mental labor. "Cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well, anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone?" he said, with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. "It's sold, I tell you. Sold and gone, too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered," she went on with sudden serious sweetness, "but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance, Jim seemed quickly to wake. He enfolded his Della. For 10 seconds let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1 million a year, what is the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later on. Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it upon the table. "Don't make any mistake, Dell," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or a shampoo that could make me like my girl any less. but if you'll unwrap that package, you may see why you had me going a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper, and then an ecstatic scream of joy, and then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs, the set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in a Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoiseshell with jeweled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least hope of possession. And now they were hers, but the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leaped up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull, precious metal seemed to flash with a reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," he said, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now suppose you put the chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. End of The Gift of the Magi.
Die Hirten von Peter Cornelius. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Hirten wachen im Feld. Nacht ist rings auf der Welt. Wach sind die Hirten alleine im Haine. Und ein Engel so licht grüßet die Hirten und spricht: Christ, das Heil aller Frommen, ist kommen. Engel singen umher, Gott im Himmel sei Ehr, und den Menschen hienieden sei Frieden. Eilen die Hirten fort, eilen zum heilgen Ort, beten an in den Windlein das Kindlein. Ende von Die Hirten von Peter Cornelius.
How the Fir Tree Became the Christmas Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How the Fir Tree Became the Christmas Tree by Aunt Heed in Kindergarten Magazine. This is the story of how the fir tree became the Christmas tree. At the time when the Christ child was born, all the people, the animals, and the trees and plants were very happy. The child was born to bring peace and happiness to the whole world. People came daily to see the little one, and they always brought gifts with them. There were 3 trees standing near the crypt which saw the people, and they wished that they too might give presents to the Christ child. The palm said, "I will choose my most beautiful leaf and place it as a fan over the child." "And I," said the olive, "will sprinkle sweet-smelling oil upon his head." "What can I give the child?" asked the fir, who stood near. "You!" cried the others. "You have nothing to offer him. Your needles would prick him, and your tears are sticky." So the poor little fir tree was very unhappy, and it said, "Yes, you are right. I have nothing to offer the Christ child." Now quite near the trees stood the Christmas angel, who had heard all that the trees had said. The angel was sorry for the fir tree, who was so lowly and without envy of the other trees. So when it was dark, and the stars came out, he begged a few of the little stars to come down and rest upon the branches of the fir tree. They did as the Christmas angel asked, and the fir tree shone suddenly with a beautiful light. And at that very moment the Christ child opened his eyes, for he had been asleep, and as the lovely light fell upon him he smiled. Every year people keep the dear Christmas child's birthday by giving gifts to each other. And every year, in remembrance of his first birthday, the Christmas angel places in every house a fir tree also. Covered with starry candles, it shines for the children as the stars shone for the Christ child. The fir tree was rewarded for his meekness, for to no other tree is it given to shine upon so many happy faces. End of How the Fir Tree Became the Christmas Tree. Read by Gila Freeberg. Napa, October 27th, 2025.
Is There a Santa Claus? By Francis Pharcellus Church. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Is there a Santa Claus? We take pleasure in answering at once, and thus prominently, the communication below, expressing at the same time our great gratification that its faithful author is numbered among the friends of the Sun. Dear Editor, I am 8 years old. Some of my little friends say there is no Santa Claus. Papa says, if you see it in the sun, it's so. Please tell me the truth. Is there a Santa Claus? Signed, Virginia O'Hanlon, 115 West 95th Street. Virginia, your little friends are wrong. They have been affected by the skepticism of a skeptical age. They do not believe except they see. They think that nothing can be which is not comprehensible by their little minds. All minds, Virginia, whether they be men's or children's, are little. In this great universe of ours, man is a mere insect, an ant in his intellect, as compared with the boundless world about him, as measured by the intelligence capable of grasping the whole of truth and knowledge. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. He exists as certainly as love and generosity and devotion exist. And you know that they abound and give to your life its highest beauty and joy. Alas, How dreary would be the world if there were no Santa Claus! It would be as dreary as if there were no Virginias. There would be no childlike faith then, no poetry, no romance to make tolerable this existence. We should have no enjoyment except in sense and sight. The eternal light with which childhood fills the world would be extinguished. Not believe in Santa Claus? You might as well not believe in fairies. You might get your papa to hire men to watch in all the chimneys on Christmas Eve to catch Santa Claus. But even if you did not see Santa Claus coming down, what would that prove? Nobody sees Santa Claus, but that is no sign that there is no Santa Claus. The most real things in the world are those that neither children nor men can see. Did you ever see fairies dancing on the lawn? Of course not, but that's no proof that they are not there. Nobody can conceive or imagine all the wonders there are unseen and unseeable in the world. You tear apart the baby's rattle and see what makes the noise inside. But there is a veil covering the unseen world, which not the strongest man, nor even the united strength of all the strongest men that ever lived could tear apart. Only faith, poetry, love, romance can push aside that curtain and view and picture the supernal beauty and glory beyond. Is it all real? Ah, Virginia, in all this world there is nothing else real and abiding. No Santa Claus. Thank God he lives, and lives forever. 1,000 years from now, Virginia, nay, 10 times 10,000 years from now, he will continue to make glad the heart of childhood. Signed, Francis B. Church, editor of the New York Sun, 1897. End of Is There a Santa Claus? Read by Ron Altman.
Kriss Kringle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. Kriss Kringle by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. Just as the moon was fading amid her misty rings, and every stocking was stuffed with childhood's precious things, old Kriss Kringle looked around and saw on the elm tree bough high hung an oriole's nest, silent and empty now. Quite like a stocking, he laughed, pinned up there on the tree. Little I thought the birds expected a present from me. Then old Kriss Kringle, who loves a joke as well as the best, dropped a handful of flakes in the oriole's empty nest. End of Kriss Kringle.
Christmas 1914. Letters from the Front. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Viera. Christmas 1914. Letters from the Front. From the Daily Press. Letter 1. Last night, Christmas Eve, was the weirdest stunt I have ever seen. All day the Germans had been sniping industriously with some success, but after sunset they started singing, and we replied with carols. Then they shouted, "Happy Christmas!" to us, and some of us replied in German. It was a topping moonlight night, and we carried on long conversations and kept singing to each other and cheering. Later, they asked us to send one man out to the middle, between the trenches, with a cake, and they would give us a bottle of wine. Hunt went out, and 5 of them came out and gave him the wine, cigarettes, and cigars. After that, you could hear them for a long time calling from halfway, "Englishman, come here!" So 1 or 2 more of our chaps went out and exchanged cigarettes, etc., and they all seemed decent fellows. Letter 2. We had quite a sing-song last night, Christmas Eve, says one writer. The Germans gave a song, and then our chaps gave them one in return. A German that could speak English, and some others, came right up to our trenches, and we gave them cigarettes and papers to read, as they never get any news, and then we let them walk back to their own trenches. Then our chaps went over to their trenches, and they let them come back all right. About 5 o'clock on Christmas Eve, one of them shouted across and told us that if we did not fire on them, they would not open fire on us, and so the officers agreed. About 20 of them came up all at once and started chatting away to our chaps like old chums, and neither side attempted to shoot. Letter 3. I suppose I have experienced about the most extraordinary Christmas one could conceive. About 7 o'clock on Christmas Eve, the Saxons, who were entrenched about 70 yards from our trenches, began singing. They had a band playing, and our chaps cheered and shouted to them. After some time, they stood on the top of their trenches, and we did likewise. We mutually agreed to cease fire, and all night we sang and shouted to each other. To cap everything, their band played God Save the King. When daylight came, 2 of our fellows, at the invitation of the enemy, left the trenches, met halfway, and drank together. That completed it. They said they would not fire if we did not. So after that we strolled about talking to each other. Letter 4. On Christmas morning it was very foggy, so we had a short run on the top of the trenches to get warm. When the fog lifted, we, as well as the Germans, were exposed. No firing occurred, and the Germans began to wave umbrellas and rifles, and we answered. They sang, and we sang. When we met, we found they were fairly old fellows. They gave us sausages, cigars, sweets, and perkin. We mixed together, played mouth organs, and took part in dances. My word, the Germans can't half sing part songs. We exchanged addresses and souvenirs, and when the time came, we shook hands and saluted each other, returning to our trenches. Letter 5. On Christmas morning, one of the Germans came out of a trench and held up his hands. Then lots of us did the same, and we met halfway, and for the rest of the day we fraternized, exchanging cigars, cigarettes, and souvenirs. The Germans also gave us sausages, and we gave them some of our food. The Scotsmen then started the bagpipes, and we had a rare old jollification, which included football, in which the Germans took part. The Germans said they were tired of the war and wished it was over. Next day we got an order that all communication and friendly intercourse must cease. Letter 6. I went up into the trenches on Christmas night. One wouldn't have thought there was a war going on. All day our soldiers and the Germans were talking and singing halfway between the opposing trenches. The space was filled with English and Germans handing one another cigars. At night we sang carols. End of Christmas 1914. Letters from the Front.
The Gospel of Luke, chapter 2, verses 1 through 20 of the World English Bible. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ron Altman. Now it happened in those days that a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be enrolled. This was the first enrollment made when Quirinius was governor of Syria. All went to enroll themselves, every one to his own city. Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth into Judea to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and family of David, to enroll himself with Mary, who was pledged to be married to him as wife, being pregnant. It happened while they were there that the day had come that she should give birth. She brought forth her firstborn son, and she wrapped him in bands of cloth, and laid him in a feeding trough, because there was no room for them in the inn. There were shepherds in the same country, staying in the field and keeping watch by night over their flock. Behold, an angel of the Lord stood by them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were terrified. The angel said to them, "Don't be afraid, for behold, I bring you good news of great joy, which will be to all the people. For there is born to you this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. This is the sign to you. You will find a baby wrapped in strips of cloth, lying in a feeding trough." Suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly army, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, on earth peace, goodwill toward men." It happened when the angels went away from them into the sky, that the shepherds said one to another, "Let's go to Bethlehem now, and see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has made known to us." They came with haste, and found both Mary and Joseph, and the baby was lying in the feeding trough. When they saw it, they publicized widely the saying which was spoken to them about this child. All who heard it wondered at the things which were spoken to them by the shepherds. But Mary kept all these sayings, pondering them in her heart. The shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the things that they had heard and seen, just as it was told them. End of the Gospel of Luke, chapter 2, verses 1 through 20.
Mrs. Santa Claus by Charles Henry Luders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. Mrs. Santa Claus by Charles Henry Luders. The moon was like a frosted cake, the stars like flashing beads that round a brimming punch bowl break mid spice and almond seeds. And here and there a silver beam made bright some curling cloud, uprising like the wassail stream blown off by laughter loud. It was the night of Christmas Eve, and good old Santa Claus, his door was just about to leave, when something made him pause. "I haven't kissed my wife," quoth he, "I haven't said good-bye." So back he went, and lovingly he kissed her cap awry. Now Mrs. Claus is just a bit, the least bit, of a shrew. What wonder? Only think of it. She has so much to do. Imagine all the stocking legs of every size and shape that hang upon their Christmas pegs with greedy mouths agape. These she must fill, and when you see the northern skies aflame with quivering light, 'tis only she, this very quaint old dame, striking a match against the pole, her whale oil lamp to light, that she may see to work, poor soul, at making toys all night. "Odd he should kiss me," this she said, before the sleigh had gone. "'Tis many a year since we were wed. I'll follow him anon. For faithless husbands, one and all, ere on their loves they wait, their wives' suspicion to forestall, seem most affectionate." So, pulling on her sealskin sack, into her husband's sleigh she slipped, and hid behind his pack, just as he drove away. "Great bears!" growled Santa in his beard. a goodly freight have I. Were it fouler weather, I had feared the glacier path to try. Yet none the less they safely sped across the realms of snow, the glittering planets overhead, the sparkling frost below, until the reindeer stopped before a mansion tall and fair, up to whose wide and lofty door inclined a marble stair. So soundly all its inmates slept, they heard no stroke of hoof, no fall of foot as Santa leapt from pavement onto roof. So down the chimney like a sweep he crept, and after him went Mrs. Claus to have a peep at chambers warm and dim. As luck would have it, there was hung a stocking by the fire, to wear which no one over young could fittingly aspire. Long, slender, graceful, it was just the thing to fill the heart of Mrs. C with deep distrust, and, well, it played its part. Scowling, she watched her husband fill the silken foot and leg with bonbons, fruit, and toys until it almost broke its peg. "My," whispered Santa, "here's a crop. This little boy is wise. He knows I fill 'em to the top, no matter what the size." But Mrs. Claus misunderstood, like every jealous wife. She would make bad things out of good, to feed her inward strife. Snapped she unto herself, "The minx shan't have a single thing. I'll take him home again, methinks, nor leave a stick or string." So said, so done, and all that night she followed Santa's wake, and as he stuffed the stockings tight, she every one did take, stowing them all unseen away, in order grimly neat, within the dark box of the sleigh, all underneath the seat. And when grey dawn broke, and all the bells began to peal, and tiny forms down many a hall and stairway 'gan to steal, in vain each chimney piece they sought, those weeping girls and boys, for Christmas morn had come and brought no candy and no toys. End of Mrs. Santa Claus.
A New-Fashioned Christmas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A New-Fashioned Christmas by Julie M. Lippman. We had been busy talking for hours Christmas Eve of all the great improvements until, will you believe, I felt quite dull and drowsy and said, twixt yawn and sigh, "Oh, anything old-fashioned had best pass out and die." And then I leaned back smiling and quite self-satisfied, and closed my eyelids slowly, when lo, they opened wide, in sheer amaze and wonder, and would you know the cause? I saw before me standing the form of Santa Claus. But oh, so strange and altered, in clothes of latest style, and not at all the Santa I'd dreamed of all the while. But still I recognized him, and said, "I didn't see you come out from the chimney. 'Twas very dull of me." "The chimney?" said he gruffly. "I beg of you to know I clamber down no chimneys. I stopped that long ago." I said, "Your load was heavy. You're tired. Won't you rest?" "Oh, no," he answered grandly. "My goods are all expressed." "You must have found it pleasant, the sleighing, sir, I mean. The roofs are much more snowy than I have ever seen." "Indeed," his air was lofty, "'tis not the present mode to drive a sleigh. I travel by the elevated road." 'Twas all so strange it chilled me, but still I said, "Now please, you won't forget to send us one of your Christmas trees. The children love you dearly and try to be so good." He said, "No trees hereafter, I'd have it understood. In fact, the time is over for Christmas, I should say. Those very old-time customs have really passed away. We want the very latest, dear Madame, you and I, and peace, goodwill, and Christmas are of a time gone by." and then he seemed preparing to take his leave and go. But do you think I let him? I called out bravely, "No!" I ran to him and begged him, between my sobs and tears, to leave us blessed Christmas just as in former years, to change no little custom, to take no part away, to leave us dear old-fashioned, beloved Christmas Day. And then, for just an instant, my eyes were very dim with tears, and when I cleared them, I saw the change in him. His face 'twas round and jolly, his clothes were as of old, he had a pack upon his back as full as it could hold, and as he beamed upon me, I heard his reindeer prance. Then sly old Santa gave me a smile and roguish glance. "I wish you Merry Christmas," I thought I heard him say, and when I tried to answer him, he'd vanished quite away. But though they say I dreamed it, I know we shall have still our dear old-fashioned Christmas, bringing peace on earth, good-will. End of A New-Fashioned Christmas.
'Twas the night before Christmas. A visit from St. Nicholas by Clement C. Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kylie 6Q. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the lustre of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew it in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed in all fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger at the side of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team he gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." End of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, a visit from St. Nicholas.
The Story of the Other Wise Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Story of the Other Wise Man by Henry Van Dyke. Who seeks for heaven alone to save his soul may keep the path, but will not reach the goal. While he who walks in love may wander far, yet God will bring him where the blessed are. You know the story of the 3 wise men of the East, and how they traveled from far away to offer their gifts at the manger cradle in Bethlehem. But have you ever heard the story of the other wise man, who also saw the star in its rising, and set out to follow it, yet did not arrive with his brethren in the presence of the young child Jesus? Of the great desire of this 4th pilgrim, and how it was denied, yet accomplished in the denial, of his many wanderings and the probations of his soul, of the long way of his seeking, and the strange way of his finding, the one whom he sought. I would tell the tale as I have heard fragments of it, in the hall of dreams, in the palace of the heart of man. The sign in the sky. In the days when Augustus Caesar was master of many kings and Herod reigned in Jerusalem, there lived in the city of Ecbatana, among the mountains of Persia, a certain man named Artaban the Median. His house stood close to the outermost of the 7 walls which encircled the royal treasury. From his roof he could look over the rising battlements of black and white, and crimson and blue and red and silver and gold, to the hill where the summer palace of the Parthian emperors glittered like a jewel in a 7-fold crown. Around the dwelling of Artaban spread a fair garden, a tangle of flowers and fruit trees, watered by a score of streams descending from the slopes of Mount Orontes, and made musical by innumerable birds. But all color was lost in the soft and odorous darkness of the late September night, and all sounds were hushed in the deep charm of its silence, save the plashing of the water, like a voice half sobbing and half laughing under the shadows. High above the trees a dim glow of light shone through the curtained arches of the upper chamber, where the master of the house was holding council with his friends. He stood by the doorway to greet his guests, a tall, dark man of about 40 years, with brilliant eyes set near together under his broad brow, and firm lines graven around his fine, thin lips. The brow of a dreamer, and the mouth of a soldier. A man of sensitive feeling, but inflexible will. One of those who, in whatever age they may live, are born for inward conflict and a life of quest. His robe was of pure white wool, thrown over a tunic of silk, and a white pointed cap with long lapels at the sides rested on his flowing black hair. It was the dress of the ancient priesthood of the Magi, called the fire worshippers. "Welcome," he said in his low, pleasant voice, as one after another entered the room. "Welcome, Abdus, peace be with you. Rhodaspes and Tigranes, and with you my father, Abgarus. You are all welcome, and this house grows bright with the joy of your presence." There were 9 of the men, differing widely in age, but alike in the richness of their dress of many-colored silks, and in the massive golden collars around their necks, marking them as Parthian nobles, and in the winged circles of gold resting upon their breasts, the sign of the followers of Zoroaster. They took their places around a small black altar at the end of the room, where a tiny flame was burning. Artaban, standing beside it, waving a barsom of thin tamarisk branches above the fire, fed it with dry sticks of pine and fragrant oils. Then he began the ancient chant of the Yasna, and the voices of his companions joined in the beautiful hymn to Ahura Mazda. "We worship the Spirit divine, all wisdom and goodness possessing, surrounded by holy immortals, the givers of bounty and blessing. We joy in the works of his hands, his truth and his power confessing. We praise all the things that are pure, for these are his only creation, the thoughts that are true and the words and deeds that have won approbation. These are supported by him, and for these we make adoration. Hear us, O Mazda, thou livest in truth and in heavenly gladness. Cleanse us from falsehood and keep us,
from evil and bondage to badness. Pour out the light and the joy of thy life on our darkness and sadness. Shine on our gardens and fields, shine on our working and weaving, shine on the whole race of man, believing and unbelieving. Shine on us now through the night, shine on us now in thy might, the flame of our holy love and the song of our worship receiving. The fire rose with the chant, throbbing as if it were made of musical flame, until it cast a bright illumination through the whole apartment, revealing its simplicity and splendor. The floor was laid with tiles of dark blue veined with white. Pilasters of twisted silver stood out against the blue walls. The clear story of round arched windows above them was hung with azure silk. The vaulted ceiling was a pavement of sapphires, like the body of heaven in its clearness, sewn with silver stars. From the four corners of the roof hung 4 golden magic wheels, called the tongues of the gods. At the eastern end, behind the altar, there were 2 dark red pillars of porphyry. Above them a lintel of the same stone, on which was carved the figure of a winged archer, with his arrow set to the string and his bow drawn. The doorway between the pillars, which opened upon the terrace of the roof, was covered with a heavy curtain of the color of a ripe pomegranate, embroidered with innumerable golden rays shooting upward from the floor. In effect, the room was like a quiet, starry night, all azure and silver, flushed in the east with the rosy promise of the dawn. It was, as the house of a man should be, an expression of the character and spirit of the master. He turned to his friends when the song was ended and invited them to be seated on the divan at the western end of the room. "You have come tonight," said he, looking around the circle, "at my call as the faithful scholars of Zoroaster, to renew your worship and rekindle your faith in the God of purity, even as this fire has been rekindled on the altar. We worship not the fire, but him of whom it is the chosen symbol, because it is the purest of all created things. It speaks to us of one who is light and truth. Is it not so, my father?" "It is well said, my son," answered the venerable Abgarus. "The enlightened are never idolaters. They lift the veil of the form and go into the shrine of the reality. A new light and truth are coming to them continually through the old symbols." "Hear me then, my father and my friends," said Artaban very quietly, "while I tell you of the new light and truth that have come to me through the most ancient of all signs. We have searched the secrets of nature together, and studied the healing virtues of water and fire and the plants. We have read also the books of prophecy in which the future is dimly foretold in words that are hard to understand. But the highest of all learning is the knowledge of the stars. To trace their courses is to untangle the threads of the mystery of life from the beginning to the end. If we could follow them perfectly, nothing would be hidden from us. But is not our knowledge of them still incomplete? Are there not many stars still beyond our horizon, lights that are known only to the dwellers in the far southland, among the spice trees of Punt and the gold mines of Ophir?" There was a murmur of assent among the listeners. "The stars," said Tigranes, "are the thoughts of the Eternal. They are numberless, but the thoughts of man can be counted, like the years of his life. The wisdom of the Magi is the greatest of all wisdoms on earth, because it knows its own ignorance, and that is the secret of power. We keep men always looking and waiting for a new sunrise, but we ourselves know that the darkness is equal to the light, and that the conflict between them will never be ended." "That does not satisfy me," answered Artaban. "For if the waiting must be endless, if there could be no fulfillment of it, then it would not be wisdom to look and wait. We should become like those new teachers of the Greeks, who say that there is no truth, and that the only wise men are those who spend their lives in discovering and exposing the lies that have been believed in the world. But the new sunrise will certainly dawn in the appointed time. Do not our own books tell us that this will come to pass, and that men will see the brightness of a great light?"
"That is true," said the voice of Abgarus. "Every faithful disciple of Zoroaster knows the prophecy of the Avesta and carries the word in his heart. In that day, Sosiosh the victorious shall arise out of the number of the prophets in the east country. Around him shall shine a mighty brightness, and he shall make life everlasting, incorruptible, and immortal, and the dead shall rise again."
"That is a dark saying," said Tigranes, "and it may be that we shall never understand it. It is better to consider the things that are near at hand and to increase the influence of the Magi in their own country, rather than to look for one who may be a stranger, and to whom we must resign our power." The others seemed to approve these words. There was a silent feeling of agreement manifest among them. Their looks responded with that indefinable expression which always follows when a speaker has uttered the thought that has been slumbering in the hearts of his listeners. But Artaban turned to Abgarus with a glow on his face, and said, "My father, I have kept this prophecy in the secret place of my soul. Religion without a great hope would be like an altar without a living fire. And now the flame has burned more brightly, and by the light of it I have read other words, which also have come from the fountain of truth, and speak yet more clearly of the rising of the victorious one in his brightness." He drew from the breast of his tunic 2 small rolls of fine linen, with writing upon them, and unfolded them carefully upon his knee. "In the years that are lost in the past, long before our fathers came into the land of Babylon, there were wise men in Chaldea, from whom the first of the Magi learned the secret of the heavens. And of these, Balaam, the son of Beor, was one of the mightiest. Hear the words of his prophecy. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall arise out of Israel."
The lips of Tigranes drew downward with contempt as he said, "Judah was a captive by the waters of Babylon, and the sons of Jacob were in bondage to our kings. The tribes of Israel are scattered through the mountains like lost sheep, and from their remnants that dwells in Judea, under the yoke of Rome, neither star nor scepter shall arise."
"And yet," answered Artaban, "it was the Hebrew Daniel, the mighty searcher of dreams, the counselor of kings, the wise Belteshazzar, who was most honored and beloved of our great King Cyrus, a prophet of sure things and a reader of the thoughts of God. Daniel proved himself to our people, and these are the words that he wrote."
Artaban read from the second roll.
"Know, therefore, and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore Jerusalem unto the Anointed One, the Prince, the time shall be 67 weeks."
"But, my son,"
said Abgarus doubtfully,
"these are mystical numbers. Who can interpret them, or who can find the key that shall unlock their meaning?"
Artaban answered, "It has been shown to me, and to my 3 companions among the Magi, Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar. We have searched the ancient tablets of Chaldea, and computed the time. It falls in this year. We have studied the sky, and in the spring of the year we saw 2 of the greatest stars draw near together in the sign of the fish, which is the house of the Hebrews. We also saw a new star there, which shone for 1 night, and then vanished. Now again the 2 great planets are meeting. This night, as their conjunction, my 3 brothers are watching at the ancient temple of the 7 spheres at Borsippa in Babylonia, and I am watching here. If the star shines again, they will wait 10 days for me at the temple, and then we will set out together for Jerusalem to see and worship the promised one who shall be born King of Israel. I believe the sign will come. I have made ready for the journey. I have sold my house and my possessions, and brought these 3 jewels, a sapphire, a ruby, and a pearl, to carry them as tribute to the king. And I ask you to go with me on the pilgrimage, that we may have joy together in finding the prince who is worthy to be served."
While he was speaking, he thrust his hand into the inmost fold of his girdle and drew out 3 great gems, one blue as a fragment of the night sky, one redder than a ray of sunrise, and one as pure as the peak of a snow mountain at twilight, and laid them on the outspread linen scrolls before him. But his friends looked on with strange and alien eyes. A veil of doubt and mistrust came over their faces, like a fog creeping up from the marshes to hide the hills. They glanced at each other with looks of wonder and pity, as those who have listened to incredible sayings, the story of a wild vision, or the proposal of an impossible enterprise. At last, Tigranes said, "Artaban, this is a vain dream. It comes from too much looking upon the stars and the cherishing of lofty thoughts. It would be wiser to spend the time in gathering money for the new fire temple at Chala. No king will ever rise from the broken race of Israel, and no end will ever come to the eternal strife of light and darkness. He who looks for it is a chaser of shadows. Farewell." And another said, "Artaban, I have no knowledge of these things, and my office as guardian of the royal treasure binds me here. The quest is not for me, but if thou must follow it, fare thee well." And another said, "In my house there sleeps a new bride, and I cannot leave her, nor take her with me on this strange journey. This quest is not for me, but may thy steps be prospered wherever thou goest. So farewell." And another said, "I am ill and unfit for hardship, but there is a man among my servants who I will send with thee when thou goest, to bring me word how thou farest." But Abgarus, the oldest and the one who loved Artaban the best, lingered after the others had gone, and said gravely,
"My son, it may be that the light of truth is in the sign that appeared in the skies, and that it will surely lead to the prince and the mighty brightness. Or it may be that it is only a shadow of the light, as Tigranes has said, and then he who follows it will have only a long pilgrimage and an empty search. But it is better to follow even the shadow of the best than to remain content with the worst. And those who would see wonderful things must often be ready to travel alone. I am too old for this journey, but my heart shall be a companion of the pilgrimage day and night, and I shall know the end of thy quest. Go in peace."
So one by one they went out of the azure chamber with its silver stars, and Artaban was left in solitude. He gathered up the jewels and replaced them in his girdle. For a long time he stood and watched the flame that flickered and sank upon the altar. Then he crossed the hall, lifted the heavy curtain, and passed out between the dull red pillars of porphyry to the terrace on the roof. The shiver that thrills through the earth ere she rouses from her night sleep had already begun, and the cool wind that heralds the daybreak was drawing downward from the lofty, snow-traced ravines of Mount Orontes. Birds, half awakened, crept and chirped among the rustling leaves, and the smell of ripened grapes came in brief wafts from the arbors. Far over the eastern plain a white mist stretched like a lake, but where the distant peak of Zagros serrated the western horizon, the sky was clear. Jupiter and Saturn rolled together like drops of lambent flame about to blend in one. As Artaban watched them, behold,
An azure spark was born out of the darkness beneath, rounding itself with purple splendors to a crimson sphere, and spiring upward through rays of saffron and orange into a point of white radiance. Tiny and infinitely remote, yet perfect in every part, it pulsated in the enormous vault as if the 3 jewels in the Magian's breast had mingled and been transformed into a living heart of light. He bowed his head. He covered his brow with his hands. "It is the sign," he said. "The king is coming, and I will go to meet him." By the waters of Babylon. All night long, Vazda, the swiftest of Artaban's horses, had been waiting, saddled and bridled, in her stall, pawing the ground impatiently and shaking her bit as if she shared the eagerness of her master's purpose, though she knew not its meaning. Before the birds had fully roused to their strong, high, joyful chant of morning song, before the white mist had begun to lift lazily from the plain, the other wise man was in the saddle, riding swiftly along the high road, which skirted the base of Mount Orontes westward. How close, how intimate is the comradeship between a man and his favorite horse on a long journey. It is a silent, comprehensive friendship, an intercourse beyond the need of words. They drink at the same wayside springs and sleep under the same guardian stars. They are conscious together of the subduing spell of nightfall and the quickening joy of daybreak. The master shares his evening meal with his hungry companion, and feels the soft, moist lips caressing the palm of his hand as they close over the morsel of bread. In the gray dawn he is roused from his bivouac by the gentle stir of a warm, sweet breath over his sleeping face, and looks up into the eyes of his faithful fellow-traveler, ready and waiting for the toil of the day. Surely, unless he is a pagan and an unbeliever, by whatever name he calls upon his God, he will thank him for this voiceless sympathy, this dumb affection, and his morning prayer will embrace a double blessing. God bless us both, and keep our feet from falling and our souls from death. And then, through the keen morning air, the swift hoofs beat their spirited music along the road, keeping time to the pulsing of 2 hearts that are moved with the same eager desire to conquer space, to devour the distance, to attain the goal of the journey. Artaban must, indeed, ride wisely and well if he would keep the appointed hour with the other magi, for the route was 150 parasangs, and 15 was the utmost that he could travel in a day. But he knew Vazda's strength, and pushed forward without anxiety, making the fixed distance every day, though he must travel late into the night, and in the morning long before sunrise. He passed along the brown slopes of Mount Orontes, furrowed by the rocky courses of 100 torrents. He crossed the level plains of the Nissassans, where the famous herds of horses, feeding in the wide pastures, tossed their heads at Vazda's approach, and galloped away with a thunder of many hoofs, and flocks of wild birds rose suddenly from the swampy meadows, wheeling in great circles, with a shining flutter of innumerable wings and shrill cries of surprise. He traversed the fertile fields of Concabar, where the dust from the threshing floors filled the air with a golden mist, half hiding the huge temple of Astarte with its 400 pillars. At Bogistan, among the rich gardens watered by fountains from the rock, he looked up at the mountain, thrusting its immense rugged brow out over the road, and saw the figure of King Darius trampling upon his fallen foes, and the proud list of his wars and conquests graven high upon the face of the eternal cliff. Over many a cold and desolate pass, crawling painfully across the wind-swept shoulders of the hills, down many a black mountain gorge, where the river roared and raced before him like a savage guide, across many a smiling vale with terraces of yellow limestone full of vines and fruit trees. through the oak groves of Careen and the dark gates of Zagros, walled in by precipices, into the ancient city of Chala, where the people of Samaria had been kept in captivity long ago, and out again by the mighty portal, riven through the encircling hills, where he saw the image of the high priest of the Magi sculptured on the wall of rock, with hand uplifted as if to bless the centuries of pilgrims, past the entrance of the narrow defile, filled from end to end with orchards of peaches and figs, through which the river Gindes foamed down to meet him, over the broad rice fields, where the autumnal vapors spread their deathly mists, following along the course of the river, under tremulous shadows of poplar and tamarind, among the lower hills, and out upon the flat plain, where the road ran straight as an arrow through the stubble fields and parched meadows, past the city of Ctesiphon, where the Parthian emperors reigned, and the vast metropolis of Seleucia, which Alexander built, along the swirling floods of Tigris and the many channels of Euphrates, flowing yellow through the cornlands. Artaban pressed onward until he arrived, at nightfall of the 10th day, beneath the shattered walls of populous Babylon. Vazda was almost spent, and he would gladly have turned into the city to find rest and refreshment for himself and for her. But he knew that it was 3 hours' journey yet to the Temple of the Seven Spheres, and he must reach the place by midnight if he would find his comrades waiting. So he did not halt, but rode steadily across the stubble fields. A grove of date palms made an island of gloom in the pale yellow sea. As she passed into the shadow, Vazda slackened her pace, and began to pick her way more carefully. Near the farther end of the darkness, an access of caution seemed to fall upon her. She scented some danger or difficulty. It was not in her heart to fly from it, only to be prepared for it, and to meet it wisely, as a good horse should do. The grove was close and silent as the tomb. Not a leaf rustled. Not a bird sang. She felt her steps before her delicately, carrying her head low, and sighing now and then with apprehension. At last she gave a quick breath of anxiety and dismay, and stood stock still, quivering in every muscle, before a dark object in the shadow of the last palm tree. Artaban dismounted. The dim starlight revealed the form of a man lying across the road. His humble dress and the outline of his haggard face showed that he was probably one of the poor Hebrew exiles who still dwelt in great numbers in the vicinity. His pallid skin, dry and yellow as parchment, bore the mark of the deadly fever which ravaged the marshlands in autumn. The chill of death was in his lean hand, and as Artaban released it, the arm fell back inertly upon the motionless breast. He turned away with a thought of pity, consigning the body to that strange burial which the Magians deemed most fitting, the funeral of the desert, from which the kites and vultures rise on dark wings, and the beasts of prey slink furtively away, leaving only a heap of white bones in the sand. But as he turned, a long, faint, ghostly sigh came from the man's lips. The brown, bony fingers closed convulsively on the hem of the Magian's robe and held him fast. Artaban's heart leaped to his throat, not with fear, but with a dumb resentment at the importunity of this blind delay. How could he stay here in the darkness to minister to a dying stranger? What claim had this unknown fragment of human life upon his compassion or his service? If he lingered but for an hour, he could hardly reach Borsippa at the appointed time. His companions would think he had given up the journey. They would go without him. He would lose his quest. But if he went on now, the man would surely die. If he stayed, life might be restored. His spirit throbbed and fluttered with the urgency of the crisis. Should he risk the great reward of his divine faith for the sake of a single deed of human love? Should he turn aside, if only for a moment, from the following of the star, to give a cup of cold water to a poor, perishing Hebrew? God of truth and purity, he prayed, direct me in the holy path, the way of wisdom which thou only knowest.
Then he turned back to the sick man. Loosening the grasp of his hand, he carried him to a little mound at the foot of the palm tree. He unbound the thick folds of the turban and opened the garment above the sunken breast. He brought water from one of the small canals nearby and moistened the sufferer's brow and mouth. He mingled a draught of one of those simple but potent remedies which he carried always in his girdle, for the Magians were physicians as well as astrologers, and poured it slowly between the colorless lips. Hour after hour he labored, as only a skillful healer of disease can do, and at last the man's strength returned. He sat up and looked about him.
"Who art thou?" he said, in the rude dialect of the country. "And why hast thou sought me here to bring back my life?" "I am Artaban the Magian, of the city of Ecbatana, and I am going to Jerusalem in search of one who is to be born King of the Jews, a great prince and deliverer of all men. I dare not delay any longer upon my journey, for the caravan that has waited for me may depart without me. But see, here is all that I have left of bread and wine, and here is a potion of healing herbs. When thy strength is restored, thou canst find the dwellings of the Hebrews among the houses of Babylon."
The Jew raised his trembling hand solemnly to heaven.
"Now, may the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob bless and prosper the journey of the merciful, and bring him in peace to his desired haven. But stay, I have nothing to give thee in return, only this, that I can tell thee where the Messiah must be sought, for our prophets have said that he should be born not in Jerusalem, but in Bethlehem of Judah. May the Lord bring thee in safety to that place, because thou hast had pity on the sick."
It was already long past midnight. Artaban rode in haste, and Vasda, restored by the brief rest, ran eagerly through the silent plain and swam the channels of the river. She put forth the remnant of her strength and fled over the ground like a gazelle. But the first beam of the sun sent her shadow before her as she entered upon the final stadium of the journey, and the eyes of Artaban, anxiously scanning the great mound of Nimrod and the temple of the seven spheres, could discern no trace of his friends. The many-colored terraces of black and orange and red and yellow and green and blue and white, shattered by the convulsions of nature and crumbling under the repeated blows of human violence, still glittered like a ruined rainbow in the morning light. Artaban rode swiftly around the hill. He dismounted and climbed to the highest terrace, looking out towards the west. The huge desolation of the marshes stretched away to the horizon and the border of the desert. Bitterns stood by the stagnant pools, and jackals skulked through the low bushes. But there was no sign of the caravan of the wise men, far or near. At the edge of the terrace he saw a little cairn of broken bricks, and under them a piece of parchment. He caught it up and read, "We have waited past the midnight, and can delay no longer. We go to find the king. Follow us across the desert." Artaban sat down upon the ground and covered his head in despair. "How can I cross the desert," said he, "with no food and a spent horse? I must return to Babylon, sell my sapphire, and buy a train of camels and provision for the journey. I may never overtake my friends. Only God the Merciful knows whether I shall not lose the sight of the king because I tarry to show mercy." For the sake of a little child. There was a silence in the Hall of Dreams where I was listening to the story of the other wise man. And through this silence I saw, but very dimly, his figure passing over the dreary undulations of the desert, high upon the back of his camel, rocking steadily onward like a ship over the waves. The land of death spread its cruel net around him. The stony wastes bore no fruit but briars and thorns. The dark ledges of rock thrust themselves above the surface here and there, like the bones of perished monsters. Arid and inhospitable mountain ranges rose before him, furrowed with dry channels of ancient torrents, white and ghastly as scars on the face of nature. Shifting hills of treacherous sand were heaped like tombs along the horizon. By day, the fierce heat pressed its intolerable burden on the quivering air, and no living creature moved on the dumb, swooning earth. But tiny jerboas scuttling through the parched bushes, or lizards vanishing in the clefts of the rock. By night the jackals prowled and barked in the distance, and the lion made the black ravines echo with his hollow roaring, while a bitter, blighting chill followed the fever of the day. Through heat and cold the Magian moved steadily onward. Then I saw the gardens and orchards of Damascus, watered by the streams of Abana and Pharpar, with their sloping swards inlaid with bloom, and their thickets of myrrh and roses. I saw also the long, snowy ridge of Hermon, and the dark groves of cedars, and the valley of the Jordan, and the blue waters of the lake of Galilee, and the fertile plain of Esdraelon, and the hills of Ephraim, and the highlands of Judah. Through all these I followed the figure of Artaban, moving steadily onward, until he arrived at Bethlehem, and it was the third day after the 3 wise men had come to that place, and had found Mary and Joseph with the young child Jesus, and had laid their gifts of gold and frankincense and myrrh at his feet. Then the other wise man drew near, weary but full of hope, bearing his ruby and his pearl to offer to the king.
"For now, at last," he said, "I shall surely find him, though it be alone, and later than my brethren. This is the place of which the Hebrew exile told me that the prophets had spoken, and here I shall behold the rising of the great light. But I must inquire about the visit of my brethren, and to what house the star directed them, and to whom they presented their tribute." The streets of the village seemed to be deserted, and Artaban wondered whether the men had all gone up to the hill pastures to bring down their sheep. From the open door of a low stone cottage he heard the sound of a woman's voice singing softly. He entered and found a young mother hushing her baby to rest. She told him of the strangers from the far east who had appeared in the village 3 days ago, and how they said that a star had guided them to the place where Joseph of Nazareth was lodging with his wife and her newborn child, and how they had paid reverence to the child and given him many rich gifts. "But the travelers disappeared again," she continued, "as suddenly as they had come. We were afraid at the strangeness of their visit. We could not understand it. The man of Nazareth took the babe and his mother and fled away that same night, secretly, and it was whispered that they were going far away to Egypt. Ever since, there has been a spell upon the village. Something evil hangs over it. They say that the Roman soldiers are coming from Jerusalem to force a new tax from us, and the men have driven the flocks and herds far back among the hills and hidden themselves to escape it." Artaban listened to her gentle, timid speech, and the child in her arms looked up in his face and smiled, stretching out its rosy hands to grasp at the winged circle of gold on his breast. His heart warmed to the touch. It seemed like a greeting of love and trust to one who had journeyed long in loneliness and perplexity, fighting with his own doubts and fears, and following a light that was veiled in clouds. "Might not this child have been the promised prince?"
he asked within himself, as he touched its soft cheek.
"Kings have been born ere now in lowlier houses than this, and the favorite of the stars may rise even from a cottage. But it has not seemed good to the God of wisdom to reward my search so soon and so easily. The one whom I seek has gone before me, and now I must follow the king to Egypt."
The young mother laid the babe in its cradle, and rose to minister to the wants of the strange guest that fate had brought into her house. She set food before him, the plain fare of peasants, but willingly offered, and therefore full of refreshment for the soul as well as for the body. Artaban accepted it gratefully, and as he ate, the child fell into a happy slumber, and murmured sweetly in its dreams, and a great peace filled the quiet room. But suddenly there came the noise of a wild confusion and uproar in the streets of the village, a shrieking and wailing of women's voices, a clangor of brazen trumpets, and a clashing of swords, and a desperate cry, "The soldiers! The soldiers of Herod! They are killing our children!" The young mother's face grew white with terror. She clasped her child to her bosom and crouched motionless in the darkest corner of the room, covering him with the folds of her robe, lest he should wake and cry. But Artaban went quickly and stood in the doorway of the house. His broad shoulders filled the portal from side to side, and the peak of his white cap all but touched the lintel. The soldiers came hurrying down the street with bloody hands and dripping swords. At the sight of the stranger, in his imposing dress, they hesitated with surprise. The captain of the band approached the threshold to thrust him aside, but Artaban did not stir. His face was as calm as though he were watching the stars, and in his eyes there burned that steady radiance before which even the half-tamed hunting leopard shrinks, and the fierce bloodhound pauses in his leap. He held the soldier silently for an instant, and then said in a low voice, "I am all alone in this place, and I am waiting to give this jewel to the prudent captain, who will leave me in peace." He showed the ruby, glistening in the hollow of his hand like a great drop of blood. The captain was amazed at the splendor of the gem. The pupils of his eyes expanded with desire, and the hard lines of greed wrinkled around his lips. He stretched out his hand and took the ruby. "March on!" he cried to his men. "There is no child here. The house is still." The clamor and the clang of arms pass down the street as the headlong fury of the chase sweeps by the secret covert where the trembling deer is hidden. Artaban re-entered the cottage. He turned his face to the east and prayed, "God of truth, forgive my sin. I have said the thing that is not to save the life of a child, and 2 of my gifts are gone. I have spent for man that which was meant for God. Shall I ever be worthy to see the face of the king?" But the voice of the woman, weeping for joy in the shadow behind him, said very gently, "Because thou hast saved the life of my little one, may the Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee, and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee, and give thee peace." In the hidden way of sorrow. Then again there was a silence in the Hall of Dreams, deeper and more mysterious than the first interval, and I understood that the years of Artaban were flowing very swiftly under the stillness of that clinging fog, and I caught only a glimpse, here and there, of the river of his life shining through the shadows that concealed its course. I saw him moving among the throngs of men in populous Egypt, seeking everywhere for traces of the household that had come down from Bethlehem, and finding them under the spreading sycamore trees of Heliopolis, and beneath the walls of the Roman fortress of New Babylon beside the Nile. Traces so faint and dim that they vanished before him continually, as footprints on the hard river sand glisten for a moment with moisture, and then disappear. I saw him again at the foot of the pyramids, which lifted their sharp points into the intense saffron glow of the sunset sky, changeless monuments of the perishable glory and the imperishable hope of man. He looked up into the vast countenance of the crouching Sphinx, and vainly tried to read the meaning of the calm eyes and smiling mouth. Was it, indeed, the mockery of all effort and all aspiration, as Tigranes had said, the cruel jest of a riddle that has no answer, a search that never can succeed? Or was there a touch of pity and encouragement in that inscrutable smile? A promise that even the defeated should attain a victory, and the disappointment should discover a prize, and the ignorant should be made wise, and the blind could see, and the wandering should come into the haven at last? I saw him again in an obscure house of Alexandria, taking counsel with a Hebrew rabbi. The venerable man, bending over the rolls of parchment on which the prophecies of Israel were written, read aloud the pathetic words which foretold the sufferings of the promised Messiah, the despised and rejected of men, the man of sorrows and the acquaintance of grief.
"And remember, my son," said he, fixing his deep-set eyes upon the face of Artaban, "the king whom you are seeking is not to be found in a palace, nor among the rich and powerful. If the light of the world and the glory of Israel had been appointed to come with the greatness of earthly splendor, it must have appeared long ago, for no son of Abraham will ever again rival the power which Joseph had in the palaces of Egypt, or the magnificence of Solomon throned between the lions in Jerusalem. But the light for which the world is waiting is a new light, the glory that shall rise out of patient and triumphant suffering. And the kingdom which is to be established forever is a new kingdom, the royalty of perfect and unconquerable love. I do not know how this shall come to pass, nor how the turbulent kings and peoples of earth shall be brought to acknowledge the Messiah and pay homage to him, but this I know: those who seek him will do well to look among the poor and the lowly, the sorrowful and the oppressed."
So I saw the other wise man, again and again, traveling from place to place, and searching among the people of the dispersion, with whom the little family from Bethlehem might, perhaps, have found a refuge. He passed through countries where famine lay heavy upon the land, and the poor were crying for bread. He made his dwelling in plague-stricken cities, where the sick were languishing in the bitter companionship of helpless misery. He visited the oppressed and the afflicted in the gloom of subterranean prisons, and the crowded wretchedness of slave markets, and the weary toil of galley ships. In all this populous and intricate world of anguish, though he found none to worship, he found many to help. He fed the hungry and clothed the naked, and healed the sick and comforted the captive, and his years went by more swiftly than the weaver's shuttle that flashes back and forth through the loom while the web grows and the invisible pattern is completed. It seemed almost as if he had forgotten his quest, but once I saw him for a moment as he stood alone at sunrise, waiting at the gate of a Roman prison. He had taken from a secret resting place in his bosom the pearl, the last of his jewels. As he looked at it, a mellower luster, a soft and iridescent light, full of shifting gleams of azure and rose, trembled upon its surface. It seemed to have absorbed some reflection of the colors of the lost sapphire and ruby. So the profound, secret purpose of a noble life draws into itself the memories of past joy and past sorrow. All that has helped it, all that has hindered it, is transfused by a subtle magic into its very essence. It becomes more luminous and precious the longer it is carried close to the warmth of the beating heart. Then, at last, while I was thinking of this pearl and of its meaning, I heard the end of the story of the other wise man. A pearl of great price. 33 years of the life of Artaban had passed away, and he was still a pilgrim and a seeker after light. His hair, once darker than the cliffs of Zagros, was now white as the wintry snow that covered them. His eyes, that once flashed like flames of fire, were dull as embers smoldering among the ashes. Worn and weary and ready to die, but still looking for the king, he had come for the last time to Jerusalem. He had often visited the holy city before, and had searched through all its lanes and crowded hovels and black prisons without finding any trace of the family of Nazarenes who had fled from Bethlehem long ago. But now it seemed as if he must make one more effort, and something whispered in his heart that, at last, he might succeed. It was the season of the Passover. The city was thronged with strangers. The children of Israel, scattered in far lands all over the world, had returned to the temple for the great feast, and there had been a confusion of tongues in the narrow streets for many days. But on this day there was a singular agitation visible in the multitude. The sky was veiled with a portentous gloom, and currents of excitement seemed to flash through the crowd like the thrill which shakes the forest on the eve of a storm. A secret tide was sweeping them all one way. The clatter of sandals and the soft, thick sound of thousands of bare feet shuffling over the stones flowed unceasingly along the street that leads to the Damascus gate. Artaban joined company with a group of people from his own country, Parthian Jews who had come up to keep the Passover, and inquired of them the cause of the tumult, and where they were going.
"We are going," they answered, "to the place called Golgotha, outside the city walls, where there is to be an execution. Have you not heard what has happened? 2 famous robbers are to be crucified, and with them another, called Jesus of Nazareth, a man who has done many wonderful works among the people, so that they love him greatly. But the priests and the elders have said that he must die, because he gave himself out to be the Son of God, and Pilate has sent him to the cross because he said that he was the King of the Jews."
How strangely these familiar words fell upon the tired heart of Artaban! They had led him for a lifetime over land and sea, and now they came to him darkly and mysteriously like a message of despair. The king had arisen, but he had been denied and cast out. He was about to perish. Perhaps he was already dying. Could it be the same who had been born in Bethlehem 33 years ago, at whose birth the star had appeared in heaven, and of whose coming the prophets had spoken? Artaban's heart beat unsteadily with that troubled, doubtful apprehension, which is the excitement of old age. But he said within himself,
"The ways of God are stranger than the thoughts of men, and it may be that I shall find the king, at last, in the hands of his enemies, and shall come in time to offer my pearl for his ransom before he dies."
So the old man followed the multitude with slow and painful steps towards the Damascus gate of the city. Just beyond the entrance of the guardhouse, a troop of Macedonian soldiers came down the street, dragging a young girl with torn dress and disheveled hair. As the Magian paused to look at her with compassion, she broke suddenly from the hands of her tormentors and threw herself at his feet, clasping him around the knees. She had seen his white cap and the winged circle on his breast. "Have pity on me," she cried, "and save me for the sake of the God of purity. I also am a daughter of the true religion which is taught by the Magi. My father was a merchant of Parthia, but he is dead, and I am seized for his debts to be sold as a slave. Save me from worse than death." Artaban trembled. It was the old conflict in his soul, which had come to him in the palm grove of Babylon and in the cottage at Bethlehem, the conflict between the expectation of faith and the impulse of love. Twice the gift which he had consecrated to the worship of religion had been drawn from his hand to the service of humanity. This was the third trial, the ultimate probation,
the final and irrevocable choice. Was it his great opportunity or his last temptation? He could not tell. One thing only was clear in the darkness of his mind. It was inevitable. And does not the inevitable come from God? One thing only was sure to his divided heart. To rescue this helpless girl would be a true deed of love. And is not love the light of the soul? He took the pearl from his bosom. Never had it seemed so luminous, so radiant, so full of tender, living luster. He laid it in the hand of the slave.
"This is thy ransom, daughter. It is the last of my treasures which I kept for the king."
While he spoke, the darkness of the sky thickened, and shuddering tremors ran through the earth, heaving convulsively like the breast of one who struggles with mighty grief. The walls of the houses rocked to and fro. Stones were loosened and crashed into the street. Dust clouds filled the air. The soldiers fled in terror, reeling like drunken men. But Artaban and the girl whom he had ransomed crouched helpless beneath the wall of the praetorium. What had he to fear? What had he to live for? He had given away the last remnant of his tribute for the king. He had parted with the last hope of finding him. The quest was over, and it had failed. But even in that thought, accepted and embraced, there was peace. It was not resignation. It was not submission. It was something more profound and searching. He knew that all was well, because he had done the best that he could from day to day. He had been true to the light that had been given to him. He had looked for more, and if he had not found it, if a failure was all that came out of his life, doubtless that was the best that was possible. He had not seen the revelation of life everlasting, incorruptible, and immortal. But he knew that even if he could live his earthly life over again, it could not be otherwise than it had been. One more lingering pulsation of the earthquake quivered through the ground. A heavy tile, shaken from the roof, fell and struck the old man on the temple. He lay breathless and pale, with his gray head resting on the young girl's shoulder and the blood trickling from the wound. As she bent over him, fearing that he was dead, there came a voice through the twilight, very small and still, like music, sounding from a distance, in which the notes are clear, but the words are lost. The girl turned to see if someone had spoken from the window above them, but she saw no one. Then the old man's lips began to move, as if in answer, and she heard him say in the Parthian tongue,
"Not so, my lord. For when saw I thee an hungered, and fed thee? Or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw I thee a stranger, and took thee in? Or naked, and clothed thee? When saw I thee sick, or in prison, and came unto thee? 33 years I have looked for thee, but I have never seen thy face, nor ministered to thee, my king."
He ceased, and the sweet voice came again, and again the maid heard it, very faintly and far away, but now it seemed as though she understood the words.
"Verily, I say unto thee, inasmuch as thou hast done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, thou hast done it unto me."
A calm radiance of wonder and joy lighted the pale face of Artaban, like the first ray of dawn on a snowy mountain peak. One long, last breath of relief exhaled gently from his lips. His journey was ended. His treasures were accepted. The other wise man had found the king. End of The Story of the Other Wise Man by Henry Van Dyke.
The Plum-Pudding Riots. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Plum-Pudding Riots by Constance Clyde. Open, in the name of the law. Outside, the whiteness of the December snow. Indoors, a group of persons hastily thrusting dishes into hiding places, while alarmed glances are cast towards the door, on which knocks resound. Open, in the name of the law. Again comes the command, and the soldiers of Cromwell break in search of royalists in hiding or arms, or at least incriminating papers dealing with state affairs. No, for none of those things at all. The search is for a plum pudding. If that illicit sweet be found, it will be borne duly away for magisterial inspection, then to be solemnly destroyed. The picture of an alarmed housewife secreting a plum pudding in box or chimney while the officers of justice clamour outside would seem like a scene from comic opera or pantomime. Yet such scenes frequently took place during the period of the Commonwealth, when Puritan law had decreed that Christmas must go. But it is only fair to remember that such an act, ridiculous as it seems to us, was the work of extremists, and that to the best and finest type of Puritan, such as Milton, for example, it no doubt seemed ridiculous then. No plum pudding or mince pie at Christmas. Bakers fined or imprisoned if they concocted those delicacies. The 20th century doctor forbids some of us those enjoyments, but how should we like to be forbidden by the policeman for our souls instead of for our body's sake? How should we like to be haled before a magistrate for harbouring this contraband dish? Or to feel that by eating plum pudding we branded ourselves as approving of the gunpowder plot, and that by mixing a mince pie the godliest housewife pledged herself to the devil and all his works. Such, however, was the legal and religious attitude towards the plum pudding at that time. A member of Parliament had introduced a bill for the suppression of this festivity as being superstition and popery, and, according to the magisterial temperament in various districts, one or other sign of Yuletide was made illegal. Thus in some parts only out-of-door rejoicings were interfered with, in others the home and table were under supervision, the consequent disturbances being known as the Plum-Pudding Riots. The mince pie was denounced as a hodgepodge of superstition, popery, the devil and all his works, as mixed ethically as it is in material ingredients. After this ebullition, the description of the plum pudding as an invention of the Scarlet Woman of Babylon does not strike us as very strange. To fight to the death for a plum pudding seems a grotesque fantasy, yet something like this occurred during those riots that took place in the early years of the Commonwealth. On several occasions Ipswich, Oxford and Canterbury came specially to the front in defence of Christmas. At Ipswich, in 1646, there was a world of skull-breaking, and at the Oxford outbreaks some citizens laid down their lives. The authorities now lost nerve, and were so afraid of the riots spreading to London that they released a miscreant found guilty of decorating his room with greenery in honour of the Advent. In Scotland, curiously enough, the new legislation was accepted more peaceably. So long as they enjoyed themselves, Caledonia's sons were less particular as to date, and, when Christmas was tabooed, merely transferred the rejoicings appropriate to the 25th of December to the 1st of January, a custom which they have largely retained even to the present. Nevertheless, we have on record one man who did penance in St. Andrew's for Christmas rejoicing. The mere prohibition of pudding and pies, again, did not always stifle the spirit of festivity north of the Tweed. The patient Scot took to solemn rejoicing by means of Yuletide bread, so this also was suppressed, the baking of this currant loaf being made illegal. If the Puritans had forbidden mirth because of the season's sacredness, one might have understood their attitude, but to keep this day as a holy time was as offensive to their consciences as its celebration as a holiday. Hence praying and church-going were forbidden equally with feasting and roystering. That which is right on every other day is on this day superstitious, complained a clergyman, arrested for preaching on Christmas morning. His complaint was in vain, and we have the curious spectacle of Puritan soldiers, accustomed to driving people to prayer, on this day driving them away from it. "No Christmas! No Christmas!" chanted the crier, parading the streets with warning bell as the day approached. A wag took advantage of this ceremony to compose a squib. "Lost, strayed, or stolen, one Christmas. Whoever finds him will receive as reward imprisonment," etc. It was at Canterbury in 1647 that Christmas rioting attained its height. The immediate cause of the trouble was the mayor's command that shops should be kept open on Christmas Day, and that people should be forced to attend the markets as usual. A few tradesmen obeyed and opened their establishments. These the Christmas mob promptly closed, after throwing the wares up and down. Meanwhile a sheriff struck a citizen for refusing to go to market. A free fight ensued. The rioters triumphed, and presently the anti-Christmas mayor was fleeing for his liberty, if not his life. The mob followed him, and burnt him in effigy outside the house wherein he had taken refuge. That those old-time rioters were orderly citizens, and not roughs, is proved by the discipline which they maintained during their brief reign. From themselves they chose a new mayor, and then took possession of the town. Evil-doers, imprisoned for Christmasing, were released, guards were put about the city, and passwords were given out. Belated Christmas feasts were eaten openly, and not with guarded doors and shuttered windows, as was the case formerly. For 3 days Canterbury was in the hands of the rioters, and it took some thousands of Cromwell's soldiers to restore order and put the mayor back in his proper place. Is there any other record of so large a riot for so small a cause? Here were a great body of citizens who were asked to do nothing but ignore Christmas. They were not required to do without a festivity altogether. The Puritans were not opposed to rejoicing in itself so much as is generally imagined. They were simply opposed to festivity on this special day, which they had come to regard as a superstition. Rather than acquiesce, these Canterbury citizens became rebels and outlaws, risked their property and their liberty, and in some cases lost their lives, in defence of Christmas. Interesting letters are extant regarding these riots, and likewise one complaint addressed to Parliament on the matter. The latter certainly does not err on the side of moderation in language. The writer, after a short reference to the days of Solomon, which, contrary to his expectation, were not revived under the Puritan regime, dwelt bitterly on the 2 houses which had sat for 7 years to hatch cockatrices and vipers. We are accustomed to hear criticism of our present government, but how would our cabinet ministers like to be accused of filling the land with serpents, sequestrators, and extorting committees? It seems to have been fashionable in those days to refer to Cromwell as a locust. We have lost the habit of animal epithets in these milder times, but they were common in the 17th century. Any that had a biblical significance were supposed to inflict especial annoyance on that party of Bible readers. Modern Puritanism is reasonably averse to the excessive use of beer and tobacco. It is curious to note that this was not the case when Puritanism took its first great hold of the English nation. Tobacco smoking was so much indulged in during this epoch that the habit was inculcated even upon children. In lieu of lunch, the housemother would pack her child's satchel with a well-filled pipe, and at a given hour schoolmaster and pupils would put aside their books and all light up together, The teacher instructing his pupils how to draw. Children might smoke in those days, even as they might drink beer. The really good mother was the one that refused them either milk or water. They might smoke and drink, but they might not eat Christmas pudding. It is interesting to note the various periods at which Christmas has held its own. In the Middle Ages it was a time of great wassail and revelry. In those days the idea of Christmas as a holiday was more in the minds of the people than any idea of its origin. The common folk had a curious notion that there always had been Christmas, and that Christ by good chance happened to be born at that time. An old song depicts the Bethlehem landlord and his family celebrating Christmas with the usual feast while the child is lying in the stable. This spirit of Christmas lasted to the Commonwealth time, when it certainly received a check from which, spite of the Restoration, it did not easily recover. It is said that the early part of the 19th century was the worst time for the great holy day. At that epoch no Canterbury enthusiast would have bled in its defence. Its revival was due to the importation of Germanic sentiment and that comparatively new idea, the tree. Also a little later to the genius of the man who allied the spirit of mirth with the spirit of humanitarianism in the Christmas Carol. End of The Plum-Pudding Riots. Read by Garth Burton.
The Stars and the Child. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stars and the Child by Andrea Hofer Proudfoot. Long, long ago, so long that even the old gray hills have forgotten, the beautiful stars in the sky used to sing together very early every morning, before any of the little people of the world were up. Their songs were made of light, and were so clear and strong that the whole heaven would shine when they sang. One morning, as the stars sang and listened to each other, they heard beautiful music coming swiftly toward them. It was so much louder and sweeter than their own that they all stopped and listened and wondered. It came from far above them, from out the very deepest blue of the sky. It was a new star, and it sang an entirely new song that no one had ever heard before. "Hark, hark!" the stars cried. "Let us hear what it is saying." And the beautiful star sang it over and over again, and its song told of a lovely babe that had come on earth, a babe so beautiful that it was the joy of the whole world. Yes, so beautiful that when you looked at it you saw real light streaming from its face. Every little child in the world has light in its face, if we but know how to see it. But this little one had so very much that its mother wondered as she looked down upon her lap and saw it there. And there were shepherds there to look at the babe, and many other people saw it and could not understand. But the one beautiful star knew. Yes, it knew all about it. And what do you think it knew? Why, that this child was God's own child, and was so good and loving that the whole world, when it heard of it, would want to know how to be so too. This beautiful star traveled on and on, telling all the way what it knew of the child, and its light fairly danced through the sky and hung over the very place where the little one lay. End of The Stars and the Child by Andrea Hofer Proudfoot.
William's Truthful Christmas, being a chapter from Still William. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. William's Truthful Christmas by Richmal Crompton. William went to church with his family every Sunday morning, but he did not usually listen to the sermon. He considered it a waste of time. He sometimes enjoyed singing the psalms and hymns. Any stone-deaf person could have told when William was singing the psalms and hymns by the expressions of pain on the faces of those around him. William's singing was loud and discordant. It completely drowned the organ and the choir. Miss Barney, who stood just in front of him, said that it always gave her a headache for the rest of the week. William contested with some indignation that he had as good a right to sing in church as anyone. Besides, there was nothing wrong with his voice. It was just like everyone else's. During the vicar's sermon, William either stared at the curate. William always scored in this game because the curate invariably began to grow pink and look embarrassed after about 5 minutes of William's stare, or held a face-pulling competition with the red-haired choir boy, or amused himself with insects conveyed to church in a matchbox in his pocket, till restrained by the united glares of his father and mother and Ethel and Robert. But this Sunday, attracted by the frequent repetition of the word Christmas, William put his stag beetle back into its box and gave his whole attention to the vicar's exhortation. "What is it that poisons our whole social life?" said the vicar earnestly. "What is it that spoils even the holy season that lies before us? It is deceit. It is untruthfulness. Let each one of us decide here and now, for this season of Christmas at least, to cast aside all deceit and hypocrisy, and speak the truth one with another. It will be the first step to a holier life. It will make this Christmas the happiest of our lives." William's attention was drawn from the exhortation by the discovery that he had not quite closed the matchbox, and the stag beetle was crawling up Ethel's coat. Fortunately, Ethel was busily engaged in taking in all the details of MaryAnn Hatherley's new dress across the aisle and did not notice. William recaptured his pet and shut up the matchbox, then rose to join lustily and inharmoniously in the first verse of "Onward, Christian Soldiers." During the other verses, he employed himself by trying a perfectly new grimace, which he had been practicing all week on the choir boy. It was intercepted by the curate, who shuddered and looked away hastily. The sight and sound of William in the second row from the front completely spoilt the service for the curate every Sunday. He was an aesthetic young man, and William's appearance and personality hurt his sense of beauty. But the words of the sermon had made a deep impression on William. He decided for this holy season at least to cast aside deceit and hypocrisy, and speak the truth one with another. William had not been entirely without aspiration to a higher life before this. He had once decided to be self-sacrificing for a whole day, and his efforts had been totally unappreciated and misunderstood. He had once tried to reform others, and the result had been even more disastrous. But he'd never made a real effort to cast aside deceit and hypocrisy, and to speak the truth one with another. He decided to try it at Christmas, as the vicar had suggested. Much to his disgust, William heard that Uncle Frederick and Aunt Emma had asked his family to stay with them for Christmas. He gathered that the only drawback to the arrangement in the eyes of his family was himself, and the probable effect of his personality on the peaceful household of Uncle Frederick and Aunt Emma. He was not at all offended. He was quite used to this view of himself. "All right," he said obligingly. "You just go. I don't mind. I'll stay at home. You just leave me money and my presents, and I won't mind a bit." William's spirits in fact soared sky-high at the prospect of such an oasis of freedom in the desert of parental interference, but his family betrayed again that strange disinclination to leave William to his own devices that hampered so many of William's activities. "No, William," said his mother, "we certainly can't do that. You'll have to come with us, but I do hope you'll be good." William remembered the sermon and his good resolution. "Well," he said cryptically, I guess if you knew what I was going to be like at Christmas, you'd almost want me to come." It happened that William's father was summoned on Christmas Eve to the sickbed of one of his aunts, and so could not accompany them, but they set off under Robert's leadership and arrived safely. Uncle Frederick and Aunt Emma were very stout and good-natured looking, but Uncle Frederick was the stouter and more good-natured looking of the two. They had not seen William since he was a baby. That explained the fact of their having invited William and his family to spend Christmas with them. They lived too far away to have heard even rumors of the horror with which William inspired the grown-up world around him. They greeted William kindly. "So this is little William," said Uncle Frederick, putting his hand on William's head. "And how is little William?" William removed his head from Uncle Frederick's hand in silence, then said distantly, "Very well, thank you. And so grateful to your uncle and aunt for asking you to stay with them, aren't you, William?" went on his mother. William remembered that his career of truthfulness did not begin till the next day, so he said, still more distantly, "Yes." That evening Ethel said to her mother in William's presence, "Well, he's not been so bad today, considering." "You wait," said William unctuously. "You wait till tomorrow when I start casting aside deceit and today'll be nothing to it." William awoke early on Christmas Day. He had hung up his stocking the night before and was pleased to see it fairly full. He took out the presents quickly, but not very optimistically. He had been early disillusioned in the matter of grown-ups' capacity for choosing suitable presents. Memories of prayer books and history books and socks and handkerchiefs floated before his mental vision. Yes, as bad as ever. A case containing a pen and pencil and ruler, a new brush and comb, a purse, empty, and a new tie. A penknife and a box of toffee were the only redeeming features. On the chair by his bedside was a book of church history from Aunt Emma and a box containing a pair of compasses, a protractor, and a set square from Uncle Frederick. William dressed, but as it was too early to go down, he sat down on the floor and ate all his tin of toffee. Then he turned his attention to his church history book. He read a few pages, but the character and deeds of the saintly Aidan so exasperated him that he was driven to relieve his feeling by taking his new pencil from its case and adorning the saint's picture by the addition of a top hat and spectacles. He completed the alterations by a mustache and by changing the book the saint held into an attaché case. He made similar alterations to every picture in the book. St. Oswald seemed much improved by them, and this cheered William considerably. Then he took his penknife and began to carve his initials upon his brush and comb. William appeared at breakfast wearing his new tie, and having brushed his hair with his new brush, or rather what was left of his new brush after his very drastic initial carving. He carried under his arm his presents for his host and hostess. He exchanged Happy Christmas gloomily. His resolve to cast away deceit and hypocrisy and speak the truth one with another lay heavy upon him. He regarded it as an obligation that could not be shirked. William was a boy of great tenacity of purpose. Having once made up his mind to a course, he pursued it regardless of consequences. "Well, William, darling," said his mother, "did you find your presents?" "Yes," said William gloomily. "Thank you." "Did you like the book and instruments that Uncle and I gave you?" said Aunt Emma brightly. "No," said William gloomily and truthfully. "I am not interested in church history, and I've got something like those at school. Not that I'd want 'em," he added hastily, "if I hadn't 'em." "William!" screamed Mrs. Brown in horror. "How can you be so ungrateful?" "I'm not ungrateful," explained William wearily. "I'm only being truthful. I'm casting aside deceit and what he said. I'm only saying that I'm not interested in church history, nor in those instruments, but thank you very much for 'em." There was a gasp of dismay and a horrified silence, during which William drew his paper packages from under his arm. "Here are your Christmas presents from me," he said. The atmosphere brightened. They unfastened their parcels with expression of anticipation and Christian forgiveness upon their faces. William watched them, his face registering only patient suffering. "It's very kind of you," said Aunt Emma, still struggling with the string. "It's not kind," said William, still treading doggedly the path of truth. "Mother said I'd got to bring you something." Mrs. Brown coughed suddenly and loudly, but not in time to drown the fatal words of truth. "But still, very kind," said Aunt Emma, though with less enthusiasm. At last she brought out a small pincushion. "Thank you very much, William," she said. "You really oughtn't to have spent your money on me like this." "I didn't," said William stonily. "I hadn't any money, but I'm very glad you like it. It was left over from Mother's stall at the sale of work, and Mother said it was no use keeping it for next year because it had got so faded." Again Mrs. Brown coughed loudly, but too late. Aunt Emma said coldly, "I see. Yes, your mother was quite right. But thank you all the same, William." Uncle Frederick had now taken the wrappings from his present and held up a leather purse. "Ah, this is really a useful present," he said jovially. "I'm afraid it's not very useful," said William. "Uncle Jim sent it to Father for his birthday, but Father said it was no use because the catch wouldn't catch, so he gave it to me to give to you." Uncle Frederick tried the catch. He said. "Your father was quite right. The catch won't catch. Never mind. I'll send it back to your father as a New Year present. What?" As soon as the Brown family were left alone, it turned upon William in a combined attack. "I warned you," said Ethel to her mother. "He ought to be hung," said Robert. "William, how could you?" said Mrs. Brown. "When I'm bad, you go on at me," said William with exasperation. "And when I'm trying to lead a holier life and cast aside what he said, you go on at me. I don't know what I can be. I don't mind being hung. I'd as soon be hung as keep having Christmas over and over again simply every year the way we do." William accompanied the party to church after breakfast. He was slightly cheered by discovering a choir boy with a natural aptitude for grimaces and an instinctive knowledge of the rules of the game. The vicar preached an unconvincing sermon on unselfishness, and the curate gave full play to an ultra-Oxford accent in a voice that was almost as unmusical as William's. Aunt Emma said it had been a beautiful service. The only bright spot to William was when the organist boxed the ears of the youngest choir boy, who retaliated by putting out his tongue at the organist at the beginning of each verse of the last hymn. William was very silent during lunch. He simply didn't know what people saw on Christmas. It was just like 10 Sundays rolled into one, and they didn't even give people the sort of presents they'd like. No one all his life had ever given him a water pistol, or a catapult, or a trumpet, or bows and arrows, or anything really useful. And if they didn't like truth and casting aside deceit and the other thing they could do without, but he was jolly well going to go on with it. He'd made up his mind, and he was jolly well going to go on with it. His silence was greatly welcomed by his family. He ate plentiful, however, of the turkey and plum pudding, and felt strangely depressed afterwards, so much that he followed the example of the rest of the family and went up to his bedroom. There he brushed his hair with his new brush, but he had carved his initials so deeply and spaciously that the brush came in two with the first flourish. He brushed his shoes with the two halves with great gusto in the manner of the professional shoe-black. Then, having nothing else to do, he turned to his church history again. The desecrated pictures of the saints met his gaze, and realizing suddenly the enormity of the crime in grown-up eyes, he took his penknife and cut them all out. He made paper boats of them, and deliberately, and because he hated it, he cut his new tie into strips to fasten some of the boats together. He organized a thrilling naval battle with them, and was almost forgetting his grudge against life in general, and Christmas in particular. He was roused to the sense of the present by sounds of life and movement downstairs, and thrusting his saintly paper fleet into his pajama case, he went down to the drawing-room. As he entered, there came the sound of a car drawing up at the front door, and Uncle Frederick looked out of the window and groaned aloud. "It's Lady Atkinson," he said. "Help! Help!" "Now, Frederick, dear," said Aunt Emily hastily, "don't talk like that, and do try to be nice to her. She's one of the Atkinsons, you know," she explained with empressement to Mrs. Brown in a whisper as the lady was shown in. Lady Atkinson was stout and elderly, and wore a very youthful hat and coat. "A happy Christmas to you all," she said graciously. "The boy? Your nephew? William? How do you do, William? He stares, rather, doesn't he?" Ah, yes. She greeted everyone separately with infinite condescension. I've brought you my Christmas present in person, she went on in the tone of voice of one giving an unheard-of treat. Look! She took out of an envelope a large signed photograph of herself. There now, what do you think of that? Murmurs of surprise and admiration and gratitude. Lady Atkinson drank them in complacently. It's very good, isn't it? You, little boy, don't you think it's very like me? William gazed at it critically. It's not as fat as you are, was his final offering at the altar of truth. William, screamed Mrs. Brown, how can you be so impolite? Impolite, said William, with some indignation. I'm not trying to be polite. I'm being truthful. I can't be everything. Seems to me I'm the only person in the world that is truthful, and no one seems to be grateful to me. It isn't fat as what she is, he went on doggedly, and it's not got as many little lines on its face as what she has, and it's different looking altogether. It looks pretty, and she doesn't. Lady Atkinson towered over him, quivering with rage. You nasty little boy, she said, thrusting her face close to his. You nasty little boy. Then she swept out of the room without another word. The front door slammed. She was gone. Aunt Emma sat down and began to weep. She'll never come to the house again, she said. I always said he ought to be hung, said Robert gloomily. Every day we let him live, he complicates our lives still worse. I shall tell your father, William, said Mrs. Brown, directly we get home. The kindest thing to think, said Ethel, is that he's mad. Well, said William, I don't know what I've done, except cast aside deceit, and the other thing, what he said in church, and speak the truth and that. I don't know why everyone's so mad at me just 'cause of that. You'd think they'd be glad. She'll never set foot in the house again, sobbed Aunt Emma. Uncle Frederick, who'd been vainly trying to hide his glee, rose. I don't think she will, my dear, he said cheerfully. Nothing like the truth, William, absolutely nothing. He pressed a half-crown into William's hand surreptitiously as he went to the door. A diversion was mercifully caused at this moment by the arrival of the post. Among it there was a Christmas card from an artist who had a studio about 5 minutes' walk from the house. This little attention comforted Aunt Emma very much. How kind of him, she said, and we never sent him anything. But there's that calendar that Mr. Franks sent to us, and it's not written on. Perhaps William could be trusted to take it to Mr. Fairley with our compliments, while the rest of us go for a short walk. She looked at William rather coldly. William, who was feeling the atmosphere indoors inexplicably hostile, except for Uncle Frederick's equally inexplicable friendliness, was glad of an excuse for escaping. He set off with the calendar, wrapped in brown paper. On the way, his outlook on life was considerably brightened by finding a street urchin's fight in full swing. He joined in it with gusto, and was soon acclaimed the leader of his side. This exhilarating adventure was ended by a policeman who scattered the combatants and pretended to chase William down a side street in order to vary the monotony of his Christmas beat. William, looking rather battered and disheveled, arrived at Mr. Fairley's studio. The calendar had fortunately survived the battle unscathed, and William handed it to Mr. Fairley, who opened the door. Mr. Fairley showed him into the studio with a low bow. Mr. Fairley was clothed in correct artistic style, baggy trousers, velvet coat, and a flowing tie. He had a pointed beard and a theatrical manner. He had obviously lunched well, as far as liquid refreshment was concerned at any rate. He was moved to tears by the calendar. How kind, how very kind. My dear young friend, forgive this emotion. The world is hard. I am not used to kindness. It unmans me. He wiped away his tears with a large mauve and yellow handkerchief. William gazed at it, fascinated. If you will excuse me, my dear young friend, went on Mr. Fairley, I will retire to my bedroom, where I have the wherewithal to write and indite a letter of thanks to your most delightful and charming relative. I beg you to make yourself at home here. Use my house, my dear young friend, as though it were your own. He waved his arms and retreated unsteadily to an inner room, closing the door behind him. William sat down on a chair and waited. Time passed. William became bored. Suddenly, a fresh aspect of his Christmas resolution occurred to him. If you were speaking the truth one with another yourself, surely you might take everything that other people said for truth. He'd said, "Use this house, my dear young friend, as though it were your own." Well, he would. The men probably meant it. Well, anyway, he shouldn't have said it if he didn't. William went across the room and opened a cupboard. It contained a medley of paints, 2 palettes, 2 oranges, and a cake. The feeling of oppression that had followed William's Christmas lunch had faded, and he attacked the cake with gusto. It took about 10 minutes to finish the cake, and about 4 to finish the oranges. William felt refreshed. He looked round the studio with renewed interest. A lay figure sat upon a couch on a small platform. William approached it cautiously. It was almost life-size and clad in a piece of thin silk. William lifted it. It was quite light. He put it on a chair by the window. Then he went to the little back room. A bonnet and mackintosh, belonging to Mr. Fairley's charwoman, hung there. He dressed the lay figure in the bonnet and mackintosh. He found a piece of black gauze in a drawer and put it over the figure's face as a veil and tied it round the bonnet. He felt all the thrill of the creative artist. He shook hands with it and talked to it. He began to have a feeling of deep affection for it. He called it Annabel. The clock struck, and he remembered the note he was waiting for. He knocked gently at the bedroom door. There was no answer. He opened the door and entered. On the writing table by the door was a letter. "Dear friend, many thanks for your beautiful calendar. Words fail me." Then came a blot, mingled ink and emotion, and that was all. Words had failed Mr. Fairley so completely that he lay outstretched on the sofa by the window, sleeping the sleep of the slightly inebriated. William thought he'd better not wake him up. He returned to the studio and carried on his self-imposed task of investigation. He found some acid drops in a drawer adhering to a tube of yellow ochre. He separated them and ate the acid drops, but their strong flavor of yellow ochre made him feel sick, and he returned to Annabel for sympathy. Then he thought of a game. The lay figure was a captured princess, and William was the gallant rescuer. He went outside, opened the front door cautiously, crept into the hall, hid behind the door, dashed into the studio, caught up the figure in his arms, and dashed into the street with it. The danger and exhilaration of a race for freedom through the streets with Annabel in his arms was too enticing to be resisted. As a matter of fact, the flight through the streets was rather disappointing. He met no one, and no one pursued him. He staggered up the steps to Aunt Emma's house, still carrying Annabel. There, considering the matter for the first time in cold blood, he realized that his rescue of Annabel was not likely to be received enthusiastically by his home circle. And Annabel was not easy to conceal. The house seemed empty, but he could already hear its inmates returning from their walk. He felt a sudden hatred of Annabel for being so large and unhideable. He could not reach the top of the stairs before they came in at the door. The drawing-room door was open, and into it he rushed, deposited Annabel in a chair by the fireplace with her back to the room, and returned to the hall. He smoothed back his hair, assumed his most vacant expression, and awaited them. To his surprise, they crept past the drawing-room door on tiptoe and congregated in the dining-room. "A caller," said Aunt Emma. "Did you see?" "Yes, in the dining-room," said Mrs. Brown. "I saw her hat through the window." "Curse," said Uncle Frederick. "The maids must have shown her in before they went up to change. I'm simply not going to see her. On Christmas Day, too. I'll just wait till she gets tired, or goes, or till one of the maids comes down and can send her away." "Shh," said Uncle Frederick. "She'll hear you." Aunt Emma lowered her voice. "I don't think she's a lady," she said. "She didn't look it through the window." "Perhaps she's collecting for something," said Mrs. Brown. "Well," said Aunt Emma, sinking her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "if we stay in here and keep very quiet, she'll get tired of waiting and go." William was torn between an interested desire to be safely out of the way when the denouement took place and a disinterested desire to witness the denouement. The latter won, and he stood at the back of the group with a sphinx-like expression upon his freckled face. They waited in silence for some minutes, then Aunt Emma said, "Well, she'll stay forever, it seems to me, if someone doesn't send her away. Frederick, go and turn her out." They all crept into the hall. Uncle Frederick went just inside and coughed loudly. Annabel did not move. Uncle Frederick came back. "Deaf," he whispered. "Stone deaf. Someone else try." Ethel advanced boldly into the middle of the room. "Good afternoon," she said clearly and sweetly. Annabel did not move. Ethel returned. "I think she must be asleep," said Ethel. "She looks drunk to me," said Aunt Emma, peeping round the door. "I shouldn't wonder if she was dead," said Robert. "It's just the sort of thing you read about in books. Mysterious dead body found in drawing room. I bet I can find a few clues to the murder if she is dead." "Robert," reproved Mrs. Brown in a shrill whisper. "Perhaps you'd better fetch the police, Frederick," said Aunt Emma. "I'll have one more try," said Uncle Frederick. He entered the room. "Good afternoon," he bellowed. Annabel did not move. He went up to her. "Now look here, my woman," he began, laying his hand on her shoulder. Then the denouement happened. Mr. Fairley burst into the house like a whirlwind, still slightly inebriated and screaming with rage. "Where's the thief? Where is he? He's stolen my figure. He's eaten my tea. I shall have to eat my supper for my tea and my breakfast for my supper. I shall have a meal wrong always. I shall never get right. And it's all his fault. Where is he? He's stolen my charwoman's clothes. He's stolen my figure. He's eaten my tea. Wait till I get him." He caught sight of Annabel, rushed into the drawing-room, caught her up in his arms, and turned round upon the circle of open-mouthed spectators. "I hate you," he screamed, "and your nasty little calendars and your nasty little boys, stealing my figure and eating my tea. I'll light the fire with your nasty little calendar. I'd like to light the fire with your nasty little boy." And with a final snort of fury, he turned, still clasping Annabel in his arms, and staggered down the front steps. Weakly, stricken, and, for the moment, speechless, they watched his departure from the top of the steps. He took to his heels as soon as he was in the road. But he was less fortunate than William. As he turned the corner and vanished from sight, already 2 policemen were in pursuit. He was screaming defiance at them as he ran. Annabel's head wobbled over his shoulder and her bonnet dangled by a string. Then, no longer speechless, they turned on William. "I told you," said Robert to them when there was a slight lull in the storm, "you wouldn't take my advice. If it wasn't Christmas Day, I'd hang him myself." "But you won't let me speak," said William plaintively. "Just listen to me a minute. When I got to his house, he said most distinct, he said, 'Please use this—'" "William," interrupted Mrs. Brown with dignity, "I don't know what's happened, and I don't want to know, but I shall tell your father all about it directly we get home." Uncle Frederick saw them off at the station the next day. "Does your effort at truth continue today as well?" he said to William. "I suppose it's Boxing Day too," said William. He didn't mention Boxing Day, but I suppose it counts with Christmas. "I won't ask you whether you've enjoyed yourself then," said Uncle Frederick. He slipped another half-crown into William's hand. "Buy yourself something with that. Your aunt chose the church history book and the instruments. I'm really grateful to you about—well, I think Emma's right. I don't think she'll ever come again." The train steamed out. Uncle Frederick returned home. He had been too optimistic. Lady Atkinson was in the drawing-room talking to his wife. "Of course," she was saying, "I'm not annoyed. I bear no grudge, because I believe the boy's possessed. He ought to be exorcised. You know, what you do with evil spirits." It was the evening of William's return home. His father's question as to whether William had been good had been answered as usual in the negative, and refusing to listen to details of accusation or defense, ignoring William's, "But he said, most distinct, he said, 'Please use this,' and the rest of the explanation always drowned by the others. He docked William of a month's pocket money, but William was not depressed. The ordeal of Christmas was over. Normal life stretched before him once more. His spirits rose. He wandered out into the lane. There he met Ginger, his bosom pal, with whom on normal days he fought and wrestled and carried out deeds of daring and wickedness, but who, like William, on festivals and holy days, was forced reluctantly to shed the light of his presence upon his own family. From Ginger's face, too, a certain gloom cleared as he saw William. "Well," said William, Have you enjoyed it? I had a pair of braces from my aunt, said Ginger bitterly. A pair of braces. Well, I had a tie and a church history book. I put my braces down the well. I chopped my tie into little bits. Was it nice at your aunt's? William's grievances burst out. I went to church and took what the man said, and I've been speaking the truth one with another and leading a higher life, and, well, it jolly well didn't make it the happiest Christmas of my life, what he said it would. It made it the worst. Everyone mad at me all the time. I think I was the only person in the world speaking the truth one with another, and they've took off my pocket money for it. And you'd think, if you was speaking the truth yourself, you might take what anyone else said for truth, and I kept telling him what he said most distinct. Please use this house as if it were your own, but they won't listen to me. Well, I've done with it. I'm going back to deceit and what's the word beginning with hypnotism? Suggested Ginger after deep thought. Yes, that's it, said William. Well, I'm going back to it first thing tomorrow morning. End of William's Truthful Christmas.
What Christmas is as we grow older. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What Christmas is as we grow older, by Charles Dickens. Time was, with most of us, when Christmas Day, encircling all our limited world like a magic ring, left nothing out for us to miss or seek, bound together all our home enjoyments, affections, and hopes, grouped everything and everyone around the Christmas fire, and made the little picture shining in our bright young eyes complete. Time came, perhaps all so soon, when our thoughts overleaped that narrow boundary, when there was someone, very dear we thought then, very beautiful and absolutely perfect, wanting to the fullness of our happiness when we were wanting too, or we thought so, which did just as well, at the Christmas hearth by which that someone sat, and when we intertwined with every wreath and garland of our life that someone's name. That was the time for the bright visionary Christmases which have long arisen from us to show faintly after summer rain in the palest edges of the rainbow. That was the time for the beatified enjoyment of the things that were to be and never were, and yet the things that were so real in our resolute hope that it would be hard to say now what realities achieved since have been stronger. What? Did that Christmas never really come, when we and the priceless pearl, who was our young choice, were received after the happiest of totally impossible marriages by the two united families previously at daggers, drawn on our account? When brothers and sisters-in-law, who had always been rather cool to us before our relationship was affected, perfectly doted on us, and when fathers and mothers overwhelmed us with unlimited incomes? Was that Christmas dinner never really eaten? After which we arose and generously and eloquently rendered honor to our late rival, present in the company, then and there exchanging friendship and forgiveness, and founding an attachment not to be surpassed in Greek or Roman story, which subsisted until death? Has that same rival long ceased to care for that same priceless pearl, and married for money and become usurious? Above all, do we really know now that we should probably have been miserable if we had won and worn the pearl, and that we are better without her? That Christmas when we had recently achieved so much fame, when we had been carried in triumph somewhere for doing something great and good, when we had won an honored and ennobled name, and arrived and were received at home in a shower of tears of joy. Is it possible that that Christmas has not come yet? And is our life here at the best so constituted that, pausing as we advance at such a noticeable milestone in the track as this great birthday, we look back on the things that never were, as naturally and full, as gravely as on the things that have been and are gone, or have been and still are? If it be so, and so it seems to be, must we come to the conclusion that life is little better than a dream, and little worth the loves and strivings that we crowd into it? No, far be such miscalled philosophy from us, dear reader, on Christmas Day. Nearer and closer to our hearts be the Christmas spirit, which is the spirit of active usefulness, perseverance, cheerful discharge of duty, kindness, and forbearance. It is in the last virtues especially that we are, or should be, strengthened by the unaccomplished visions of our youth. For who shall say that they are not our teachers to deal gently even with the impalpable nothings of the earth? Therefore, as we grow older, let us be more thankful that the circle of our Christmas association and of the lessons that they bring expands. Let us welcome every one of them and summon them to take their places by the Christmas hearth. Welcome, old aspirations, glittering creatures of an ardent fancy, to your shelter underneath the holly. We know you and have not outlived you yet. Welcome, old projects and old loves, however fleeting, to your nicks among the steadier lights that burn around us. Welcome, all that was ever real to our hearts, and for the earnestness that made you real, thanks to heaven. Do we build no Christmas castles in the clouds now? Let our thoughts, fluttering like butterflies among these flowers of children, bear witness. Before this boy there stretches out a future, brighter than we ever looked on in our old romantic time, but bright with honor and with truth. Around this little head, on which the sunny curls lie heaped, the graces sport as prettily, as airily, as when there was no sight within the reach of time to shear away the curls of our first love. Upon another girl's face near it, placider but smiling bright, a quiet and contented little face, we see home fairly written. Shining from the words, as rays shine from a star, we see how, when our graves are old, other hopes than ours are young, other hearts than ours are moved, how other ways are smooth, how other happiness blooms, ripens, and decays. No, not decays, for other homes and other bands of children, not yet in being, nor for ages yet to be, arise and bloom and ripen to the end of all. Welcome everything. Welcome alike what has been and what never was, and what we hope may be, to your shelter underneath the holly, to your places round the Christmas fire, where what it is sits open-hearted. In yonder shadow do we see obtruding furtively upon the blaze an enemy's face? By Christmas Day we do forgive him. If the injury he has done us may admit of such companionship, let him come here and take his place. If otherwise, unhappily, let him go hence, assured that we will never injure nor accuse him. On this day we shut out nothing. Pause, says a low voice. Nothing? Think. On Christmas Day we will shut out from our fireside nothing. Not the shadow of a vast city where the withered leaves are lying deep, the voice replies. Not the shadow that darkens the whole globe. Not the shadow of the city of the dead. Not even that. Of all the days in the year, we will turn our faces towards that city upon Christmas Day, and from its silent hosts bring those we loved among us. City of the dead, in the blessed name wherein we are gathered together at this time, and in the presence that is here among us, according to the promise, we will receive and not dismiss thy people who are dear to us. Yes, we can look upon these children, angels that alight so solemnly, so beautifully among the living children by the fire, and can bear to think how they departed from us, entertaining angels unawares, as the patriarchs did. The playful children are unconscious of their guests, but we can see them, can see a radiant arm around one favorite neck, as if there were a tempting of that child away. Among the celestial figures there is one, a poor misshapen boy on earth, of a glorious beauty now, of whom his dying mother said it grieved her much to leave him here alone, for so many years as it was likely would elapse before he came to her, being such a little child. But he went quickly and was laid upon her breast, and in her hand she leads him. There was a gallant boy who fell far away upon a burning sand beneath a burning sun, and said, "Tell them at home, with my last love, how much I could have wished to kiss them once, but that I died contented and had done my duty." Or there was another over whom they read the words, "Therefore we commit his body to the deep," and so consigned him to the lonely ocean and sailed on. Or there was another who laid down to his rest in the dark shadow of great forests, and on earth awoke no more. Oh, shall they not from sand and sea and forest be brought home at such a time? There was a dear girl, almost a woman, never to be won, who made a morning Christmas in a house of joy, and went her trackless way to the silent city. Do we recollect her, worn out, faintly, whispering what could not be heard, and falling into that last sleep for weariness? Oh, look upon her now! Oh, look upon her beauty, her serenity, her changeless youth, her happiness. The daughter of Jairus was recalled to life, to die, but she, more blessed, has heard the same voice saying unto her, "Arise forever." We had a friend who was our friend from early days, with whom we often pictured the changes that were to come upon our lives, and merrily imagined how we would speak and walk and think and talk when we came to be old. His destined habitation in the city of the dead received him in his prime. Shall he be shut out from our Christmas remembrance? Would his love have so excluded us? Lost friend, lost child, lost parent, sister, brother, husband, wife, we will not so discard you. You shall hold your cherished places in our Christmas hearts and by our Christmas fires. And in the season of immortal hope and on the birthday of immortal mercy, we will shut out nothing. The winter sun goes down over town and village. On the sea it makes a rosy path, as if the sacred tread were fresh upon the water. A few more moments and it sinks, and night comes on, and lights begin to sparkle in the prospect. On the hillside beyond the shapelessly diffused town, and in the quiet keeping of the trees that gird the village steeple, remembrances are cut in stone, planted in common flowers, growing in grass, entwined with lowly brambles around many a mound of earth. In town and village, there are doors and windows closed against the weather. There are flaming logs heaped high. There are joyful faces. There is healthy music of voices. Be all ungentleness and harm excluded from the temples of the household gods, but be those remembrances admitted with tender encouragement. They are of the time and all its comforting and peaceful reassurances, and of the history that reunited, even upon earth, the living and the dead, and the broad beneficence and goodness that too many men have tried to tear to narrow shreds. End of What Christmas Is as We Grow Older.